$200 a month for recipients who have a valid disability tax credit certificate. The asks in this report from the HUMA Committee are certainly not being met by this government. But more importantly, the needs of the disability community are not being met or even heard in a way that is meaningful. The Prime Minister and his Liberal government has repeatedly broken promises that it has made by failing to live up to the expectation that they set for themselves. Madam Speaker, the cost of living crisis in this country is unmanageable, and the costly coalition's harmful policies continue to make everything more expensive. Every Canadian should be able to participate in society fully. They should be able to clothe, house, and feed themselves. But we know for far too many Canadians, that is not the reality, especially those with disabilities. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, did you know that Stephen Harper, when he was in government, he actually promised a National Disability Act, and suffice to say, they failed in terms of delivering. At the end of the day, Madam Speaker, what you'll find is that Conservatives do have a hidden agenda when they talk about fixing the budget. They don't want to tell Canadians what they're really going to do if they were to take power, because if they did that, Madam Speaker, they know they would lose a lot of support, Madam Speaker. My question to her is the same question that I've put to a couple of her members that didn't have the courage to tell Canadians. And this is the question. Will that member guarantee not $1 of a reduction will go towards the disability benefit? Is she prepared to give that commitment, unlike her previous speakers that wouldn't give that commitment?
Member for Battleford's Lloydminster.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to that member, I think, for that question. The irony of this is his own minister at the time couldn't guarantee this. We know that after 9 years of this Liberal government propped up by the NDP, which is also very ironic that they're bringing this forward today, they have voted every single step to support the Liberals. We know that the Liberals, something to clap about, I guess, for the Liberals, we know that the Liberals have broken promise after broken promise, and at the end of the day, it's fake consultation. If you listen to my remarks, when we had advocates and stakeholders and those with disabilities at committee, they didn't listen to them. They didn't listen to them at all. They didn't heed to any of their warnings or any of their pleas because, frankly, it's fake consultation and broken promises from across the way.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for the speech and for the colleague's work on the HUMA Committee. I thank the colleague especially for the work we did on C-319 and for their support. I congratulate her for her work on that file. Now, back to the topic, the report on the disability tax benefit. There are persons with disabilities and organizations for persons with disabilities in my riding, like an organization in Granby. They criticized the fact that they were not consulted. Then they criticized the fact that when the bill was presented, they asked questions to the department. They did not receive any answers. They say, these organizations, that it's very hard to stay abreast of tax credits and benefits because they change. There are many of them. It's hard to access them. So it's difficult. What does my colleague think about the fact that it's difficult to find out about benefits?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the kind words to the member from Shefford. So this is something that we're listening to right now. We're hearing this right now in real time at the HUMA Committee, since we're doing this study on a Canada without barriers. There are so many invisible barriers. A lot of times when Canadians hear a barrier, they think of, oh, a sidewalk or a stairwell, lack of a ramp. But how about the red tape? The language that is not plain and easily read, understood, and accessible. These are things that, for sure, the departments and the governments, I'm surprised actually the government isn't mandating to make sure that these departments are providing service in minimal plain language for those with disabilities so that they can access these programs and not have barriers.
The honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith, a very brief question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member. Madam Speaker, I actually do agree with a lot of the things that the member said. I couldn't help, though, but reflect on the fact that I'm unsure how the member can look constituents in the eye and tell them that a Conservative government would do any better when the leader of the Conservative Party has clearly stated that he would cut pharmacare, dental care, that he would make cuts to a national school food program. We know that the Conservative government, when they were in power, made cuts to pensions, childcare. How can this member say that they would do any better for people living with disabilities?
Honourable member for Battle Fords Lloydminster.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm surprised that that member can look her constituents in the eyes, since she voted and supported at committee the benefit that we have today. There was no amendments with regulation, timelines, accountability, so I'd ask her to look in the mirror.
Resume debate. The honourable member for Edmonton, Wetaskiwin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's been very interesting to listen to the debate today. Obviously, folks are passionate on all sides about this issue. As I reflect on this, I'm kind of thinking about the university presentations I get a chance to do. I do a lot of university presentations talking about basically how would you find normal. I share stories of my son's life with autism, video clips over the years of that we've had a chance to do, him being included in musical theater in school or working in the school library, those kind of things. And it's interesting because some of the universities I visit are not in the most conservative places in the country. I can think of some in the GTA that, that among 500 students, I'm not sure how many conservatives there would be, probably more today than there have been in the past, Madam Speaker. But once in a while I'll get a question, hey, I don't automatically think about the Conservative Party when I'm thinking about those issues. And they asked me to kind of explain that a little bit. And the way that I explain it is that, none of us in this place, regardless of our party affiliation, we're human beings before our party affiliation. And all of us want the best for people with disabilities. I don't think any of us, well, based on some of the words you hear today, some people would like folks to believe that one party doesn't care or another party doesn't care. The reality is we all care about creating the best opportunities, the best Canada for people with disabilities, and we just have different thoughts sometimes on how to get there. Madam Speaker, I look at the timeline on this bill, and it is important, given the sort of tenor of the debate today, to highlight that, first of all, this idea came up, I think, in the 2020 throne speech first, then came to the House, I think, as C-35 in 2021, but of course, the priority for the government of the day at that point in time was an election in the summer of 2029, and so everything was shut down while we spent $600,000, $700,000, whatever amount of money we spend on election, hundreds of thousands, millions of dollars with all of our parties, 600 million, not thousands, 600 million on election. Obviously money that could have been spent on other things. And we fought that election, then the government brought back the legislation as C-22. It went through over the course of time. It wasn't a high priority. It took two and a half years to get it passed. But it's really important to point out that when it did pass, it passed unanimously in this House of Commons. So there is nobody in this House, regardless of what some members want people to believe, there's nobody in this House who didn't support C-22, who didn't support the Canada Disability Benefit. And I think that's a really important fact. What we were concerned about on our side and have said over and over and over again is that there was a significant lack of clarity. There was less information in this piece of legislation than almost any piece of legislation that I've seen, and more left up to sort of the future regulatory process in terms of what that would look like. And I think we're seeing in this debate today the consequences of that lack of clarity. Another thing that is really clear right now is that what the Liberals were promising, the expectation that they were creating, was dramatically higher than the reality that came to be when the Canada Disability Benefit was delivered. And Madam Speaker, I suspect that that's largely because of just the issue of priorities. This is the highest spending government in the history of our country by far double the amount of spending of any other government. The amount of debt we've ran up is unparalleled. And, you know, I think the bottom line is they're running out of money. And even the things that they say are important, they don't have the money to fund it. It's also really important to note that as we're having the debate, again, without, you know, everybody in this House is on the same side in terms of the importance of getting things right for Canadians living with disability. But in terms of the operation of that, I guess, in a sense, in terms of the House, the way that it winds up being in the House, we have a situation where the NDP is criticizing the government relentlessly, day in and day out, about everything. It's not just the Canada Disability Benefit, but it's everything else. And I think it would be right for Canadians listening in on this debate to say, how in the world, this is the longest serving minority parliament in the history, or since the 30s, I think, maybe in the history of the country, but one of the longest in the history of the country, I think the longest since the 20s or 30s. How in the world did the NDP, if this is so important to them, how did they not negotiate what they want into their deal with the Liberals? That's a great question. The NDP vote every single day in this House with the Liberals to support the Liberals. They endorse the Liberals every single day with their positions and their votes. And at any point in time, they could say, this is the line in the sand. And they could use their leverage to get whatever it is that they want out of the Liberal Party. And on this issue, obviously, it wasn't a priority at the table, at the negotiating table for the NDP. And so we just have to take that context into consideration as Canadians are listening to this debate. Now, one thing I like to focus on is outcomes. And, you know, we talk a lot about dollar amounts and big dollar amounts for some programs. I think, you know, the Liberal defense today has been to talk about how much money the program costs. That's been the Liberal defense. But, you know, I think we've got to take a look at outcomes. And when we take a look at outcomes, when I think about the outcomes that I want for my son is now 28. He was 10 when I was first elected. He turns 29 in November. When I think about outcomes that I want for my son and Canadians like my son, people around the world like my son, Jayden, I want, you know, we want them young kids. Jayden was diagnosed in 1998, you know, when he was 2.5 years old. We want to get timely diagnosis for things when it comes to things that can be diagnosed. Obviously, in the disability world, it's not all about diagnosis. We want to get early help, that help to people when they need it in those early years. We want to make sure we've got an education system, obviously mostly provincial jurisdiction, but we want to make sure we've got an education system that includes people to the maximum. We want to make sure we've got proper housing. We want to make sure we've got employment opportunities, skills development, those kind of things. And of course, as parents, we think oftentimes about what happens when we're gone as parents. And one of the things that I consider when I think about my son Jayden and people like Jayden across the country is we want to make sure that we've got good programs now, right? We want to make sure Jayden has the supports he needs now. We want to make sure Canadians who are vulnerable have the supports that they need right now. But we're also concerned about the future. What happens when we're gone? We want to make sure that the same supports or better supports are there for our loved ones then. I am very concerned right now at the level of government spending overall, at the dramatic, record-setting levels of spending that we've seen overall from this Liberal NDP government recently supported by the Bloc. I'm concerned because when Jayden was diagnosed in 1998, provinces across the country were having difficulty funding diagnosis and early help for people with autism. And one of the reasons that they were having trouble in 1998 was because in 1995, faced with a generation after the massive deficits run up by the Trudeau government in the 70s and 80s, the Liberal government in 1995 initiated a 32% cut, a real cut, not a fake cut like the members often allude to, a real 32% 40% cut in transfers to the provinces for health, social services, and education. I think it was overall in the like $35 billion range overall, just cut, gone, because of a fiscal situation brought on by the massive debt and deficit run up by the Trudeau government in the 70s and 80s. And I feel as though we're going down that road right now. I think the people that are most hurt in the current circumstances by the inflationary policies of this government are the most vulnerable people in Canada who are living on fixed incomes, including Canadians with disabilities. And those populations will be the ones hurt down the road when the real crisis hits because of the fiscal situation that they've created. So, Madam Speaker, I look forward to questions, and I hope that we can come up with some ideas in this place about how we actually create better outcomes for Canadians living with disability.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And one of the things I agree with the member wholeheartedly on is the issue in terms of how I like to believe every member of this House of Commons is in fact understanding and sympathetic and want to do right by people that have disabilities. And I wouldn't exclude anyone from that, Madam Speaker. Having said that, one of the issues surrounding the legislation and the rollout in terms of the program throughout the country is ensuring that provinces don't take any form of clawbacks that take away from people with disabilities. And there are still a number of provinces in Western Canada, for example, the province of Alberta still hasn't given that public commitment. I'm wondering if he could provide his thoughts in regards to the clawback thought.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton.
As the member knows, when we introduced an amendment to deal with clawbacks, they voted against it. And so, but Madam Speaker, on the other topic, what we want, that was what I had said was that we want the same thing. We want to help people, but I also talked about outcomes. Hopefully he didn't miss that part. The reality is that the outcomes we're achieving are not what we want as a country right now. In fact, we're achieving the worst outcomes for vulnerable people in the entire developed world. Life is becoming harder and harder and harder for Canadians with disabilities, to the point, if members want to check, I won't have time to read the quote right now, but take a look into what Inclusion Canada has had to say about it being easier for Canadians to choose death through MAID than it is for Canadians living with disabilities to live. That is shameful, Madam Speaker. We need to get to a place where that situation doesn't exist.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his very logical speech, but I do remember the dark years under the Harper Conservatives when the government cut services for Canadians, for the least well-off, for the most vulnerable, be it the unemployed, public services, or veterans. Here's what I'd like to hear from him today. Our NDP got dental care, especially for seniors who've been eligible since June. We have made concrete gains and wins to help persons with disabilities. Can he commit today to protecting dental care for seniors and to keeping and increasing this benefit?
The NDP has brought up the Harper record multiple times today. So for the record, the Harper government increased health transfers by 6% every single year we were in government. The Harper government, Jim Flaherty as finance minister, introduced the RDSP, introduced Ready, Willing and Able, introduced the Employment Works. We launched a Canadian Autism Partnership. We funded Special Olympics. We got the Ability Centre built in Whitby. We introduced the Working Income Tax Benefit. And I could go on and on and on. Jim Flaherty and the Conservative government were seen as champions for the disability community, notwithstanding what NDP members might be saying today.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And through you, I wanted to thank our colleague from Edmonton, Wetaskiwin, for the tone and substance of his speech. It reminds me of a time a few years ago here where we worked together on a letter to push the government to move forward with 22, and I think we need more of that, as we've seen this in recent days, a more different tone in this place. My question for him, though, I think it's a fair question to ask about what a Conservative future government might do. We do know, for example, that the Canada carbon rebate would be taken away. They've made that very clear. But they haven't been clear about whether they would fix and deliver the Canada Disability Benefit at an adequate income level. I know it's something that he cares about. If there's not a commitment in place already, can he share about what he can do to ensure that that commitment is in place in the near future?
For Edmonton, it would ask a brief answer.
Well, again, I've mentioned this a couple of times. The number one thing that we can do for vulnerable Canadians, whatever the vulnerability might be, is fix the budget, is fix our spending problem in this country, because ultimately it is always the most vulnerable that pay the price. They pay the price in the present because their incomes don't go up with inflation. They pay the price in the future because future governments can't afford to fund innovative new programs because they don't have the budget to do it. So, Madam Speaker, I would say we need to get on top of the budget. We need to get on top of Canada's fiscal crisis exactly for the most vulnerable.
We have to resume debate.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont, La Petite Patrie. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm very honoured to be able to speak today, but I'll also be sharing my time with the incredible member for Winnipeg Centre. Madam Speaker, I can't help but remark that the Conservative member who just finished his speech did not answer the question that I had asked him, and he didn't answer the member for Kitchener Centre's question either, as to whether or not, if unfortunately we have a Conservative government after the next election, will they maintain the Canada Disability Benefit? And if they think it's not good enough, will they improve it? Will they maintain pharmacare? Will they maintain dental care for seniors and for persons with disabilities? No answer. Not a single commitment. All they want to do is cut, but they don't want to say what. I hope that they're not going to make people wait until the election campaign to announce what their agenda is. But because if they really want to cut spending, they need to say what they're going to cut. So it's very troubling, Madam Speaker, this attitude, whether it be from the Conservative members in the House or from the Leader of the official opposition, who systematically refuses to answer questions which are extremely clear and which will impact the lives of millions of Canadians. So I want it to be said clearly and noted that we got no answer, no clear commitment from the Conservatives in this House. And I think at some time they're going to have to be transparent with people. They're going to have to show who they truly are. They're going to have to put their cards on the table so that people can make decisions with all the information. Now, we have a record. For 2.5 years, we forced this minority government to do things that they never would have accepted to do, like, for example, the anti-scab legislation, like sick days for federally regulated workers, like pharmacare for contraceptives and medication for those with diabetes. That's 9 million people in Canada. And also dental care, which has already helped 700,000 people across the country, most of them seniors. But let's come back to the subject of today's debate, and I would like to thank my colleague from the NDP, from Port Moody Coquitlam, for having brought this motion from the Human Resources Committee before the House. It's an opportunity to talk to an issue that's really important in all of our communities. It affects millions of people, particularly 1 million people living with disability who are also living in poverty. And I'd like to take the time, and nobody's gone into this morning, but I think it's important to read the motion before the House. That in the opinion of the committee, the government should safeguard the Canada Disability Benefit from any potential clawbacks and engage in comprehensive consultations with the disability community to ensure the effective implementation of the Canada Disability Benefit by ensuring that the Canada Disability Benefit is really is adequate to help lift people living with disabilities out of poverty. 2, ensuring that the Canada Disability Benefit is accessible through the reconsideration of the disability tax credit as a barrier to access. Because again, there's the question of access and how the measure is administered, and establishing a more equitable and accessible enrollment method. 3, acknowledging the multitude of unseen expenses associated with living with a disability, which exacerbates financial strain, particularly amidst escalating costs of living and inflation crises. Following 4, recognizing the adverse impact of benefit entitlement reduction as families earn higher taxable incomes, which perpetuates cycles of poverty among lower-income households. And 5, by collaborating with provinces and territories to fortify support systems for individuals with disabilities, thereby fostering inclusive and supportive communities across the country. Now, it's an excellent motion, and I'm very happy that we're able to discuss it here in the House, because this is something that could fix the mistakes made by the Liberal government and the broken promise that Bill C-22 represents. It's a measure that's completely insufficient. The Liberals have been promising since 2015 that there would be concrete measures to lift persons living with disabilities out of poverty. But here we have an elephant that has given birth to a mouse. Instead of having really strong measures to lift people out of poverty, what did we get? $200. $200 a month. Peanuts. That's nothing. It's really saying, listen, we've got some crumbs for you, and that should be good enough. We wanted to see a real measure that would really lift 1 million people out of poverty. 1 million people, Madam Speaker, who live very difficult situations every single day. And I'd like to talk about this a little bit, because people who don't live with a disability, people like me, like many people, have a hard time understanding what day-to-day life looks like for somebody, for example, who is in a wheelchair. That's just one example. It might not be particularly original. Maybe people have heard it before, but I've learned over the years, and in working with groups and groups in my riding, the extent to which everything that we consider to be normal, easy, becomes difficult and challenging, whether that be getting a job. The unemployment rate for persons living with disabilities is much higher than the average for the rest of the country. So these are people who are already in precarious situations. Access to jobs is harder to get, and that contributes to poverty. Getting accessible housing. It costs a lot of money to have housing that's adapted to a disability. If somebody's living in a home that isn't adapted to their needs, if they're in a wheelchair or something else, it's very, very difficult. So there are little things that we don't see that mean that the costs associated with adapted housing are high. It's hard to get subsidies or a benefit for that. So people depend on help from their friends, their family, their neighbors. So when you add it all up, it becomes really expensive. The Liberals promised to help these people to improve the day-to-day life for persons with disabilities. But no, once again, it's smoke and mirrors. They said, look, we've fulfilled our promise, but people aren't being helped. The groups that work on this are disappointed. People living with disabilities are disappointed. They're furious. They're frustrated because this doesn't meet their needs. Another issue, transport. It's not always possible for somebody living with a disability to have a car, to drive. But so adapted public transit is insufficient. There's not a lot of access. The buses don't come often enough. It's not accessible enough, so people find themselves having to travel by taxi. If the bus is only coming in 3 hours, but your appointment's in 15 minutes, well, you can't wait for the bus. You have to take a taxi. So all of those costs add up, and people don't necessarily think about that. Now, I represent a riding in Montreal. there are a few metro stations that have elevators. We talk about universal access. It's not easy. Once you're in the metro, you can't leave just anywhere. Sometimes you have to go 3-4 stations further away because there's no elevator. So what do? You wait for a bus, and then the bus doesn't come. You know, it's all these little things that accumulate, that add up, and that creates vulnerability for persons living with disabilities. And we thought that that was going to be recognized by this Liberal government, but no. And that's really, and it leads us to the word of the day is disappointment. Disappointment. That's what the groups on the ground are saying. And there are groups in Rosemont La Petite Patrie that I'm very proud to represent here. There's a bunch of them. The Association pour les personnes à mobilité réduite.
Handicapés. L'Association multiethnique pour l'intégration des personnes handicapées du Québec.
I'll continue listing.
de Montréal. Le Centre d'autisme à pas de géant. L'Association des parents pour la déficience intellectuelle, le PARDI. Le Regroupement pour la trisomie 21. Deaf Fils sans limite.
Point of order.
Dauphin, Swan River. Oh, il semble que l'interprétation.
It seems that interpretation wasn't working. Is it working now? Sorry. The honourable member has 30 seconds to conclude. Thank you, Madam Speaker. You'll allow me to start up with this list of local organizations that are doing incredible work in my community, and I have the pleasure and the honour of representing them here in the House. The Association d'aide aux loisirs pour personnes à autonomie réduite, the Regroupement spécialisé pour personnes d'emploi pour personnes handicapées,
l'Association multiethnique pour l'intégration des le Centre d'autisme à pas de géant, l'Association des parents pour la déficience intellectuelle, le Regroupement pour la trisomie 21, Deaf Fils sans limite et le comité...
Unfortunately, I need to interrupt the member again. We need to go to questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House.
Madam Speaker, the Canada Disability Benefit Program is one of a number of national programs that have been put into place by this government. And as a budgetary line, it was the largest significant increased budget of just over $6 billion, that's with a B, dollars. And I do believe it is a good, solid first step. The question I have for the member is, to what degree, how much money would the NDP have budgeted for this particular line, given that we came up with $6 billion? How much would they have budgeted for it?
The Honourable Member for Rosemont La Petite Patrie. Well, Madam Speaker, we will budget the sums that are necessary to lift people out of poverty. It's not any more complicated than that. It's that simple because it's essential. And this is money that is going to come back into the community and which is going to create spending in our economy, in our local economy. It'll be good for everyone. It'll be good for those people and it's going to be good for local businesses. But the member for Winnipeg North earlier today, he said, listen, we'd love to be able to do it. And I'll remind him that he is in power.
In comments, the Honourable Member for Dauphin, Swan River, Nipawin.
Nipawin. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member talked about disappointment from this government, from the Liberal government, but also I might remind the member, Madam Speaker, that he supported all those movements through the Liberals. He supported quadrupling the carbon tax for home heating bills. He supported the housing crisis. He supported the cost of living crisis that we have in Canada right now. He supported the crimes problems we have on our streets that directly impact the people in poverty. I'm wondering, he talked about disappointment. I wonder if the people from Montreal that he represents are disappointed in him supporting this Liberal government.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont La Petite Patrie. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague. Things are great in Montreal. I have a lot of support. Don't worry about it. But thank you for your concern. It's appreciated. However, the question that I'd like to ask the Conservative Party is, you know, when we saw the years of cuts to public services and direct services to the population under the dark Stephen Harper years, are they ready to commit today to the gains that the NDP has put in place to help seniors, to help workers, to offer dental care, to offer pharmacare, to offer this disability, even if it's insufficient, will they maintain those programs which directly help millions of people, or are they going to cut them again?
Comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Speaker, and thank you to the member for his speech today. Madam Speaker, I'm wondering if the member can share with us the dangers of a Conservative government, not just based on what they have done historically, but what it would look like moving forward. We have a leader of the Conservative Party who have outright said that he would cut a school food program, that he would cut dental care, that he would cut pharmacare. We know he does not support childcare. We know that he wants to, as the former government has done before, increase the pension age from 65 to 67. There's a history here. There's also a current leader who is talking about cutting the exact services that people living with disabilities need and deserve. And so can the member speak to how important it is for us to truly lift people out of disabilities and not just have talking points from the Conservatives who have no record to show they would make a difference?
The Honourable Member for Rosemont La Petite Patrie. Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. An excellent question from my colleague from Nanaimo Ladysmith. And I would like to note that according to most economists, eliminating poverty linked to disability would reduce poverty in Canada by 40%. And that's not nothing. 40% of poverty would be eliminated if there'd been a serious measure here. But she's asked an excellent question. The Conservatives, beyond their ridiculous slogans, when they say they're going to fix the budget, what does that mean, fix the budget? Well, I'll interpret that for you. It means cut. Cut. It means cuts for persons living with disabilities. It means cuts for seniors. It means cuts to services for veterans, cuts for those who are unemployed. That's what we saw under the dark years of the Stephen Harper government.
The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. And I want to start out by commending my colleague from Port Moody, Coquitlam, for putting forward this debate. It's a debate that is long overdue, and I spent the morning listening to the debate, and certainly particularly the Liberals putting the problem of poverty, blaming poverty on one's disability instead of their failed systems and their failure to provide adequate programs to ensure that we can end legislative poverty in this country once and for all. Something that is absolutely ableist, Madam Speaker. I know there was a real offense to me calling a speech ableist this morning that likened the poverty of the disability community to their disability as an ableist rhetoric. Well, I stand by that, Madam Speaker, because the reason we are in this crisis today is because of legislative poverty against Indigenous people. We know that this benefit is totally inadequate and needs to be fixed. And we know the Liberals broke their promise to the disability community and their decision to underfund this benefit, even though they're claiming this is a good start. A good start, a $200 benefit. A $200 benefit at a time of an inflationary crisis, an affordability crisis. This is unacceptable, Madam Speaker, and this benefit in its current form will leave over 1 million people in poverty. That's unacceptable. This Liberal government has tried to put off putting in place the disability benefit, requesting consultation after consultation. We've had enough consultation. They've certainly run out of the "we need to consult more" excuse. We know it needs to be done, and we know it needs to be done now, because we know that almost 1 million persons with disabilities live in poverty in Canada. And we know this has gotten worse with the rising costs of food, rent, housing. We know that it's becoming more difficult for everybody, particularly the disability community that often has extra costs related to their disability, has been made even worse. And this has happened over decades and decades of consecutive Liberal and Conservative governments. And we know what Conservative governments do. I certainly saw it in Manitoba. They cut. They cut health care. They cut education. We know the current leader of the Conservative Party said he will cut the school food program. He will cut the dental care program. He will cut the pharmacare program. So I don't ever count on the Conservatives for ensuring the human rights of all peoples in this country. In fact, they push constantly against and vote against measures to ensure the human rights and dignity of all people, including the disability community. And we know the current disability support programs have been further eroded by the current affordability crisis. Like I said, we can't afford cuts, and we can't afford anymore a Liberal government that turns a blind eye on their willful human rights violations against the disability community and then gets angered when they're called out for it, gets defensive when they get called out for it. Especially because both the Conservatives and Liberals have had no shortage of subsidizing their rich CEO friends and rich corporations, whether it be Loblaws and the campaign manager, Jenny Burns, running the show, or, spending $12 million on fridges. Now, New Democrats will continue to fight for this benefits. New Democrats will continue to fight to improve the material conditions of all people. That's exactly what I tried to do with the Guaranteed Livable Basic Income. The Guaranteed Livable Basic Income that was supported by disability groups from across the country, in addition to current and future government supports and services. And guess what happened? The Conservatives and Liberals voted against it. A Guaranteed Livable Basic Income that would have lifted the disability community out of poverty, in addition to current and future supports meant to meet their specific and special needs. Special and specific needs. And what do Conservatives and Liberals do at every turn? Vote against. Vote against measures. Vote against measures to lift people out of poverty. We have persons with disabilities receiving provincial and territorial disability income supports. They have, or with this new benefit, are at risk of clawbacks from provincial and municipal programs. The way that it is set up, it's even hard for many people in the community to qualify. We want to get this benefit in the pockets of people by 2024, not 2025 like the Liberals are promising. After the next election, 20 years from now, all these grandiose announcements, but nothing is getting out the door. And the NDP will continue to fight to make sure that all people living across Canada live above the poverty line. And if it wasn't for the Liberals and Conservatives, we could have done that with the Guaranteed Livable Basic Income, something that Conservatives laughed at and the Liberals threw out the door. We want to see that people are automatically enrolled in, all low-income persons with disabilities are enrolled in provincial and territorial disability support programs. And we want to see this government work with provinces and territories to secure a commitment to ensure that no clawbacks will occur should anybody receive this benefit. And yet, we wait. We wait on this Liberal government in spite of overwhelming outrage that has occurred. We continue to wait for this Liberal government to do the right thing. And let me share some of the outrage. Disability Without Poverty, in quotes, said, "We have a crisis of poverty in this country. Over 41% of people impacted are people with disabilities. This cannot be ignored anymore in a country like ours." B. Brusk, president of the Canadian Labour Congress, is quoted saying, "From barriers to employment to affordable housing."
Okay. It is my duty to interrupt the proceedings at this time and put forthwith the question on the motion now before the House. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, I suspect if you were to confirm it, you will find that there was unanimous consent that was given to the member from the Green Party to be able to speak.
Green Party, the name is May speaker? What was the motion?
Yeah, it was for Kitchener Centre. Yeah. The question is as follows. Ms. Zorillo, seconded by Ms. Barron, moved that the 20th report of the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities, presented on Wednesday, May 8, 2024, be concurred in.
It's here now.
Okay, the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf yes, is.
I'm just verifying, Madam Speaker, that the Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre will be allowed to speak at this moment.
Does the Honourable Member have unanimous consent to speak now? The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. An honour to rise to participate in this debate. I want to start by sharing why this debate is so important. Across the country, 1.5 million folks with disabilities are living in poverty. It's about 40% of those living in poverty across the country. This summer, I was at St. John's Kitchen, operated by the Working Centre right downtown Kitchener. It's a gathering place for diverse folks across our community, and a lot of those who are living in poverty might be living unsheltered, at risk of homelessness. And time and again, I would be chatting with folks and felt like I had the same conversation over and over. I'd learned that someone is living on the Ontario Disability Support Program, and they'd share with me about how difficult life is living in poverty, and I'd start to share them a bit about this new Canada Disability benefit. But as I did so, they would learn that it's a maximum of only $200 a month. It's not starting until July of next year. And to access it, well, they had to apply for this disability tax credit if they didn't have it already. And okay, well, what's involved in that? Well, that's an 18-page form. How do I get that form, I would be asked. Okay, well, we got to find a way to print that and then find a doctor who's willing to complete 16 pages of that 18-page form. A doctor who might have done it before, because often the case is that if the doctor hasn't done it before, they're either unwilling or wouldn't know how to complete it. And time and again, I just felt exhausted realizing that these are people who almost have been provided a process designed for them to fail. So how did we get here? Well, this was a commitment from the Liberal Party in their platform in 2021. The quote from that platform, "This new benefit will reduce poverty amongst persons with disabilities in the same manner as the Guaranteed Income Supplement and the Canada Child Benefit." The minister at the time would later say that this was going to be a generational benefit. Quote, "the sleeper legacy piece if we do it right." And after community pressure from the disability community, letters both in this House and in the Senate, that led to Bill C-22 getting introduced. It was then improved at committee. Glad to have worked with colleagues to have secured 5 improvements that came from the disability community, including requiring that the benefit be indexed to inflation, including requiring that the disability community be meaningfully engaged in the process of the regulations where almost every important decision was left to, and including one that would require that the benefit application process be barrier-free. Now, sadly, we had also attempted to extend the benefit for those over the age of 65. That was ruled out of order and continues to be a significant point of contention that a person's disability does not end at 65, and neither should the Canada Disability Benefit. But as I mentioned earlier, almost every important decision was left to the regulations. And that's what we learned about just a few months ago after learning in the budget that the governing party was proposing just this maximum of $200 a month behind the disability tax credit, and not till July of next year. At the time, what I shared in this place is it just felt so unserious. It felt to me like that this government was playing politics with the lives of people who had been marginalized for a very long time. With the rest of my time, what I'd like to do, though, is just provide solutions of what we could still do with the remaining time in this Parliament to fix the Canada Disability Benefit. It's included in the regulation I submitted that was required just a few weeks ago. There are 7 specific items that could be addressed in the Canada Disability Benefit, all of which come directly from the disability community. The first is just remove the barriers to the application process by automatically enrolling folks who are already on provincial and territorial and federal programs, including CPPD, and get rid of the barrier that is the disability tax credit. Here's what Catherine, a person with a disability, shared with me this summer. Quote, requiring those who may be eligible for the CDB to apply or reapply for the benefit will put significant strain on the already overworked healthcare professionals who have patient loads so large that paperwork issues are frequently placed as a last priority item by these professionals and will cause significant delays in the delivery of the benefit to those who need it the most. Well, Catherine's right. Here are the stats. The CRA reports that in 2022 alone, they received over 133,000 phone calls from folks having issues accessing the disability tax credit, and only 600 of those calls got redirected to navigators that could help the person. If the DTC is to be used at all, it should only be used as another method of getting access, an optional, additional item in addition to provincial programs like ODSP and federal programs like CPPD. Second, remove this second barrier that is another new application process so that a person doesn't have to have both the DTC and apply a second time. In fact, in the regulations, what they state is that this is going to be an additional application for those who have the DTC, and it's going to have to be repeated if the person ever needs to reapply for the DTC. Just get rid of that application altogether and have it as an opt-out so that folks with disabilities who have already been assessed through other programs, federally or provincially, would directly have access to the Canada Disability Benefit. Third, and really importantly, we should be supporting the independence and dignity of an individual person with a disability by means testing to the individual's income and not family's income, as the regulations currently propose. Extend to Family Waterloo Region, an organization serving folks with disabilities in my community, referred to this measure as, quote, dehumanizing in their June letter to the minister. Michael, from my community, who lives with a disability, here are his words. Quote, one of the many issues for disabled people is they often get trapped in abusive relationships due to income levels. One cannot escape and set up an independent life free of abuse when they have no or extremely limited income of their own. Expecting a person's spouse or partner to completely support them not only adds to the stress of the relationship, but gives an abusive partner a way to trap and control them. End of quote. The federal government should acknowledge that folks with disabilities should have the independence of means testing to their individual income alone. Fourth, probably one of the most important, is increase the maximum amount to actually lift people above the poverty line. Here are the numbers we have already. StatsCan reports the low-income measure for the after-tax threshold is just over $28,000 for an individual and over $40,000 for a couple. In Waterloo Region, my community, the market basket measure is about over $26,000 and $37,000 for a couple. Well, ODSP in Ontario, for example, is just over $1,300 a month, less than $16,000 a year. And there is not a single provincial or territorial program for folks with disabilities that when you add $200 from the CDB, even if a person qualifies for the max amount, that would lift that person above the poverty line. Words that were shared with me from Chad this summer, $200 a month isn't going to do much for disabled Canadians. It's clear that the maximum benefit amount is insufficient and should be the true supplement that was originally proposed, that with provincial and territorial programs would lift someone above the poverty line. Fifth, raise the income threshold as it stands right now. When a person makes more than $23,000 a year, which is below the poverty line, the CDB is going to get rolled back. That amount should obviously be above the poverty line, taking into account, ideally, the additional costs that a person with a disability incurs. Six, we need to fast-track the benefit. And this is where so many folks in the disability community have called out that this government moved quickly on CERB. They could do it again here. The disability community has called it the Disability Emergency Response Benefit, to move quicker with a benefit of some kind. Now they could at least move quicker with the Canada Disability Benefit and put it into force more quickly as well. And so to close, to colleagues from all parties, we have a moment here where this still could be addressed. The governing party could use this as a moment to demonstrate to Canadians that this is a signature priority of theirs in either the fall economic statement or the budget. My colleagues in other parties could demand this of the governing party for their support in this minority parliament. And as Greens, we're going to continue to prioritize it, because the fact is that the disability community has been unwavering in telling this government what they must do. Now's our chance to listen.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I think it is important to recognize that the government has put this as a priority, as a signature priority issue. For the very first time ever, we actually have a national program. Over $6 billion was allocated for it. That's the single largest budget increase on a line. The question I have for the member is that when we talk about the $200 a month, and we've had clear indication that this is a very good, solid first step, how much money does the member believe we should be providing a month? He inferred $1,000. Does he actually have a tangible amount that we can take back and get some sort of a cost analysis done?
The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At minimum, this government should follow through on what it promised to do, which was model it after the Guaranteed Income Supplement, which is about a $15 or $16 billion a year program. The $6 billion we hear cited by the governing parties over 6 years, so it's actually only $1 billion a year. The amount, as I mentioned in my speech, should be enough to supplement provincial and territorial programs above the poverty line, whether that's, for example, taking the market basket measure in Waterloo Region, it would amount to just over $1,000 a month or so. And we sum that up in a way that does end up being a significant generational program. They can find the money for it if they didn't give billions for carbon capture and storage, billions to fossil fuel companies across the country. Those are the dollars we could be getting to folks with disabilities who need it the most.
The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague across the aisle there for his speech. The Liberal government made a big deal about doing something for the disabled, but instead of listening to the disabled community who were asking for $1,300 a month, they came with a benefit that was $200 a month. And at the same time, they jacked up the carbon tax so that groceries cost $700 more per year, and the cost of housing was doubled under this government. And so essentially now disabled people are even worse off, and they seem not to do anything about it. Does the member agree that they've made things worse, not better?
The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to start by recognizing that the member for Sarnia-Lambton was one of the very first to join the letter I mentioned that we initiated, a number of parliamentarians early on in this session, to ensure that we had MPs from all parties who were advocating. The Liberal Party, Conservative, Bloc, NDP, and Green joined in on that letter, and she was a really critical part of that. If we're going to be honest, though, about the rising cost of living, I have to be clear, it is corporate profits that are the main element of it. And I know she likes talking about removing the carbon rebates, but there are no rebates on the gouging of the oil and gas industry. And when we look at price at the pumps for folks in my community and hers, while the carbon tax went up 2 cents a litre, the profits of the industry were 18 cents a litre. If we want to make life more affordable, that's where we should be focusing our time, getting those dollars to folks with disabilities and others living in poverty who need it the most.
The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I congratulate my colleague on his very interesting speech. It's clear that he takes this very seriously and is knowledgeable. Sometimes, though we may not sit on a particular committee, we can take interest in a file and make a difference. His comments were very constructive and helpful. What he said could help those living with disabilities. In fact, Madam Speaker, my son has a disability, so this debate is important to me. It's meaningful to me, and we hope that the government will be more ambitious and more generous. I'm not trying to make people feel bad for me and my family, but some people lead very difficult lives, have to make a lot of sacrifices, and they don't want to always have to fight to be supported by the government. They want the same quality of life that we all enjoy. Thank you to my honourable colleague and friend, the member for Les Patriotes Verchères, Pierre Boucher. Thank you for his comments. And through you, Madam Speaker, I would like to tell him that we all have the opportunity to use our platform here to take things further. The bloc supported C-22 at every stage. The bloc now has the power to have its demands upheld by this minority government. We need to fix the disability benefit. That could be one of their main asks of the government.
This time and put forth with the question on the motion now before the House.
The question is as follows.
Madame Zarrillo.
Ms. Zarrillo, seconded by Ms. Barron, moves that the 20th report of the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities, presented on Wednesday, May 8th, 2024, be concurred in.
Participating in person wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair.
Madame Cirillo.
The honourable member. Oh.
No.
Sorry?
She's asking. Yeah, someone has to request a vote first. So we can go to Ms. Cirillo.
The honourable parliamentary secretary to the government house leader.
Hang on.
Vote, Madam Speaker.
She was asking. She wanted to ask her.
Okay. Pursuant to Standing Order 45, the division stands to... No? Okay. The Honourable Whip for the government.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In accordance with Standing Order 45, subsection 8, I request that the recorded division be deferred until Monday, October the 7th, following the time provided for oral questions.
En conséquence, le vote par appel nominal est différé.
Pursuant to Standing Order 45, the division does stand deferred until Monday at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions.
Okay. We are in petitions now? Yeah. Presenting petitions. L'honorable député de Rosemont-la-Petite.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The first petition I'm tabling today is about the environment. Scientific research has shown us that environmental crises are multiplying. There are problems with biodiversity, overuse of resources, pollution. Ecocide is incredibly important. There have been ecocide laws proposed in many countries like Chile, the United Kingdom, and recently similar crimes of ecocide have been added as crimes. So this petition calls on the recognition of ecocide as a crime, and that this Parliament recognize the international crime of ecocide. The second petition I'm tabling, Madam Speaker, is about parental leave for mothers under the Employment Insurance Act. Women who already are disadvantaged on the labor market and face inequities are usually still the ones who take on more family responsibilities. Women are the parents who tend to take the most parental leave weeks after the birth of a child. But if they lose their job during their maternal leave or just after, they lose their EI benefits. This affects 3,000 women per year. We could quickly solve this problem by amending the Employment Insurance Act so that benefits are given for a larger period and so that women are not penalized by the current legislation. That's what we are calling for through this petition. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Those are my petitions to file today.
Petitions, the Honourable Member for Dauphin, Swan River, and Nipwa.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honour to present a petition on behalf of constituents. Madam Speaker, I rise for the 47th time on behalf of the people of Swan River, Manitoba, to present a petition on the rising rate of crime. The community of Swan River is overwhelmed by the extreme levels of crime because of this Liberal government's soft on crime laws like Bill C-5 and Bill C-75. Jail has become a revolving door of repeat offenders, as Bill C-75 allows violent offenders to be in jail in the morning and back on the street the same day, and Bill C-5 allows criminals to serve their sentences from home. The people of Swan River see crime in the streets every day, and that's why they're calling for jail, not bail, for violent repeat offenders. Madam Speaker, the people of Swan River demand that this Liberal government repeal their soft on crime policies that directly threaten their livelihoods and their community. I support the good people of Swan River.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Chilliwack-Hope.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have three petitions I'd like to table today. The first calls upon the House of Commons to adopt Bill S-210, Protecting Young Persons from Exposure to Pornography Act. The second petition calls on the Government of Canada to make each province and territory that receives a social transfer payment from the federal government accountable for how they spend the money, how much the disabled people receive each month, and make them accountable to make sure the intended people for this money get their fair share and that it is not being spent on something other than social programs. And finally, the third petition calls upon the Government of Canada to stop the expansion of medical assistance in dying to those with mental illness. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Présentation de pétition, the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honour to rise on behalf of constituents in Saanich Gulf Islands deeply concerned about the perilous state of old-growth forests throughout British Columbia. In fact, of the high productive old-growth forests of British Columbia, only 2.7% remain. And of that 2.7%, Madam Speaker, petitioners point out that 75% of that is slated for logging. Petitioners recognize the close relationship between the Indigenous peoples of British Columbia, and particularly of Vancouver Island, close connection to the old-growth forest for many, both traditionally ceremonial, spiritual, and, in fact, harvesting and subsistence lifestyles. The petitioners therefore call on the government to work with the provinces and First Nations to halt old-growth logging throughout these endangered ecosystems, to fund the protection in collaboration with Indigenous peoples, and particularly benefiting from the climate benefits of maintaining old growth, to support value-added initiatives for forests, and by particularly banning the export of raw logs, and to end the practice of using whole trees in wood pellet biofuel production. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm grateful for the opportunity to present a number of petitions to the House today. Madam Speaker, and this is the first one. Petitioners of their own accord have noted that, quote, after 9 years, it's clear that this Prime Minister is not worth the cost, the crime, or the corruption. They further note that this failed Prime Minister and his failed NDP Liberal government has increased the cost of everything and failed to take responsibility for their failures, and that crime, chaos, drugs, and disorder are filling our streets due to the failed policies of this Prime Minister and his NDP Liberal government. Therefore, these petitioners call on the Government of Canada to axe the tax, build the homes, fix...
On a petition?
You cannot read the petition. The member is clearly reading the petition.
We definitely do have that rule, and I'm sorry I was distracted. Why don't we just give a brief summary of the petition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do understand that this is a sensitive matter for members of the government. So just to summarize, Madam Speaker, this petition is asking the House to axe the tax, build the homes, fix. That's what it says, Madam.
Okay, yes, but that the honourable member has already
build the homes,
spoken
fix
about
the budget, and stop the crime. It further calls for an immediate non-confidence vote in this government and a carbon tax election. So I'll commend that petition to the consideration of the House, Madam Speaker. I assure that it was a nonpartisan association of citizens in my riding that put that petition together, Madam Speaker. The next petition is in support of an excellent private member's bill, C-257, that I've put forward. Petitioners ask the House to recognize that political discrimination is a serious problem in this country, that our human rights legislation provides protection for people from various kinds of discrimination, but does not protect people from discrimination on the basis of political views or activity. And they note that Bill C-257 would make that simple change to protect people from discrimination on the basis of their political views. Petitioners call on the House to support Bill C-257 and further to defend the rights of Canadians to peacefully express their political opinions. The next petition that I am tabling in the House deals with policies of this government with respect to natural health products, changes that have been made by this government. Petitioners are opposed to those changes, and they're supportive of a private member's bill by my colleague from Red Deer that would seek to restore the freedoms that existed previously. Petitioners note that Liberals are threatening access to natural health products through new rules that would mean higher costs and fewer products available on store shelves. And they call on the Government of Canada to reverse the changes that were made in the last Liberal budget with respect to natural health products. Next, I'm tabling a petition in support of Bill S-210, Protecting Young Persons from Exposure to Pornography Act. Petitioners note that sexually explicit material, including demeaning and violent sexual material, can be easily accessed on the Internet by young persons. A significant portion of the sexually explicit material accessed online is made available for commercial purposes and is not protected by any effective age verification technology. Petitioners also note that online age verification technology is increasingly sophisticated and can now effectively ascertain the age of a user without in any way breaching their privacy rights, and that these recommendations have been made by stakeholders in a 2017 study to the Standing Committee on Health that are reflected in Bill S-210. Therefore, petitioners call upon the House to adopt Bill S-210 as quickly as possible. The next petition deals with proposals that we have seen for the legalization of euthanasia for children in Canada. Petitioners in particular note a proposal from Louis Roy of the Quebec College of Physicians and Surgeons, a recommendation to allow euthanasia for, quote, babies from birth to 1 year of age. Obviously, Madam Speaker, this would take place without the consent of the individuals being killed. Petitioners are deeply troubled by and opposed to this proposal. They believe that the killing of children is always wrong and call on the Government of Canada to block any attempt to legalize euthanasia for minors. The next petition that I am tabling deals with the ongoing persecution of Falun Gong practitioners in China. They note that Falun Gong is a traditional Chinese spiritual discipline which consists of meditation exercises and moral teaching based on the principles of truthfulness, compassion, and tolerance. The petition outlines the history of the persecution that has taken place against Falun Gong practitioners, as well as the work done by various eminent Canadians bringing attention to this issue, and how their leadership led to the passage of a private member's bill finally banning any Canadian complicity in forced organ harvesting and trafficking. Petitioners call for stronger measures from Parliament and from the government to respond to the horrific ongoing persecution of Falun Gong practitioners. They want to see this House pass a resolution to establish measures to stop the Chinese Communist regime's crimes of systematically murdering Falun Gong practitioners for their organs, and to publicly call for an end to the persecution of Falun Gong in China. The next petition responds to a proposal from the last Liberal platform to apply political criteria, ideological criteria, to the charitable status determination process. In particular, the Liberal platform in the last election proposed to deny charitable status to organizations that have convictions about abortion that the Liberal Party views as dishonest. Petitioners note that this proposal would jeopardize the charitable status of hospitals, houses of worship, schools, homeless shelters, and other charitable organizations who do work widely recognized to be good work, simply because of the personal convictions of the organization and those involved in it. Petitioners say that this would involve the creation of a values test associated with charitable status, similar to what we saw applied by this government to the Canada Summer Jobs Program. And petitioners believe that charities and other non-profit organizations should not be discriminated against on the basis of their political views or religious values, and should not be subject to a politicized values test, and that all Canadians have a right under the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms to freedom of expression without discrimination. Petitioners therefore call on the House of Commons to protect and preserve the application of charitable status on a politically and ideologically neutral basis without a discrimination, and they further want to see the House affirm the right of Canadians to freedom of expression. The next petition that I'm tabling deals with the human rights situation in Eritrea, as well as political interference in Canadian affairs that petitioners say is the result of actions and decisions by the Eritrean government. This is a lengthy petition, but I'll summarize it, Madam Speaker. Petitioners note that Eritrea has been ruled by an authoritarian, brutal dictator under a totalitarian system for the last 30 years, without a constitution, no elections, no parliament, no freedom of the press, no freedom of movement and association. That Eritreans continue to flee indefinite military conscription, religious persecution, that about 30% of Eritrea's population has fled to escape from severe human rights violations, that those who do flee are still subject to potential violence and intimidation when they have left. Petitioners note as well that many human rights activists have started working to ensure that community events that are organized as proxies for the Eritrean embassy are recognized for what they are. They raise concern about Eritrean foreign interference, as well as the Eritrean dictator's overt alignment with Vladimir Putin and his assistance of the Russian government with their advancement of their strategic goals in Africa. Petitioners therefore call on the Government of Canada to engage Eritrean political and human rights activists and pro-democracy groups to take a leadership role among Western allies to challenge the Eritrean dictator's malicious actions, including his collaboration with Vladimir Putin. They call for an investigation into Eritrean foreign interference in Canada, enforcement of Canada's asylum laws against those who are supporters of the regime, and they also highlight a number of political prisoners whose names I've listed before. I don't think I have time to read them off today, but a number of political prisoners, including Dawit Isaak and 11 imprisoned.
We are done. Questions on the order paper? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand this time, please.
Great. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day: privilege, standing in the name of Mr. Scheer. Alleged failure to produce documents pertaining to Sustainable Development Technology Canada. Resuming debate on the amendment of Mr. Berthold.
Debate, the Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Now I'm continuing my debate from last night before I was so rudely cut off by the Speaker last night, which I think was you, actually. I think I have about 6.5 minutes. Last night I was talking about, of course, the reason we're here today, which is the government's refusal to hand over documents ordered by Parliament, by all three parties on this side of the House, regarding the green funding scandal. And of course, people are asking which green funding scandal, because only the Liberal government can be so corrupt that they actually have subsets of their scandals. We have 3 ongoing right now. There's the Environment Canada grants and contribution audit scandal right now, where they list off lack of governance issues, ineligible grants given, including to such companies as Rio Tinto, fine Canadian company, but they have been noted for a lot of environmental concerns, but they're also worth $220 billion US, and yet this government is giving them millions. Other companies, Cement Lafarge, received billions. Another one, Holcomb Group, which is worth $30 billion, has received millions from the government. And of course, there's the other scandal around the Green Accelerator Fund that the Auditor General had pointed out. One of the issues is they had that companies were receiving funding without actually showing what they were actually going to do to reduce greenhouse gases with that. Also, the Auditor General noted ineligible companies, no due diligence being done before $8 billion given out. Now, here's some of the companies that received some of that $8 billion. Algoma Steel, which is worth $2 billion. And these are the companies that were noted by the AG that did not have proper paperwork, did not possibly even be eligible for the funding, but still receive it from the Liberal government. So Algoma was worth $2 billion, received $200 million. ArcelorMittal, which is worth $329 billion, got $400 million. Foreign company got $400 million from the government. FCA Canada, Stellantis, on top of their billions they received for batteries, worth $55 billion, got $500 million more under the net accelerator. It goes on and on. These 8 companies, including Pratt & Whitney, which by the way is worth $250 billion, received $61 million. These 8 companies are worth over $1 trillion and receive probable ineligible funding from the government. Now, there's a line that I want to point out here from the Net Accelerator report from the Auditor General. Now, keep in mind again, the Auditor General pointed out this money was given out without proper due diligence. This money was given out without companies or even the government figuring out if they were going to reduce greenhouse gas emissions for the billions given by Canadian taxpayers. Now, the line is from page 8, for those wanting to follow along at home. A project above $50 million also requires Treasury Board approval, concurrence letters from ministers of other departments, and cabinet approval, but it can be fast-tracked with a letter to the Prime Minister. So we have 8 companies noted that received funding up to this $8 billion that were probably not eligible. The Auditor General herself stated due diligence was not done. Companies received money that were not eligible. Companies applied and received money despite showing no plan to reduce GHG emissions, but can be fast-tracked if it's above $50 million by the Prime Minister. Algoma Steel, which I noted, above $50 million. Stellantis above $50 million. Nexstar Energy, also Stellantis above $50 million. General Motors, which is worth $70 billion, also got money above the $50 million. So I have to ask, what was Cabinet's role? What was the Prime Minister's role? Was the Prime Minister involved in fast-tracking it? I'd have to ask that, and I would probably answer yes. Because it's clear from the government's own rules, these companies were not eligible. and yet somehow they got fast-tracked to receive the money through the Treasury Board, through Cabinet, and fast-tracked through the Prime Minister himself. 2 million Canadians lining up at food banks, veterans having to rely on the Veterans Food Bank Association of Edmonton, veterans having to go to a food bank, and yet $8 billion fast-tracked by Treasury Board, Cabinet, and probably the Prime Minister himself. Taxpayers' money going to large, profitable corporations worth $1 trillion without probably even being eligible. And then, of course, we have the Green Slush Fund, where the Auditor General points out that Liberals turned Sustainable Development Technology Canada into a slush fund for Liberal insiders. $53 million given to 10 ineligible projects. Of course, this seems kind of small peanuts compared to the accelerator scandal. $250 million given out to 186 cases with projects which board members hold a conflict of interest. $58 million to projects without ensuring contribution agreements were met. Recurring issue with the government, the same issue with the contribution agreements from Environment Canada. So we have the House, the Conservatives, the Bloc, and the NDP all demanding that the documents related to the third Green Slush Fund, for those trying to keep track at home on their scorecards, it's a third one related to the Sustainable Development Funding. Asked for the documents to be turned over to the RCMP. Parliament has the supreme privilege in this case. The government doesn't get to decide, bureaucrats do not get to decide what can be released when Parliament demands it. The government is covering up. The government is refusing to hand over the documents despite the will of the majority of this House. The government must learn that Parliament is supreme, not the Prime Minister's office, not the Prime Minister, not Liberal members of Parliament. Parliament is supreme. It's time for them to stop the cover-up and hand over the documents.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker. Think of it in this sense. The Conservative Party on corruption, and this is just a short list, anti-terrorism, Phoenix scandal, G8 spending scandal, the E&TS scandal, the F-35 scandal, the Senate scandal, election scandals, plural. You might find this hard to believe, but not once did the Conservative Party ever go around collecting all the data and then shift it right from their offices over to the RCMP. Not once. Instead, they took the approach of burying it as far as you can underground. Madam Speaker, now we have a Conservative Party that believes they're better investigators than the RCMP. They're saying, let's gather the information and shift it over to the RCMP. Who cares about the Constitution and Charter rights? My question is, where was this enthusiasm when the Conservatives were in government to get to the bottom of the huge number? I just cited a few, Madam Speaker, of those scandals.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
Here we have the most corrupt government probably in the history of Canada. And what is their response to billions of dollars given to their friends? It's Harper's fault. Why didn't Harper do more about it? It is a disgraceful response for this member who's been here long enough to know better. I'm going to quote from Michelle Bedard, who's the law clerk and parliamentary counsel, the House of Commons. There is no limit to the right of the House of Commons and of its committees to order the production of documents, providing that the documents are available in paper and electronic form and are in Canada. The power is subject only to exceptions and limits explicitly stipulated by Parliament. It's very clear. Parliament has asked for these documents. Parliament decides, not the member from Winnipeg North, not the PMO. Parliament decides. Parliament wants to get to the bottom of this scandal. The government needs to comply with the order of Parliament.
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague, who I sit with on the Public Accounts Committee, for his speech. It's an important subject for me, and I think it's an important subject for him. The lack of transparency and the lack of accountability from this government to Crown corporations. When they put money in Crown corporations, they can do pretty much whatever they want, and in the case of the foundation, that's a bit the problem that we're seeing here. The department put all responsibility and accountability on that organization in this issue. And we're talking about $1 billion of taxpayers' money. And we know that a lot of that money has been mismanaged. I'd like to hear my colleagues' thoughts on that.
I'd like to thank my colleague from Public Accounts for her comments and her question. She has done a fine job searching for or fighting for transparency from this government. It's clear from all the witnesses we've heard, including a whistleblower, the Minister of Industry was aware, the government was aware, Liberal MPs were aware, and yet at every point of bringing the information forward, the Liberal government suppressed this information. The government has got to come clean. It makes you wonder, they are allowing days of their agenda to be sidelined to protect the government from releasing this. You have to ask, what are they trying to hide that they're willing to sacrifice days and days of their legislation being held or debated in the House in order to cover up? Are they protecting the Minister of Industry? Are they protecting the Liberal government? Why are they not doing their job in protecting Canadians and taxpayers instead?
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Chilliwack.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wanted to talk a bit about the decision of the former Industry Minister Navdeep Bains to appoint chair of the SDTC, who was clearly in conflict, having received funds from that same program. Did anyone warn the Minister of Industry, Navdeep Bains, at the time that there could be a conflict of interest? And if those warnings were given, what did Minister Bains do with that information?
The Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
Thank you. I'd like to thank my colleague from Chilliwack Hope for the question. He could have just reached over and asked, but I'm glad we put it on the record. This is not a new program, the STDC. It's been around for decades. Surprise, or I guess not surprisingly, knowing this government, it got a clean bill of health from the Auditor General up until about the time the Liberals took over. Navdeep Bains fired the board that provided excellent governance, that gave STDC a clean bill of health, and appointed Liberal cronies. There was pushback, warnings from the board, from the existing board members, that this would be an issue. Instead, he turned his back on the advice, he turned his back on governance, he turned his back on taxpayers, and opened up the trough for Liberal insiders. And that's what we're trying to get to the bottom of with this Green Slush Fund scandal.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Sandwich-Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for the historical reminder that this program was indeed around for decades and had a fine track record. It was created under former Prime Minister Jean Chrétien, and it was extremely well managed in the former administration of Stephen Harper. I say that also recognizing that my predecessor as the member for Sandwich-Gulf Islands, Gary Lunn, was the Minister for Natural Resources, and quite frequently trotted out the impressive statistics that there was a significant multiplier factor, that money given through SDTC was actually more than government money because it prompted other private sector investments in cutting-edge technology. It's a tragedy that the program skidded into what is clearly a reeking scandal. Can my honourable colleague, he suggested some of the responses, what do we do to fix it? Because it was a good program.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
There's a simple plan to fix this. I'd like to thank my colleague for recognizing my friend, former Minister Marr. I used to live in Victoria and used to work with them. Sorry. Sorry, Gary Lund. I'm thinking of a different minister, but Gary Lund, I used to work with him when I was in Victoria, a wonderful gentleman. There's a clear answer to fixing this corruption. It's to fire the Liberal government and install a Conservative government who will fix STDC and have it performing as it was before.
Hear, hear.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, you know, the member is right when he says that the Parliament has the supreme authority to make the requests that they have. The issue is that of the Charter of Rights. You see, the Liberal Party or the Government of Canada does not believe you should be walking over individuals' rights, that you shouldn't on a whim be using things like the notwithstanding clause. The Conservative Party seems to feel that they don't have to worry about the Charter of Rights. Madam Speaker. And the question is, why is the Conservative Party today putting a fog over the area of judicial independence because of their behavior, which, by the way, is making the Auditor General and the RCMP institution uncomfortable by what they're doing?
Madam Speaker, the hypocrisy of this gentleman is stunning. There's a gentleman that this government, member's government, persecuted, Admiral Mark Norman, one of the most respected members of our military. And I want to quote January 2017, Admiral Norman was suspended from his position without explanation. The reason he was suspended because he went against a purchasing decision that went against the benefit of the Irving family, great friends of the Liberal Party. January 27th, suspended. April 2017, the PM tells reporters that Mark Norman will likely end up before the courts. Less than a year later, the Prime Minister says again in a town hall that Mark Norman will inevitably lead the issue to lead to court processes. Where was this member standing up for a brave Canadian servant like Mark Norman? You know where he was? Busy spouting hypocrisies in this House. He should be ashamed by his comments today.
It's a very brief question from the Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
And thank you to my colleague for his brilliant speech as usual. It seems to be a pattern of behavior, corruption and cover-up with this government. We saw that with the Winnipeg lab, and we've seen it in numerous instances. Can he elaborate on the pattern of behavior that he's seeing?
The Honourable Member for Edmonton West, like 10 seconds.
Where there's smoke, there's fire, and there's more smoke of the corruption from this government than we saw over Jasper this summer. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Chilliwack Hope will have about four minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and as always, it's a pleasure to stand in the House on behalf of my constituents to call for common sense in this case from this government. We have been calling, as common sense Conservatives, calling on the government, the SDTC, which is the Sustainable Development Technology Canada, and the Auditor General to hand over all documents related to the Prime Minister's Green Slush Fund to the RCMP. Now, that matter was decided in the House of Commons by a vote of the House of Commons. And one of the privileges of parliamentarians of this House is, in fact, to call for the production of papers, to demand papers from the government. And as we know, right now we are in a privileged debate because the Speaker himself has determined that there is a prima facie case. On the face of it, it appears as though the government has violated the privileges of members of Parliament. That's why we are now days into a discussion about the Prime Minister's refusal to comply with a direct order of the House. Because refusing to comply with an order of the House by this government violates each and every one of our privileges. And as is evidenced by the fact that no other business is allowed to take place. The Speaker has said no other business may take place until this matter is disposed of. Because it is so serious when members' collective rights or members' individual rights are violated, that the House must stop all other business. All other business goes to the bottom of the pile until we have addressed this issue. So this is as serious as it gets for Parliament. There's no bills being debated. There are no private members' bills being debated because this is the most important issue that we have to deal with, and it's all because the government has refused to comply with a lawful order of this House of Commons. But, Madam Speaker, after question period, I will be happy to continue to talk about this and about the pattern of corruption and ignoring the will of Parliament that this Liberal government, enabled by their friends in the NDP, has undertaken. But this is a serious matter. Our collective rights as a House of Commons have been threatened. The Speaker has said there is a prima facie case for this to be discussed, for this to be considered, and it must take precedence over every other matter that is before the House. So I know I don't have a lot of time before SO31 start, but I look forward to, after question period, resuming this discussion about the government's breach of the privileges of members of this place, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member will have another, 6 minutes, 7 minutes to... 16 minutes, yes. Statements by members. Déclaration des députés. The honourable member for St. John Rothsay.
Madam Speaker, a well-known singer-songwriter from New Brunswick has sadly passed away after losing his battle with brain cancer. Ken Tobias was born in St. John and brought joy and beauty to the world for more than 60 years with his music. He wrote multiple chart-topping hits like Stay a While, which sold more than 2 million copies worldwide and was written for the Bells, and Dream No. 2, which he recorded himself. He duetted with Anne Murray and was honored with numerous awards during his career, including 5 SOCAN Classics Awards for 100,000 airplays of a given song. Madam Speaker, music is what can unite us all, and Ken was a shining example of that. We will be forever grateful for his contribution to Canadian music. His legacy and his music will live on. My condolences to his family, friends, and his fans. He will be sorely missed. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Madam Speaker, this year is the 60th anniversary of the Montcalm Council 5523, better known as the Knights of Loretteville. This charitable group plays a major role in our community and helps the poorest among us. We can always count on the Knights when it comes time for a bee and to help people in need. And for more than 40 years, these Knights have held their famous flea market that drew thousands of people to the Loretteville Arena. And each year, this market raised $40,000 to $60,000 to be redistributed to those in need. Thousands of volunteers over the past 60 years have ensured real solidarity and mutual support that we need in our society. Madam Speaker, please allow me to commend the memory of a former Grand Knight, Mr. Alphonse Lacasse, who with his family welcomed my family when we set up at Chateau d'Eau in '62. Happy anniversary to the Knights of Loretteville for their first 60 years of existence, and may they have 60 more.
Honourable member from Brampton North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. October is Autism Awareness Month in Canada, a time that reminds us of the lived realities of Canadians living with autism and families supporting them. Recently, our government tabled the Framework for Autism that outlines the principles and best practices to guide national autism policy, programs and activities in Canada. The Public Health Agency has also launched Canada's Autism Strategy, which is a multi-year action plan to implement that framework. We're also launching a process to create a national autism network that will bring together the skills and resources of autism organizations and stakeholders, including people living with experience, to support implementation of activities guided by the framework and strategy. While the work we're doing is crucial, we know that families need more help from those who deliver health care in the country. It's time for the provinces to step up and do their part to support families so they can give their loved ones the best possible care. Thank you.
The honourable member for Drummond. Yesterday, Quebec lost a free man. Daniel Pinard left us, and Quebec owes him so much. Through a mythical food show, Ciel-Mont Pinard, he transformed the relationship between Quebecers and their food. With him, a tomato, salt, and a piece of bread became gastronomic. Recipes were measured out, but were allowed to be played with. He freed the imagination and the taste buds of his many watchers, and he asked them to savor their food. Mr. Pinard laughed, was delighted, and ate his food with great pleasure. His 2 books of recipes, Les Pinardises, were read with great pleasure across Quebec. He had a keen social conscience, and he was worried about injustice and social inequality. He was a sociologist, a Democrat, a humanist, and he loved teaching about the pleasures of the table. To all those who have loved him, and that the list is long, I offer my sincere condolences on behalf of the Bloc Québécois. The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Lacolle. Mr. Speaker, a few days ago, we learned with sadness that Mr. François Giguère had passed away. He was an example of community engagement and the defense of tenants' rights. Mr. Giguère advocated for many years for everyone to have access to a home, but he walked the talk thanks to initiatives like Solide, an organization that purchased aging apartment buildings, renovated them, and then offered them at reasonable rents to tenants. I had the opportunity of meeting Mr. Giguère on many occasions, especially during election campaigns. With other community representatives, he ensured that all candidates were aware of their requests. He made Châteauguay a model in terms of social and affordable housing. This is a great loss for our community, and I offer my sincerest condolences to his family, his friends, his colleagues, and one and all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Barrie Springwater, Oro-Medonte.
Mr. Speaker, after 9 years, this Liberal government's reckless approach to public safety has unleashed chaos, crime, drugs, and disorder in our communities. Under this Liberal government's justice laws, violent offenders are released back on the streets. This catch-and-release system strains our police services and puts the men and women in uniform who dedicate their lives to serve and protect our communities at risk. Just last week, Constable Jim Peters, a Barrie police officer, was stabbed while on duty by a repeat violent offender who was on probation at the time of the stabbing. Thankfully, Jim is recovering. Over the past 2 years, this accused individual has been arrested and released 17 times and has had over 100 interactions with Barrie Police Service. This rampant crime and chaos must end. My Conservative colleagues and I will continue to advocate for strict bail rules that will ensure repeat offenders remain behind bars. Canada's Conservatives want to thank all police and peace officers across our country for their hard work and dedication in keeping our communities safe.
The Honourable Member from Surrey Newton.
I rise today to honour the Sikh Motorcycle Club of British Columbia and one of their remarkable leaders, Mr. Avtar Singh Dhillon. Mr. Dhillon immigrated to Canada in 1970, and as a baptized Sikh, he could not obtain a motorcycle license because of his turban. Backed by the support of the local Sikh community, Mr. Dhillon filed a complaint, and in 1999, the Human Rights Commission ordered the BC government to amend helmet laws to accommodate riders with turbans. Due to Mr. Dhillon's tireless advocacy, members of the Sikh community can be seen riding proudly with their faith intact. Thank you to Mr. Avtar Singh Dhillon and all the members of the Sikh Motorcycle Club for your continued dedication, activism, and service to the community.
The Honourable Member from Oakville North Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last month, I was thrilled to present the King Charles III Coronation Medal to 20 deserving individuals who've made a significant contributions to their communities and to Canada. Commemorating the coronation of His Majesty King Charles III and his lifetime of committed service, these medals recognize outstanding Canadians of all ages, abilities, and from all walks of life for their dedicated service to bettering their communities and the lives of others. With so much negativity in the world today, it's important that we take time to celebrate the accomplishments of others, and the positive impacts they make to their communities, our country, and in many cases, the world. These individuals truly exemplify the values of service and selflessness, professionalism, and commitment. Congratulations to all the deserving recipients of this honor. Our country is better because of you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Miramichi Grand Lake.
Mr. Speaker, after 9 years of NDP Liberal failures, taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, time is up. Just weeks after the U.S. slapped Canada with a 14.5% tariff, the Prime Minister dismissed his failures on softwood lumber as a small issue. The doubling of softwood lumber tariffs puts thousands of Canadian jobs at risk. Forestry is New Brunswick's largest industry. It contributes $1.5 billion to the New Brunswick economy and employs 24,000 workers. Over the past 9 years and 3 U.S. presidents, this Prime Minister has failed to get a deal for Canadian forestry workers that former Conservative Prime Minister Harper did in his first 80 days. A common-sense Conservative government will get a deal done with our American neighbours to bring home powerful paychecks for our Canadian forestry workers.
The honourable member from Vaughan Woodbridge.
Mr. Speaker, October is Small Business Month, and with over 19,000 businesses in Vaughan, our city's entrepreneurial spirit is second to none. We see it from family-run businesses like Sweet Boutique to innovators like Summer Fresh Salads and dedicated visionaries like Quality Cheese, all in Vaughan Woodbridge. Vaughan is York Region's economic engine, fueled by its entrepreneurs. They have everything Canada needs, and I will always have their backs. To help Canadian businesses thrive, we have invested in them through the Canada Summer Jobs and the My Main Street programs. We lowered the small business tax rate from 11% to 9%, saving businesses $6 billion every year. And Mr. Speaker, by this year end, we are delivering to them $2.5 billion through the Canada Carbon Rebate for small businesses and cutting credit card transaction fees by up to 27% or $1 billion over 5 years. Mr. Speaker, this is what real leadership and commitment to economic growth and prosperity for small businesses looks like. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Then I have
the honourable member for Beauce. Mr. Speaker, as we expected, yesterday's block motion was defeated by the Liberal government, which says that once again that all their words over the past week were worth nothing. What is the bloc worth? It simply spends more, it creates more public servants, all with Quebecers' money. What is its objective today? Well, it voted with the Liberals and the NDP to prop up the current government, this government that constantly interferes in areas of provincial jurisdiction. The Bloc had the chance to work with the future Conservative government to topple the government in place, or at least to negotiate for Quebecers on woodland caribou. They must be the worst negotiators in history. The Bloc sells its soul to the Liberals and gets nothing in return for Quebec, and now it's saying that it's going to topple the government on October 29th. Don't they understand that all Canadians, including Quebecers, want an election? Rest assured that once the elections have been called, the Conservatives will be there to defend the interest of Canadians and to re-establish common sense.
the honourable member from Tobique-Matquac.
Mr. Speaker, after 9 years of this NDP Liberal government, taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, and time is up. This punitive and ineffective carbon tax is hurting New Brunswickers, whether it's our seniors trying to keep up with the ever-increasing cost of living while on fixed income, or young families trying to make ends meet, or those who keep our land, grow and haul our food. They are all suffering under the weight of this cumbersome and burdensome tax. So much so that New Brunswick's courageous and common-sense Premier Blaine Higgs is fed up and has announced that he will be launching a legal challenge against the Liberals' quadrupling of the carbon tax, and we could not support him more. Premier Higgs, alongside 7 out of 10 premiers across the country, are saying enough is enough. We simply can no longer afford this costly coalition. But I have hope, Mr. Speaker. Hope that help is on the way. And I hear a train a-coming, and under the leadership of our great conductor, we will axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. Let's bring it
home. The honourable member from Winnipeg North.
I have
some concerns about foreign interference. You know, CBC reported over the summer, and I quote, "A report from the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians says there was 2 incidences of alleged interference by China in the Conservative Party of Canada's leadership race." Mr. Speaker, you know, it begs the question why it is the far-right leader of the Conservative Party refuses to get the security clearance that's necessary.
Colleagues. We already have a carriage, and we don't need a second. Colleagues. Statements by members is an important standing order in this place for us to be able to speak to our constituencies or to offer messages that each member has designed. The honourable members, it's a Colleagues, as I was saying, I'm going to ask the honourable member from Wellington Halton Hills to not take the floor until he's recognised for doing so that members can make their statements without interruption. I'm going to invite the honourable member from Winnipeg North to start from the top.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I am concerned about foreign interference. You know, over the summertime, we had an interesting report from CBC. And I quote, Mr. Speaker, a report from the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians says there were 2 instances of alleged interference by China in the Conservative Party of Canada's leadership races. Is there any wonder why the leader of the far-right Conservative Party today doesn't want to get the security clearance in order to get to the bottom of security issues dealing with foreign interference, Mr. Speaker? It got me thinking, is there something about the past from the leader of the Conservative Party that he believes will disqualify him from getting the clearance? Why won't the leader of the Conservative Party today get the security clearance so that he can get a better understanding of what the reality of foreign interference is really about?
And ask honourable members, after I just asked one member to please not raise their voice, I'm going to ask the honourable member from Niagara Centre please not to do so as well, and all other members to do so. There are several tools which are available to the Speaker to ensure order, and it would be a real regret to have to use them. The honourable member from Elmwood Transcona.
Mr. Speaker, I am privileged to raise for the first time as the new MP for the riding of Elmwood Transcona. I humbly thank the voters for sending me here to be their voice in the chamber. I want to thank the volunteers and the great campaign team for their dedication and hard work. I would not be here without their help. From the bottom of my heart, I thank you. Elmwood Transcona has been my home for my whole life, and I'm proud to say I love my community. I assure the people of Elmwood Transcona that I will dedicate myself to fighting for the issues that matter to them day in and day out. For the past 25 years, Mr. Speaker, I have worked to create connections between community and to support and build local programs that improve the lives of my neighbours. As a new Member of Parliament, I will continue to do that on their behalf. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Mr. Speaker, the Union des producteurs agricoles of Quebec is celebrating its 100th anniversary this week. That's 100 years of solidarity, resource pooling, and standing together, because doing so makes us stronger. 100 years of inspiration. For all these years that you have stood together and ensured the development of our regions and our communities, I say congratulations and thank you. Solidarity is what guarantees success. And this success will be shared among all of you who are links in an important chain. And that is a beautiful thing, because it allows the people who feed us to live in dignity. The UPA has fought many fights throughout its history, and it has a number of them still to come. And the strength of your group will ensure your success. Happy 100th anniversary.
The Honourable Member from Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
After 9 years of NDP Liberals, taxes up, costs up, crimes up, and time's up for the endless corruption and stonewalling. The Liberals are so desperate now that they've grinded the House to a halt, all because they refuse to turn over all documents to the RCMP to fully investigate their latest scandal involving Liberal insiders. And let's just be clear about the magnitude of this corruption. The Auditor General found $400 million in taxpayers' money, either for projects that weren't eligible or for conflict of interest cases where Liberal insiders were approving millions of dollars to their own businesses. $0 returned to the Canadian taxpayer yet. All of this while millions of Canadians suffer under the cost of living crisis caused by this Liberal NDP government. 24 million people using a food bank every year. Thousands of encampments in the country. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals are putting insiders before Canadians who are suffering. It's like the sponsorship scandal that defeated the last government. It's time for an election for Canadians to do the same thing again.
The Honourable Member from Winnipeg South.
Mr. Speaker, I am deeply troubled by the recent series of harassing and Islamophobic phone calls made to a Winnipeg mosque over the past several weeks. Places of worship should always be spaces of peace, safety, and community. The targeting of any religious group is an attack on all of us, and we must be united in denouncing such hatred. I stand with Winnipeg's Muslim community and indeed all communities facing hate speech during these challenging international times and conflicts worldwide. Our government recently launched our action plan on combating hate, which includes helping communities prevent and address hate while protecting vulnerable individuals and raising public awareness. Together, we all have a responsibility to promote unity and understanding and build a more inclusive society where everyone is free to practice their faith without fear. Thank you.
Well said, well said.
Oral questions. Questions orales.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, this is the most costly centralizing government in Canadian history. This government is bad for Quebec. The government has broken the immigration system, doubled the cost of housing, and doubled the debt. That's why it's incredibly bizarre that the Bloc Québécois leader has become the worst negotiator in Canadian history. The Bloc Québécois leader decided to vote 2 more times their confidence in this government to keep them in power without gaining a thing for agriculture or for seniors. Does the government wish to thank the Bloc Québécois leader for his generosity?
I'm going to ask the Honourable Member from Eastman, Falkirk, Eastman, Interlake, please. The Honourable Minister des Services Publics.
The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Conservative leader mentioned that something is bizarre. Let me tell you what's bizarre. In Canada, there are 2.4 million seniors who received their Canada Dental Care Plan. 800,000 of them are in Quebec. Several hundred thousand Canadians have been able to receive dental care, sometimes for the first time in decades. It's odd, though, because the Conservative leader says that the Canada Dental Care Plan does not exist. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Parliament seems to be paralyzed because The Prime Minister goes against your judgment. The Prime Minister refuses to give evidence to the RCMP about yet another Liberal scandal. The scandal is that top execs appointed by Liberals paid $400 million to their own businesses, which is a total of 184 conflicts of interest, according to the Auditor General. Why would the Prime Minister go against your government and refuse to provide evidence in yet another Liberal scandal? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, what the Opposition Leader just said is completely false. These Conservatives currently are trying to do away with charter-protected rights by using extraordinary powers. They want to take independence away from police in our society. They don't seem to understand what a dangerous precedent they are starting. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Paralyzed, unable to work on the problem of doubling housing costs or 2 million people at the food bank because the government is refusing to respect your ruling to turn over evidence in the criminal investigation of the latest Liberal scandal. At issue is that Liberal appointees directed $400 million to companies they own involving 184 conflicts of interest, according to the Auditor General. Why is the Prime Minister breaking your ruling to cover up criminal evidence in the latest Liberal scandal?
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, the Leader of the Opposition is negating to tell the whole truth to Canadians, because what the Conservatives are doing are trying to use the extraordinary powers of this place to circumvent the judicial requirement of police to protect the charter rights of Canadians. Now, I want to believe that the Leader of the Opposition doesn't understand what he's doing, but I'm even more concerned that he does understand, and the charter rights of Canadians are not important to him.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
It should be no surprise that Liberals believe that white-collar criminals can hand over $400 million to their own companies, because we see the case of the dirtbag Tibor Organo, who shot a police officer in the stomach yesterday while he was out on bail after having been arrested for 24 offenses he committed while he was out on probation. So let's get this straight. He's out on probation for many crimes. He gets arrested for violating probation, so he gets released on bail and shoots a police officer. When will this government finally accept that their hug-a-thug, catch-a-release system is putting our people at risk?
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our hearts go out to the police officer, because no police officer should be hurt in the line of duty. But, Mr. Speaker, what is extremely concerning is what the Leader of the Opposition is doing in this House today, where he is trampling the charter rights of Canadians. Whether it is in this House, whether it is outside, Canadians need to be extremely alarmed about the fact that when it comes to their rights, his first instinct is to trample over them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
I think you have a charter right to get released after 24 offences while you're already on probation and shoot a police officer in the stomach. I'm more worried about the charter rights of the police officer who's recovering from the gunshot. This is what the police officer said. Almost everyone we arrest is out on bail. No one stays in jail where they belong. The city and the feds just don't care. It just doesn't bother them. It doesn't matter how many die and if a cop gets shot.
That's right.
What's wrong with you people?
I'd like to remind the Honourable Leader of the Opposition, as well as all members of Parliament, that all questions and answers should be directed through the Chair. The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, when the men and women in uniform in my city of Toronto or right across the country
are harmed in the course of their work, they deserve our absolute respect and solidarity, which we always provide to them. In terms of decisions that are made about bail, these are important considerations. They're considerations where we've made amendments to the bail regime. What happens after amendments are made at the federal parliament is that the ball turns over to the provinces. We need to ask genuine questions about who's making decisions about granting or denying bail. Provincially appointed JPs. About provincial crowns who are making decisions about whether to review bail and what kind of conditions to impose. Those are questions that need to be asked because we need...
The honourable member from Brantford Brant, please, will not take the floor until he is recognized. L'honorable député de La Prairie.
The honourable member for La Prairie. The House's will is clear. Yesterday, the House demanded that the government give a royal recommendation to C319 to increase old age security by 10% for 65 to 74-year-olds. This is the only permanent solution to put an end to having two classes of seniors. So the Liberals have a choice. Either they respect the will of elected representatives, or they will learn the hard way that voters side with seniors too. Will they give C319 a royal recommendation, or will they have to update their CVs? The Honourable Minister of Labour and Seniors. Mr. Speaker, the member for La Prairie's CV has something rather important. His CV shows that he voted against the new federal Canadian Dental Care Plan. 6,900 people from his riding are signed up for the Canadian Dental Care Plan, Mr. Speaker. The whole Bloc Québécois, every time we put forward measures to help Quebec's seniors, the Bloc Québécois votes against them, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member for La Prairie. Well, surely the minister knows that in his riding alone, the riding of Gatineau, there are 30,000 seniors aged 65 to 74 who he is depriving of 10% of their OAS. He's the one who's responsible for that. He's the minister for his seniors. He and his buddies created two classes of seniors, and now they're fighting to preserve that injustice against the will of this House. Can he explain to the 30,000 seniors in his riding why, instead of offering them so much as one more penny, he prefers to go to the polls? The Honourable Minister for Seniors and Labour. There are 30,000 seniors in Gatineau. They, like all seniors in Quebec, like all seniors in Canada, still are so happy about the Liberal government's track record when it comes to helping seniors. We've helped some of the most vulnerable seniors in our society, Mr. Speaker. We enhanced the GIS. We immediately, after forming government, we worked towards eventually implementing dental care. The Bloc Québécois was against it, but the Liberal Party is there for the 30,000 seniors in Gatineau and seniors everywhere in Canada. I would like to remind the member for Rivière-du-Nord, as well as the member for New Westminster Burnaby, to not take the floor when they have not been recognized by the chair. The honourable member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. Mr. Speaker, the housing crisis is raging across the country. Under the Liberals, rent doubled. People can't find homes that they can afford. The Conservatives, they would have us believe that they're the solution, when actually they're part of the problem. When he was Minister of Housing, the Conservative leader built 6 apartments, 6 units. Meanwhile, he also let 800,000 homes be sold off to big real estate developers who just want to get rich on the backs of everyone else. The Liberals and the Conservatives created this housing crisis. Why should we trust them to solve it? The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the utmost respect for my colleague, but he was too generous to the Conservative leader's time as housing minister. He didn't build 8 units, he built 6 units during his entire time as housing minister. Yet, The leader of the Conservative Party has no problem telling Quebec's mayors that they're incompetent. And also, he says that in housing co-ops, people live Soviet style. He says it's Soviet style to have social housing.
From Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Continue to violate the human rights of persons with disabilities. Even while they're getting sued by their own accessibility commissioner, this government continues to propose an inadequate and inaccessible Canada Disability Benefit. This is cruel and callous. This government has received over 10,000 pieces of input through consultation, and the Cabinet needs to act on it. Will the Liberals finally listen to the disability community, increase the benefit, unlock it from behind the inaccessible disability tax credit, and get it out to people now?
The Honourable Minister for Disability Inclusion.
Mr. Speaker, our government has done more than any other government when it comes to supporting and building a more accessible Canada. Once again, our government is stepping up, delivering a new historic support in the Canada Disability Benefit, which is going to help over 600,000 Canadians with disabilities. While the NDP and the Conservatives are focused on their own political ambitions, Mr. Speaker, we're focused on delivering for some of the most vulnerable in our communities. And Mr. Speaker, we're on track to deliver this benefit next July. Thank you.
The Honourable Member from Wellington, Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, the bad news keeps rolling in from credible financial experts. This week's Economist, quote, were Canada's 10 provinces and 3 territories an American state, they would have gone from being slightly richer than Montana, America's 9th poorest state, to being a bit worse off than Alabama, the 4th poorest. Alabama. To fix a problem, one has to admit that it exists. Will the government admit that under its policies, Canada is now poorer than Alabama, America's 4th poorest state?
The Honourable Minister for Digital Services.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives are very particular about what statistics they choose to share. If they want to share, compare Canada to the U.S.
The Honourable Minister from Digital Services can start again from the top.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives are very careful about the statistics they choose to share. If they want to compare us to the United States, we might start with health care or dental care or farmer care or child care. But if they want to focus on the economy, they might focus on the fact that we have a lower deficit, that we have lower debt servicing costs, that we pay a lower interest rates than America does, that we have higher forecast economic growth. The unfortunate thing is because of the dangerous promises of the Leader of the Opposition, they don't want Canadians to hear about that, which is why they're promising to cancel the CBC.
The Honourable Member from Wellington. The Honourable Member from Wellington, Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, this data, these statistics aren't coming from Conservatives. They're coming from credible financial experts at the Financial Times of London and The Economist, 2 organizations for which the finance minister once worked, and surely the government isn't suggesting these organizations are biased. Again, to fix a problem, one has to admit that it exists. Will the government admit that under its spending, its budgets, its plans, Canada is now poorer than Alabama, America's 4th poorest state?
The Honourable Minister for Digital Services.
Of course not, Mr. Speaker. What the member opposite is saying is ridiculous. The truth is that the Leader of the Opposition offers Canadians no viable solutions. On housing, they want to add 5%.
Sit down, the Speaker's going to talk.
The Honourable Minister for Digital Services from the top, please.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. They don't want to hear this information. The truth is the Leader of the Opposition offers no solutions for Canadians. On housing, he wants to add 5% tax on apartment construction. On affordability, doesn't support dental care, doesn't support pharmacare, doesn't support child care. He doesn't support the tax cuts that we gave for the middle class, doesn't support the tax cuts we gave for small business, and worst of all, is he doesn't want anybody to hear about this, which is why he wants to cancel the CBC and take that away from Canadians as well.
The honourable member from Simcoe North.
Mr. Speaker, the Financial Times wrote 1 year ago, if current trends continue, Canadian living standards would continue to decline. It's been a year and it's gotten worse. This week, The Economist said that Canada is now poorer than Alabama. Will any minister over there admit that Canadian living standards are in decline?
The honourable... The Honourable Minister of Health.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the member opposite is now the second member to admire Alabama and say that Alabama is doing better than Canada. I think Canada's the greatest nation on earth. Exactly. And I think that I'm really proud of this country and what we're doing. I'm proud of our health care system, Mr. Speaker. And when you take a look at the Conservatives are filibustering in committee right now a study of privatizing health care, no wonder they have an admiration of the American model, because they want to clear-cut our health care system. They won't. You talk about not acknowledging a problem. They have no solutions for the gaps that we have in care. We do. We're delivering. We're going to keep doing it.
The honourable member from Simcoe North.
Mr. Speaker, that minister wants Canadians to believe that they've never had it so good, but here's what Canadians are actually experiencing. The worst housing inflation, the worst mortgage debt, the worst consumer debt in the G7. Income per person today is lower than it was 10 years ago, and now the OECD says Canada real GDP growth will be last among its member nations until 2060. So will they finally admit that under their leadership, Canadian living standards are declining?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, nobody is denying that in every corner of the globe that there are challenges and that you can cherry pick statistics here or there. But the question is, what do you do as a country to meet the challenging moments you're in? The Conservatives' answer is to provide a slogan and no plan. I just invite people to pull back the curtain like the Wizard of Oz and just see what's back there. Not a thing. Not a single thing. In difference and in contrast, we have a plan. Since last I spoke in this House, we've gained 50,000 people in dental care. That's 800,000 people getting care on something they won't even admit exists. This is about doing hard work and doing the right thing, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Bellechasse-les-Etchemins-Lévis. Mr. Speaker, when this government was elected in 9 years, they were elected with false promises, and now Canada is totally broken. This government has spent recklessly and has posted deficits every single year. So what's the result of that? The debt has doubled over 9 years. Also, this Prime Minister has increased Canada's debt more than all other Prime Ministers combined. The OECD projects that Canada's economic growth will be the worst of all OECD member countries over the next 30 years. Can they do the only honourable thing left for them to do, which would be to call an election? The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One thing has increased over the past few years. That is this government's investment in affordable housing. Before the member was elected, her party's leader, who used to be housing minister, created a grand total of 6 affordable housing units. Meanwhile, in his riding, we have now built 305 affordable units, and even more will be built through a historic agreement we signed with the province of Quebec. The honourable member for Bellechasse-les-Etchemins-Lévis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Here are the facts. Canada is behind our neighbour and trade partner, the United States, when it comes to economic growth and productivity. Is it normal that the economy of Texas is stronger than that of all Canadian provinces put together, and they have 10 million fewer people in that state? This government and its budget policy has tanked Quebec's economy and Canada's economy. Conservatives want change. Canadians want control over their lives. Conservatives want to do that for them. The only thing to do is call an election. Will you call an election? As I have already mentioned, all questions should be addressed to the chair. I'm sure that the honourable member didn't have that question just for me. The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to remind my colleague and all Quebecers that the last time the Conservatives formed government, the Harper government did not balance the books in Canada. They ran a deficit. They cut services for, they in fact cut taxes for the wealthy and cut services for everyone else. We all remember the Harper government cuts to science. They also cut the census. We all remember that they thought we didn't need data on the Canadian population. Conservatives, when I think of Conservatives, I think of only one thing, Mr. Speaker, austerity. The honourable member for Shefford. The House has spoken. Yesterday, the House demanded a 10% increase in old age security for 65 to 74-year-olds. The House demanded that the government give a royal recommendation to C-319. This bill is the only way to provide lasting income protection for all seniors. It is also the only lasting way to put an end to age-based discrimination against seniors. Will the government finally listen to the will of the House, listen to the will of seniors, and give C-319 its royal recommendation? The Honourable Minister of Labour and Seniors. Mr. Speaker, in the Canton de l'Est, Eastern Townships, one of the most beautiful ridings in Quebec and in Canada, we're proud that in the riding of Shefford alone, 13,000 people, 13,300 people have signed up for the federal Canadian Dental Care Plan. They're very happy to be part of the plan, to benefit from it. My colleague, the member, she voted against it. Why? The honourable member for Shefford. The Minister for Seniors has spent the week lecturing others. But he's in no position to do so. He's depriving almost 30,000 people in his own riding of a 10% increase in their old age security. He's the Minister for Seniors. He's the one leading the Liberal battle against the House's desire to support 65 to 74-year-olds. He's even prepared to risk an election to avoid having to increase pensions. Can he look the 30,000 seniors in his riding in the eye and explain to them why, in his opinion, they don't deserve a single cent more? The Honourable Minister of Seniors and Labour. Mr. Speaker, there are not 30,000 people between 65 and 74 years of age in Gatineau, but we'll leave that for another time. The seniors who do live in Gatineau are very happy, in fact. They're happy that we supported them during the pandemic. They are happy that we supported the most vulnerable seniors in Gatineau. Moreover, the Liberal government was there for seniors. We gave them the supports that they needed. We will continue to do so. The Bloc Québécois, though, will continue to vote against it. The honourable member for Shefford. Well, that's Quebec Liberals 101 for you. They are passionate about helping seniors in their speeches that they give in Ottawa, but in reality, they let seniors down right in their own backyards. The Minister for Seniors, the member for Gatineau, is depriving almost 30,000 seniors of a 10% increase in their old age security. The Quebec lieutenant, whose riding is in Quebec City, is letting down almost 15,000 people. The Prime Minister, whose riding is in Montreal, is depriving nearly 10,000 seniors of income. Honestly, with MPs like them, wouldn't it be better for us all to go to the polls? The Honourable Minister of Labour and Seniors. Mr. Speaker, we can all remember that during the COVID-19 pandemic, when it came time to be present in this House to support Canadians, be it enhancing the GST rebate, be it enhancing supports for seniors, enhancing healthcare spending, We invested in many ways to support seniors. I think we will all remember who was here supporting Quebec's seniors. It was the Liberal Party of Canada and its Quebec MPs, not the Bloc Québécois, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Regina Capel.
After 9 years of NDP Liberal government, taxes are up, costs are up, crime's up, time's up, and corruption is way up. Here's what we know so far. The Liberals stacked the SDTC board with their close friends. That board makes decisions as to which companies get grants worth millions in tax dollars. The Auditor General uncovered a massive scandal. These Liberal insiders funneled almost $400 million to their own companies. They got rich, taxpayers got the bill. Now the government's refusing to hand over the documents to the RCMP for a potential criminal investigation. So what have they got to hide?
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Mr. Speaker, again, the House Leader for the Conservatives is completely false in what he is stating in this place. What is true is that the Conservatives have put forward a motion that would blur the lines between the independence of the legislative and judicial branches of government. It is both the RCMP and the Auditor General who have raised their extreme concern with what the Conservatives have put forward. Every Canadian should be concerned about the fact that the first instinct of Conservatives is to suspend the charter rights of Canadians.
The honourable member from Regina Capel.
The Charter is there to protect the people from the government, not to protect the government from accountability by the people. While millions of Canadians are suffering from higher taxes, higher prices, and doubled housing costs, all caused by this government, the Speaker has ordered that the House of Commons can deal with no other business until this corruption motion is dealt with, and they still won't hand over the documents, preferring that Parliament grind to a halt. While millions of Canadians are lining up for food banks, Liberal insiders are lining their own pockets. So when will the government hand over the documents, and when will the government get Canadians their tax dollars back?
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Mr. Speaker, I think my honourable colleague's erratic and unhinged behaviour is because he knows that he is being completely false in what he is putting forward to this place. Mr. Speaker, what the Conservatives are putting forward is to trample the charter rights of Canadians, Mr. Speaker. Both the RCMP and the Auditor General have raised their extreme discomfort, and every single Canadian should be extremely alarmed by the behaviour of the Conservative members of Parliament who would put their own political interests ahead of the rights of Canadians.
I just want to remind all members to use language, make sure that it doesn't skate too close to the line. I made this point yesterday during question period as well when a question was asked from the other side. The honourable member from South Shore, St. Margaret's.
After 9 years of NDP Liberals, taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, time is up, and conflict of interest is up at the Liberal Green Slush Fund. The Auditor General found that 82% of the transactions approved by Liberal insiders went to their own companies, totaling almost $400 million. This House demanded that the government turn over those documents to the RCMP, and this Prime Minister is refusing. Shame. How many more millions of misappropriated tax dollars is the Prime Minister hiding by refusing to turn over the documents?
Yes. The Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives don't want to share the uncomfortable truth that they are trying to use the extraordinary powers of this place to circumvent the judicial oversight that is required by the Charter of Rights and Freedoms to protect Canadians. The only thing they are interested in doing is pursuing their naked pursuit for partisan gain while they trample the charter rights of Canadians. Every Canadian citizen and resident should be extremely alarmed that instead of protecting their rights, they are looking for their own political gain. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker, since Orange Shirt Day, we've seen countless examples of residential school denialism, including from Conservative candidates in both New Brunswick and BC. And, Mr. Speaker, we know the leader of the Conservative Party supports this kind of rhetoric, having fundraised with residential school denying think tanks. Survivors have a right to be protected from hate speech. Will the government support my bill and protect survivors from residential school denialism once and for all?
The Honourable Minister for Crown Indigenous Relations.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Winnipeg Centre for her work in bringing forward the bill that will recognize residential school denialism as a hate crime. I look forward to working with her, and we know that as we mark the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation, this was a painful reminder that we need to do better to educate Canadians on the impacts of residential schools, as well as the hurtful acts of denialism that take place in many parts of the country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Skeena, Bulkley Valley.
Mr. Speaker, it's been 3 years since the tugboat in Janika sank, killing Troy Pearson and Charlie Craig. And it's been 2 years and 3 transport ministers since this government promised strengthened marine personnel regulations to protect workers like Troy and Charlie. And every single day, workers are going to sea without the protections that this government promised. So to the minister, how can she justify continued delays when workers' lives are on the line? You're here.
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the honourable member for his question. Safety is always our top priority. When the Transportation Safety Board issues a report, we always carefully consider its recommendations, and this, in fact, was also the case with the MV in Janika. We're working now to implement recommendations and strengthen safety measures, and we're working every step of the way with industry, with unions, and with experts. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
From Winnipeg South Centre.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday was International Wrongful Conviction Day. In grade 7, I wrote a paper on David Milgaard, a prairie kid who was in the wrong place at the wrong time. The injustice of his case was appalling. Immortalized through the tragically hip song Wheat Kings, it captured the attention of the nation. Too many innocent people have suffered over the years. In fact, just today, again in my hometown of Winnipeg, a wrongfully convicted man was exonerated. As Gord Downey reminded us, we can't be fond of living in the past. Can the Minister of Justice explain how Bill C-40 will help strengthen our legal system to protect against wrongful convictions in the future? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
I thank the member for his question, and I want to start with Clarence Woodhouse. My thoughts are with Clarence Woodhouse and the suffering he's endured unjustly for decades, as long as recognizing the suffering of all of those who have endured an injustice. The bill that he's referencing, David and Joyce Milgaard's law, will create real change. It will create an independent commission to review potential miscarriages of justice. It will revolutionize access to justice in Canada. To all innocent people who have been wrongfully convicted and whom are still awaiting justice, help is on the way. And to Clarence, I'm sorry for all of your suffering. Your story proves why we need to work harder for a better, fairer, and more equitable justice system for all.
The Honourable Member from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Vito Lakes.
Carbon Tax Carney took on a role as the de facto finance minister for the NDP Liberals, and almost immediately he got $2 million for his buddy who owns Telesat, and then he landed discussions for his trillion-dollar company, Brookfield, to get their hands on 10 billion Canadian pension dollars. And then he starts sending fundraising letters for these Liberals. After 9 years of these NDP Liberals, taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, and time's up for their corruption. Will they simply cooperate with an investigation from the lobbying commissioner?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, they continue to try to smear a Canadian who is recognized around the world for his work. I want to go back to their weird admiration of Alabama. Did you know that Alabama has the 3rd lowest life expectancy in the United States? Did you know that the life expectancy in Alabama is a full decade lower than in Canada? Did you know that in Alabama they have some of the most restrictive rules around a woman getting access to an abortion or contraceptives? Is that what they admire about Alabama? Is that why why they're talking about upping Alabama's and saying that Alabama is better than Canada. I wonder why they're so interested in Alabama, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
Well, I know we've been hearing about unhinged responses today, and there's one. You can check the answer. There was nothing about Alabama in here, but you could see that from noted Liberal strategist and commentator Trevor Tombe, who did make that comparison. But when we are making comparisons, you can make many to banana republics and the corruption under this NDP Liberal government, with the Prime Minister twice found guilty himself of breaking ethics laws. This government is absolutely out of touch after 9 years. And now they've put in Mark Conflict of Interest Carney in charge of their economic policy. Why can't we just have a carbon tax election?
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I understand why the member opposite's getting a little riled up, because there's some uncomfortable truths that are being put forward here. And while they continue to talk down Canadians and talk down our country, the bigger concern is what they're trying to do in this place, where they are overriding the charter rights of Canadians. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to privacy rights, and indeed when it comes to a woman's right to choose, what we know the first inclination of Conservative Member of Parliament to do is to take them away. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Calgary, Nose Hill.
A trillion-dollar everything corporation that's currently asking for billions of tax dollars recently faced shareholder calls for transparency after a scathing report raised questions about whether Brookfield engages in tax avoidance strategies when it comes to paying Canadian tax. The Liberals just appointed Brookfield's board chair, carbon tax promoting Mr. Carney, to craft Canada's economic policy. The Liberals won't say if they cleared this with the lobbying commissioner. Are the concerns Brookfield's shareholders had about tax transparency the reason why?
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Mr. Speaker, this is another typical attack from the Conservatives against Canadians who do not support their vision for Canada. We have seen this over the last 9 years, that when Canadians, and it's, I guess, hurtful for them when it's people they appointed to important positions that come forward and don't actually agree with their vision of Canada, what do? They attack them. They bring them down. They are not open to debate or to criticism, and their only inclination is to attack fellow Canadians.
The honourable member from Calgary, Nose Hill.
This is, Mr. Speaker, as another typical Liberal scandal. The Conflict of Interest Act prohibits ministers from furthering interests of their friends, which is why the Act requires ministers to declare close friendships with people who lobby. The Finance Minister has frequently mentioned her close personal friendship with the chair of Brookfield, and who now holds a senior Liberal economic advisory position. In describing her relationship with the carbon tax promoting Mr. Carney, the minister said things like, "Truly, Mark is a personal friend of mine, very long-standing. I speak with Mark often, and he's the godfather of my son." Has the minister declared her friendship with the world...
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, again, this is just a simple personal attack because the Conservatives are sad or disappointed that there are eminent Canadians that don't support their dangerous vision of Canada, to be honest. There's a reason why Canadians who have global recognition are working to support a progressive vision of this country. But what we see from the Conservatives is that when Canadians or organizations don't support them, all they do is attack.
The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. If the Liberals want to stay in power past October 29th, they need to get moving for our farmers. Bill C-282, one simple clause to protect supply management, has been stuck in the Senate for over a year. Why? Well, because Peter Beam and Peter Harder, two unelected mini-monarchs appointed to the Senate by the Liberals, are actively blocking a bill that was supported by the majority of members of this House. Will the Liberals make sure that their senators respect democracy and adopt Bill C-282? The Honourable Minister of Public Works and Procurement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Liberal Party has always supported supply management in Canada, and it's a Liberal government that put in place supply management many years ago. We have always been there to support farmers. We have also voted in favour of this supply management bill. The senators know that they are independent, but the senators know they need to get their work done and listen to the House and the will of the House. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Maskinongé. All parties should be furious to see senators blocking the will of the House. We can't let two unelected senators, and remember, they're unelected, decide between two naps to threaten Quebec's farmers. They don't care about democracy. They don't care about farmers. They don't care about 6,000 businesses in Quebec. They don't care about 100,000 jobs in Quebec. They don't care about Quebecers. That's enough. So I call on all parties in this House, and farmers are listening. Will they pick up the phone and tell their senators to respect democracy and pass Bill C-282? The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I already said a couple of moments ago that the Liberal government has always stood behind supply management to protect farmers in Quebec and farmers across Canada. We've shown that many times, including during difficult trade negotiations with President Trump. We held the line. We insisted. We won against President Trump to protect the interests of farmers in Quebec and across Canada. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. After 9 years of this Prime Minister, supported by the Bloc, Liberal corruption has taken over the House of Commons. Once again, the Prime Minister is ready to do anything to protect his little buddies who follow his example and make a mockery of ethics and conflict of interest rules. 186 conflicts of interest in the Liberal Green Fund involving $330 million of public money. $330 million, Mr. Speaker, that's 7 times more money than the sponsorship scandal. Why is the Prime Minister refusing to hand over all the documents requested by the House to the RCMP? What's so corrupt in there that they're once again ignoring an order of this House? The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons. Mr. Speaker, once again, Conservative members are not presenting accurate information to Canadians because it's Conservative members who are destroying rights protected by the Charter, Canadians' rights. Canadians should be incredibly concerned by what the Conservative members are doing. They are blurring the line between the House of Commons and the legal process. That's very, very concerning, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Canadians' rights are more important right than this government to hide things from Canadians. The Liberals are trying to end the privilege debate, and they could do it by being honest and transparent by giving the documents to the House right away. Conservatives have proved that parliamentary privilege has been violated. The Auditor General of Canada showed that the Prime Minister created a slush fund for Liberal insiders. His ministers were aware, and they allowed STDC to participate in corruption. The House is overflowing with Liberal corruption. When will Canadians see their money again? The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons. Mr. Speaker, what my honourable colleague is saying is completely false. The Auditor General and the RCMP, what they've actually said is that they are extremely concerned by the Conservative motion because it is going to destroy Canadians' rights, and the House has the privilege to do that. Sorry?
I'm not sure what
I apologize. Unfortunately, I only looked at the clock, and the clock is incorrect. I'm going to ask the Honourable Minister to start her question from the top. This one is on me, dear colleagues, and I apologize, but we'll make sure that the clock starts at the right time. The Honourable, then I have
the Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What my honourable colleague is saying is completely false. What the Auditor General and the RCMP have said is that they are extremely concerned by what the Conservatives' motion represents in this House, because it limits Canadians' rights that are protected by the Charter. I know that Canadians' rights and the rights of Quebecers are very important, and it's the Conservatives who want to take away those rights for their own political gain. It's really concerning.
Then I have
the honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable had 2 opportunities to ask questions. I'm sure he could take another if his colleague will let him have that time. So otherwise, please don't speak unless being recognized. The honourable member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, the Auditor General has showed us that the Prime Minister broke the Conflict of Interest law by using a green fund managed by Sustainable Development Technology Canada to give gifts to his buddies. The Liberals have refused the legitimate demand of the Conservative Party to hand over documents from this slush fund to the RCMP for investigation. Mr. Speaker, these Liberal secrets represent 180 cases of conflict of interest for almost $400 million of taxpayer money. When are we going to see Canadians' money again? The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague has already answered several times. He's talking about secrets. And listen, there's something that I don't want to hide from you is in his riding, there are 11,900 seniors who got their card to become members of the new Canadian Dental Care Plan. And yet his leader has said, no, I can't tell you why I'm against the Canada Dental Care Plan. Because it doesn't exist. I can't tell you why I'm against it, because it doesn't exist. How does he explain to seniors in his riding, the 11,900 in his riding, that the card they received doesn't exist? The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Louis. In 2021, we committed to strengthening and modernizing the Canadian Environmental Protection Act to better protect the environment and Canadians' health. With the passage of Bill S5, the Strengthening Environmental Protection for a Healthy Canada Act, we have kept that promise. Can the Minister for Environment and Climate Change please give us an update on the implementation of this new law? The Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question and for all his work on the environment. Yesterday, our government announced additional measures to protect Canadians against pollution, including we know that the Conservatives' priority when it comes to the environment is to give polluters a free pass. They want to give the oil and gas sector the right to pollute for free as much as they want. However, instead of listening to experts, they've listened to conspiracy theories like the Premier of Alberta, and they continue to spread misinformation.
From St. Albert, Edmonton.
Mr. Speaker, the shady business partner of the Minister of Employment testified that the Randian text messages implicated in a $500,000 shakedown is someone other than the minister. But, surprise, surprise, when he was ordered by the Ethics Committee to identify this so-called other Randy, he refused to do so. Everyone knows why. Will the minister just stand in his place and admit it's him?
Colleagues, for the second time, and I hope the last time, I'm going to ask the honourable member from Brantford Brant please not to take the floor unless he is recognised by the chair. The honourable leader of the government in the House of Commons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Obviously, when witnesses testify before committees, they are obliged to provide the information that is asked of them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good job.
The honourable member from St. Albert, Edmonton.
Well, Mr. Speaker, where is Randy? And speaking of not being forthcoming at committee, the minister testified that he had absolutely no communications with his shady business partner at or around the time of the $500,000 shakedown. But now that phone records have proven otherwise, the minister has been forced to admit that he phoned and texted his shady business partner at the very same time. If the minister isn't Randy in the text messages, then why did he hide this material fact from committee?
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House.
Thank Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I stated earlier, if a witness is asked to provide information to a committee, we expect they provide it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Calgary, Midnapore.
After 9 years of this Liberal NDP government, taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, and time is up. Now, this government is no stranger to the bait and switch. It was the Prime Minister himself who said that sunlight is the best disinfectant. Yet all Canadians have received is fraud and corruption. So I was happy to see that the Procurement Ombudsman is going to undertake a study of the bait and switch practices of this government. But why does it always take another hand to force this government to do the right thing?
The honourable leader of the government in the House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd actually turn that question around on my honourable colleagues in front who have decided to abuse the power of this place, to use their powers to upend and override the charter rights of Canadians. So, Mr. Speaker, if the Conservative Party members want to ask themselves how they can do the right things, it's to make sure they don't abuse the powers of this place and they protect the charter rights of Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Vancouver Quadra.
Mr. Speaker, this fall, thousands of young Canadians are starting their post-secondary journey, including at UBC in my riding of Vancouver Quadra. These students are our future, and our government recognizes we have a role to play in helping them with the cost of living. They shouldn't be stressed out about paying tuition and rent, but rather they should be able to focus on their classes. Agreed. Will the Minister of Employment and Workforce Development please tell this House just what our government is doing to support students right across the country?
Excellent question.
The Honourable Minister for Employment and Workforce Development.
And the Conservative members in this House for congratulating us for all the work we're doing to make life easier for students. Whether it's taking off federal interest on student loans, whether it's making those student loans even doubling them, Mr. Speaker, you know what we're doing? We're making sure that apprentices are trained from coast to coast to coast. We've increased student loans. We've taken off the federal student debt. Why, Mr. Speaker? Because we're there to support students every step of the way. They're heckling us every step of the way. We're supporting students to build Canada and make sure we have an economy that is fair for every generation.
Colleagues. The honourable member from Elmwood, Transcona.
Mr. Speaker, for years, working families in my home province of Manitoba suffered from Conservative cuts to our healthcare system and social programs. Under this government, the cost of rent and food has shot up. That is why the NDP has fought to deliver dental care and pharmacare and help lower costs for Canadians. Anti-scab legislation to empower workers for better wages. While the NDP fight for measures to help people, I ask why the government refuses to crack down on corporate greed and ripping off the hard-working members of Elmwood Transcona.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I welcome my honourable colleague to this House. I look forward to their contribution. And, you know, we may disagree on how we get to solutions, but it's really wonderful to work with parties that are focused on solutions. We have parties that are really interested in finding common ground and doing things like dental care, which has seen 800,000 people get care, finding solutions like affordable medicine. And then we have a party obsessed with slogans with nothing behind them, who won't even admit they have no plan whatsoever for a senior who needs dental care or a person who needs essential medicine. Really, their message is, you're on your own, but we got a fun slogan.
The honourable member from Kitchener Centre.
Mr. Speaker, this year in my community, we've already lost 64 people to poison drugs. The federal government has a $359 million program to support prevention, harm reduction, and treatment initiatives called SUAP. This government has previously funded programs in Waterloo Region, but this year, while multiple organizations submitted applications, 0 SUAP dollars have been committed to any programming in my community to date.
will the minister commit to reviewing SUAP funding decisions to ensure hotspots like Waterloo Region are not left unfunded?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Addictions and Mental Health.
Mr. Speaker, and I know that the member is a strong advocate for his community. I know also that he has recently exchanged with our department and that another meeting has been scheduled to discuss this further. We know that all communities, communities across Canada are impacted by substance use, including in the Kitchener-Waterloo region, and that's why we have invested in 400 projects, more than 400 projects through the SUAP program, making a real difference in the Canadians' life.
Great job. Bravo. Bravo.
And so brings to an end of question period. I see that the honourable parliamentary secretary to the government house leader is rising on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the things we want to be able to acknowledge, as you have said on numerous occasions, is the importance of words. Along with the importance of words is a demonstration of consistency, and I bring it up in the most positive way I can. If you take a look, for example, Mr. Speaker, the leader of the Conservative Party used words like wacko and unhinged, and was not, told that that was not inappropriate, Mr. Speaker. Whereas the word erratic, unhinged was used, and you had stood up in your place, Mr. Speaker. So all we're making the suggestion is that words do matter, and we want to follow and abide by the type of things that the Speaker is saying.
Well, I thank the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. And as the Honourable, before I get to the Honourable Member rising on a point of order, as I had mentioned, the formulation of the words were correct. I was pointing out to members, as I pointed out yesterday to members, that we were skating close to the line, and I was asking members to take great care in how they express themselves. As to the first example that the Honourable Member had used, that comment was clearly considered unparliamentary, and we had dealt with it at the time. The Honourable Member from Saanich Gulf Islands is rising on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This has to do with unparliamentary language, and I have to admit I appreciate your help, because I imagine when I open my mouth that it may be hard to continue. The official leader of the official opposition used the word dirtbag. Now, he used it in relation to someone accused of a crime who was out on bail. I think we all need to watch our language carefully and think of the case of Umar Zamir, who was accused of homicide in the death of a police officer, only to find after examination that the man was accused wrongfully. Being out on bail does not mean someone has done something wrong. It means a judge has assessed that those conditions allow them to... Mr. Speaker.
I'm going to allow the Honourable Member to continue. If members do not appreciate allowing the Chair to hear the point of order which is being involved, I would invite them, please, at their turn, to rise on a point of order. Otherwise, I'd invite them, please, to allow the Chair to listen uninterrupted to the member. The Honourable Member from Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Speaker, I so appreciate your assistance. I know this is a difficult topic. Everyone here is grateful to the police officers across this country, grateful and vastly relieved that the police officer in Toronto is recovering well and is reported to be in good spirits. No one would wish a police officer to come to harm. But those involved in altercations with the police, especially when they're still under investigation by the Special Investigations Unit, we should not in this place jump to conclusions, as the Honourable Leader of the official opposition has done, and attribute a term like dirtbag to someone when we know nothing about their life, we know nothing about their circumstances, we know something has occurred which is most unfortunate, but we mustn't treat people who are out on bail as though they're subhuman, or we demean our own humanity.
I see the Honourable Minister for Indigenous Relations is rising on the same point of order.
I am on the same point of order.
If I could ask the Honourable Minister, the Chair has heard at length some good conversations about this, and is going to come back to it. So I'm just going to ask the honourable member to be brief and to the point.
I will be brief, Mr. Speaker. Now, thank you for allowing me to speak. I've noticed over the last several months a real decline in the tenor of this House. It is disturbing to me as a Member of Parliament to hear other members of Parliament use names and slurs towards constituents of all of ours. These are Canadians that we're talking about. And, Mr. Speaker, when we're using names and calling each other names and calling constituents names, I think we can do better, Mr. Speaker. I'm a Member of Parliament for Thunder Bay Superior North, and I'm immensely proud of the citizens in my riding, and I would never, ever consider calling any of them a name.
On this, I see that the honourable member from Calgary Nose Hill is rising on the same point of order.
I think there's many of us here.
May I just ask, is it on the same point of order?
Yes, brief.
Great. If I could ask the honourable member, because the chair has heard a fair bit of comment, and I know that members have important work to continue, so I'll ask the honourable member, just like I asked the honourable minister, to be brief and to the point.
I'd just like to put on the record that I am very comfortable calling a cop killer a dirtbag. Thank you.
Colleagues, thank you for your input, and I do appreciate what you have raised. The chair, on a number of occasions, and not only this chair but previous chairs, people who held this position have raised the point of importance of us using language which is befitting of this place and the people who sent us here. Je vous encourage toujours.
I would always encourage you to display a certain discretion about when speaking about people who aren't here to defend themselves. This said, as I announced last week, when these people are public persons, then they can deal with political matters here in this House.
Us to use a language, again, that is befitting of the people who sent us here, and I encourage all members to do so. Comme il est jeudi,
as it is Thursday, it is time for the weekly question, the Thursday question, and I recognize the Leader of the Official Opposition.
The Government House Leader's attention to the following passage from page 95 of Eugene Forsy's The Question of Confidence in Responsible Government, considered to be the Canadian Bible on the Confidence Convention. Quote, a ministry which could not control the House sufficiently to carry, supply, and essential business would have to be dismissed if it did not resign or seek a new House by dissolution. This morning, after reading the projected orders of business published by the House, I noticed that the House Leader had not bothered to schedule any government business. Since last week, she has been struggling to propose her Ways and Means motion regarding the small business and middle class tax hikes with the capital gains tax changes, a signature piece of her government's financial agenda. Has she abandoned that initiative? Has she abandoned that tax hike? And has the minister conceded that she's effectively lost control of the House? As a consequence, if the government is preferring to have Parliament ground to a halt rather than hand over the documents that a House lawfully ordered to be produced and transmitted to the RCMP, they'd rather keep the House seized with this corruption motion rather than simply comply with the production order and live up to basic expectations of transparency. If she's going to refuse to comply with that House order, if she's unable to bring forward any other business of the House, will she, at the very least, encourage the Prime Minister to dissolve the House so that Canadians can have their say in a carbon tax election?
Hear, hear. Thank the honourable member for the Thursday question. The honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, that was cute, and I can see that the Leader of the Conservatives was having a hard time not laughing at how ridiculous his own statement was. But what I will say is that nous entamons bientôt la quatrième.
We will soon be beginning the fourth week of our session. We will be dealing with the passage of C-76, which has to do with the city of Jasper and construction. We will also be debating an important bill a bill important for all Canadians, Bill C-71, with the question of a dissent, and which protects the value of Canadian citizenship, and which would protect Canadians dispossessed of their citizenship, and those for whom previous legislation should apply. Also, C-66, which recognizes that the Canadian forces, which has to do with Canadian forces, and the necessity of preventing harassment in the Canadian forces. This historic piece of legislation would transform military justice in Canada and would comply with recommendations made by Supreme Court justices. And C-63 having to do with online prejudice, which harms children and would better protect all Canadians against online hate and harm.
Parliament who have been working constructively in advancing these bills. The Conservatives, on the other hand, continue to do everything that they can to block the important work of the House and prevent debate on legislation that will help Canadians. They have offered nothing constructive and instead have focused on cheap political stunts and obstruction for the sake of obstruction. They've lost 2 confidence votes already and continue to paralyze the business of the House. The government supports debates on the privilege motions concluding quickly so that we can get back to the important work of this House. And I extend my hand to any party that wants to work constructively to advance legislation that will help Canadians. Once debate has concluded on both privilege motions, our priorities will be resuming debate on the bills I have listed before. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Point of order, the honourable member from Regina.
Just because the government House Leader was trying to impugn motive on my Thursday statement, I believe it would be fair for me to point out that there is nothing cute about Liberal insiders funneling $400 million to their own companies.
I'm afraid that is a debate that doesn't work out for the question and for the answer, for the weekly question and answer. I wish to inform the House that the volume of the earpieces will now be reset.
I wish to advise the House that earpieces will now be reset. Those using their earpiece at this time should readjust.
We'll have to readjust the volume. Resuming debate. Sorry, orders of the day. Forgive me.
Ordre du jour, privilège, reprise du débat sur une motion concernant le non-respect allégué d'un ordre de production de documents relatifs à technologie du développement durable au Canada et sur l'amendement de M. Berthold.
Resuming debate, the honourable member from
And
the honourable member that he has 16 minutes left in debate.
Well, I'll be able to get started by then, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. As was just indicated by the table, we are debating a motion today on privilege, and I wanted to read into the record some information on parliamentary privilege from the rcommons.ca website, which indicates that parliamentary privilege refers to the rights and immunities that are deemed necessary for the House of Commons as an institution and its members as representatives of the electorate to fulfill their functions. It also refers to the powers possessed by the House to protect itself, its members and its procedures from undue interference so that they can carry out effectively their principal functions, which are to legislate, deliberate, and hold the government to account. Parliamentary privileges were first claimed centuries ago when the English House of Commons was struggling to establish a distinct role for itself within Parliament. These privileges were necessary to protect the House of Commons and its members from the power and interference of the King and the House of Lords. The privileges enjoyed by the House and its members are part of the Constitution and are vital to the proper functioning of Parliament. This is as true today as it was centuries ago when the English House of Commons first fought to secure these privileges and rights. Mr. Speaker, that puts into perspective here that this is a very serious matter, that any time we are talking about the privileges of the House of Commons, we are talking about a serious matter. And that, again, as I said before question period, is why no other business can take place, because protecting the privileges of this House is deemed to be the most important thing that we can do. And that is why the Speaker took the opportunity to deliver a ruling saying that he believed that on the face of it, it was a breach of the privileges of the members of this House and indeed of this House itself, that the government had refused to turn over documents after a lawful order from the House of Commons. And that is what we are discussing today. And all of the bluster and blarney that we heard from the government during question period about how this is somehow about the Charter of Rights and Freedoms is absolute nonsense. This is about the privileges of the House of Commons, the privileges that we have to uphold the rule of law, the privileges that we have to demand documents, to demand papers of the government. It might seem like a quaint thing to refer back to the King and the House of Lords, but without protecting the privileges of this House, we have no authority. And we have a government that can run roughshod over the will of the elected House of Commons, which is what they are trying to do right now. This is a lawful order from not just the Conservative Party and the official opposition, from the majority of the House of Commons. The majority of this House has demanded papers and has done so legally, and after consulting with the legal counsel of the House, these documents have been requested, they have been demanded. The government has no authority to redact the documents, to hand over some of them, or in the case of the Privy Council office, to tell the departments to ignore the request of the House of Commons. That is a breach of our privileges, and that is why we're discussing this instead of things like millions of Canadians lining up at the food bank for the first time. And as we heard in question period today, while Canadians are lining up at the food bank, Liberals are lining their pockets. It's a good time to be a Liberal insider. And that's what we found under the Sustainable Development Technology Canada Fund, where 186 times the board was found to have been in a conflict. They made decisions on money based on a conflict of interest. There was a conflict involved 186 times. That's why the Auditor General has gotten involved. Nearly $400 million of funds from this government have gone to Liberal insiders or have been questioned by the government. $400 million. And that's why the House of Commons, not the Conservative Party, the House of Commons has demanded that the Auditor General and the government hand over the documents to the RCMP. The RCMP will do with them what they will. But that is not a decision for the government to make. An order has been given from this House to produce the documents, to give them to the RCMP, and they can use those documents to form their own opinions. But we cannot have a situation where a lawful order of this House is ignored, is amended, or is changed on the whim of the Prime Minister and his office and his bureaucracy in the PCO. That is not how the House of Commons works. And the government, I believe, has violated the privileges not only of individual members, but of the House itself. The document I referred to goes on to talk about the structure of privileges. It says the privileges of members of the House of Commons provide the absolute immunity they require to perform their parliamentary work, while the collective or corporate rights of the House are the necessary means by which the House effectively discharges its functions. These rights are enjoyed by both the individual members of Parliament, because the House cannot perform its functions without its members, and by the House as a whole for the protection of its members as well as its own authority and dignity. And it goes on to list the individual rights and immunities, the freedom of speech in the House of Commons and committee, freedom from arrest and civil actions, exemption from jury duty, exemption from being subpoenaed to attend court as a witness, freedom from obstruction, interference, and intimidation. And then it talks about the collective rights of the House of Commons to discipline those found in breach of privilege or in contempt, and to remove members for misconduct, to regulate its own internal affairs, including its debates, agenda, and facilities, to maintain the attendance and service of its members, to institute inquiries and demand papers. It is very clear that when our rights are violated, when we are not able to demand papers or our lawful demand for papers is ignored, that the rights of the House have been violated. And that's why we're here today, because we cannot stand idly by while the government arbitrarily decides that they are above the elected House of Commons, that what they believe is right supersedes what the House of Commons has voted on and has determined is the right thing to do. Because if we allow this to happen, if the government can just ignore all of the rules, all of the votes of the House of Commons, where would we be, Mr. Speaker? What if Canadian citizens took the same approach and were able to simply ignore the work that is done here in the House of Commons? That would not be a system that any of us would want to live under. So it is hard to overstate the seriousness of a matter when the rights and privileges of Parliament are under threat as they are today. But it's not the first time that this government has done something of this nature when they've been faced with a ruling or a decision of the House that they didn't like. You'll recall in June of 2021, where the Liberals took the Speaker of the House of Commons to court to block the release of unredacted records about fired scientists under the Winnipeg lab scandal. They took a Liberal Speaker to court. The Government of Canada, the Liberal government, took a Speaker to court. It has never been done before in the history of Canada, because they were so afraid of what would be revealed there, and so afraid to allow the will of the House of Commons to be followed, that they were going to go to court to undermine the privileges of the House. And if you read through this, any of the news articles on that matter, it said here, the Speaker's office will defend the rights of this House. This is something I take very seriously. The legal system does not have any jurisdiction over the operations of the House. We are our own jurisdiction. This is something we will fight tooth and nail to protect, and we will continue to do that. That was from the former Speaker of the House. He said, and Mr. Dufresne, the former law clerk of the House, said the House has exclusive authority when it comes to matters that fall under parliamentary privilege. So this government has gone to extreme lengths before, and they're doing it again to protect themselves, to protect Liberal insiders from having their secrets revealed, from having documents that have been lawfully ordered by this House actually tabled as required. But we know that the Liberals don't have much time for this House. It's a nuisance. It's not something they value. It's not something that they honor. We saw this with Bill Morneau during the COVID, when this House was actually shut down. We saw Bill Morneau try to circumvent the rights of members of Parliament to examine and vote on budget matters for 2 years. He tried to circumvent the rights of this House. Luckily, it was the Leader of the Opposition at the time, the finance critic, who found that little nugget buried away and called it out and put a stop to it. But that is where their mind is at. Wherever they can, these Liberals will undermine Parliament for their own benefit. We've seen a number of times. We have actually, Mr. Speaker, if this matter is dealt with, if this breach of privilege is dealt with by this House anytime soon, which I think many of us have things that we want to say about that. The government, of course, could end this today by complying with the lawful order of the House of Commons and releasing the documents that the House of Commons has demanded that they release to the RCMP. This could all be over this afternoon. But we know that that is not the inclination of the government because they believe they know best. They don't have to abide by the rules. And they're putting that on display. But there's another, in the meantime, there is yet another question of privilege that is waiting in the wings. The next item of business after this one is done will be yet another question of privilege because this government has failed to comply with the wishes of the elected members of the House of Commons. We've seen time and time again where this government has broken their promises. In 2015, in the election that brought them to power, the Prime Minister said it's time to shine more light on government and ensure it remains focused on the people it is meant to serve. Government and its information should be open by default. Data paid for by Canadians belongs to Canadians. We will restore trust in our democracy, and that begins with trusting Canadians. He said he would not resort to legislative tricks to avoid scrutiny, and he would not use prorogation to avoid difficult political circumstances. Well, of course, he did that in August 2020 to shut down investigations on the We Charity scandal, and the Information Commissioner has warned that the access to information has deteriorated to the point where it no longer serves its intended purposes and no longer meets the expectations or the needs of Canadians. So this government holds this House and it holds its right to call for the production of papers, a defined privilege that the House has. The government holds that in contempt. And they have said, we do not recognize the authority of the House. We serve a higher authority, and that's the Prime Minister of Canada. And the Prime Minister of Canada is supposed to be a servant of this House, not its master. And it should not be directing the House of Commons to violate the motion that was duly passed by the majority of the members of the House of Commons. That is exactly what this Prime Minister has done. He has ordered his PMO and his department, the PCO, to ignore the lawful order of the House of Commons because he believes he knows best. It is the House that knows best. It is the House that has to exercise its rights. Because if we don't protect those rights, they will continue to be eroded under this Liberal government that doesn't care about them at all. So we would love to be discussing things like the failed Liberal bail policies that allow a violent repeat offender to shoot a police officer in Toronto yesterday. We would love to be talking about ways we can make that better. We'd love to have a debate about whether it's a bad thing to call the offender names when he is a known violent repeat offender who just shot a police officer, and we see the Liberal government and the people propping them up getting up and decrying the language used to describe those individuals. We'd be happy to have that debate, but today we have to have the debate to protect the rights and privileges of the House of Commons. The government could make this go away today by complying with that order, by complying with the lawful order of the House of Commons. If they do not, Conservatives will continue to stand up for the rights and privileges of the House of Commons because we are sent here by Canadians to do the people's business, and this place must continue to be held in the highest regard. It must be the place that is the highest authority when it comes to the people's business, and the rights and privileges of this place must be respected by the government if we are to continue to hold this government to account. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Nepean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a very simple question for my honourable member. RCMP has written to Law Clerk of the House of Commons in July, stating that any records they receive through this process, they will not be able to use it because it affects the charter rights of the suspect. My understanding is.
Okay, je vais arrêter une minute. Je pense qu'il y a un problème.
Sorry, I think there's a problem with interpretation.
There's no interpretation currently, Mr. Speaker.
Speak English and hope that the translation service gets it. Okay, perfect. The honourable member for Nepean can start again.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a very simple question to ask the honourable member. RCMP has written to the law clerk of the House of Commons in July, stating that any records they obtain through this process, they can't use it because it affects the charter right of the suspect. The end goal is anybody who has done a criminally wrong thing should be prosecuted. But the process that we are debating here, the process that the member is asking here, is not going to achieve that. So my question to the member is, does he think that RCMP has no other legal process to obtain this document or documents legally so that they can use it to the fullest extent in prosecuting anybody who has done anything wrong?
The honourable member for Chilliwack Hope.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I find it troubling that that member would imply that a lawful House order was somehow illegal, that somehow that sending documents to the RCMP to do with what they will is somehow illegal. Mr. Speaker, we've seen this before. The government, we've seen the director of the CBSA, for instance, after the Arrive scandal, sent documents directly to the RCMP. The government has not chosen to do that in this case. We believe that a lawful House order is lawful. The RCMP will do what they want with that information, but that they should receive the information from the House of Commons unredacted, as is our right to request, which is what we have done, which is what the government should listen to.
Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The role of the opposition in a government, especially a minority government, but all governments really, is not just to oppose for the sake of opposition. That would not be constructive. Rather, the opposition's role is, above all things, to ensure the public has a better view of current realities, allowing the public to be better represented here in the House. Having said that, trust is at the base of parliamentary power. Refusing to submit documents indicates that there is something to hide. This undermines public trust. As such, by refusing to submit documents, the government is shooting itself in the foot, especially given this minority government context. Here's my question. Does the problem come from the appointment process, or giving funds to an organization with no strings attached, or a bit of both? The honourable member for Chilliwack Hope.
Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. I agree with her that the longer the government fights this matter by refusing to hand over the documents, the more it does look like they have something to hide. And clearly there was something wrong with the appointment process when it came to the board of the SDTC. We saw that the former minister, Navdeep Bains, was made aware that this would be a massive problem if he appointed Liberal-connected insiders who had been receiving money from this fund, that there would be inevitable conflicts of interest. He was told that repeatedly. The Prime Minister's office was told that repeatedly. The PCO was told that repeatedly, and all of it was ignored. And now we have a situation where $400 million has been awarded to companies that have a connection to Liberal insiders. We've seen, I believe the number I heard quoted from the member from South Shore St. Margaret's was 82% of the contracts had been impacted in one way or another and were under a cloud of suspicion. That's the record of this government, a program that operated just fine under the previous Conservative government was turned into a Liberal slush fund by this Liberal government, and they did it on purpose.
Question et commentaire, questions and comments. The honourable for Calgary Nose Hill.
Mr. Speaker, said that Canadians only will support our democratic system if they know in their hearts that the rules of our democracy are followed, right? That the rules of this place are followed and that all of us can represent them. It's a little wild to think that, you know, some of us represent over 120,000 people. We are one vote for 120,000 people, and the only way that that carries any weight is if the rules of this place are followed. My colleague spoke about the importance of parliamentary supremacy, the right of parliaments to do so many things, and our privilege as parliamentarians. Can he speak to the impact on what is happening to Canadians' faith in democracy when the government does not allow this place to function?
The honourable member for Chilliwack Hope.
I thank my colleague and friend for that question. I think she has hit the nail on the head. If Canadians don't have confidence in their democratic institutions, they won't have confidence in the government to deliver services. They won't have confidence in the laws that we pass in this place. The whole system breaks down if the House of Commons is not supreme, if our rights and privileges are not upheld. And so that's why this is taken so seriously. That's why the Speaker has said that nothing else can happen until this matter is dealt with, because it is the most important thing that we can deal with. Because if the privileges and rights of the House of Commons are undermined, then our democratic institutions are undermined. And it seems hyperbolic to say that, but that is what is at the foundation of this debate. If the government can simply ignore the will of the supreme lawmaking body in this country, if they can just brush that aside, what does that say about our democratic institutions? What does that say about our democracy? It says that it doesn't matter. It says that the government can do whatever it wants. There's nobody to hold them to account. And this official opposition and common sense Conservatives will continue to hold this government to account by ensuring that the rights and privileges of members of Parliament and this House of Commons are respected.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Mr. Speaker, I find it very difficult to listen to the honourable member talk about the rights and privileges of this place and that the rule of this place must be held supreme when in fact we know that the former Conservative Party of Canada did the exact same thing when they were in government. There are a number of scandals that they actively refused this House to learn about. A $3.1 billion anti-terrorism funding scandal, the G8 Summit Slush Fund, $50 million there. The list is quite extensive. New Democrats have talked about this before. We accept and want this investigated, absolutely. We want to ensure that whether scandals happen on a Liberal side or scandals happen on a Conservative side, that's not allowable, that's not acceptable. But how can this member stand in this place and be so adamant about upholding the laws when their government or former government has just been as complicit as this current government?
That's right.
The honourable member for Chilliwack Hope.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate that old habits die hard, and it's tough for the NDP to stop defending the Liberal government, even though they supposedly have ripped up their confidence and supply agreement, and of course continue to support their continued governance of this country through several votes over the last couple of weeks, keeping them in power. Of course, I reject any comparison between what happened under the Harper government and what is happening right now with this willful decision to ignore a lawful order of the House of Commons. That did not happen under Stephen Harper, and when these sorts of matters come up, we will call them out. We will hold this government to account. And I know that that member may want to live in the past and not hold this government to account, as they have not done for the last 9 years. But we'll do our job. We'll hold this government to account, even if the NDP wants to continue to support this corrupt Liberal government.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hate to alert my honourable colleague that I will ask a question that challenges something he said, but I want to put on the record first virtually everything he said, I agree. I want to also thank the honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's, because from corridor conversations, I'm quite aware that he seems to have done a whole lot more late-night, red-eyed reading through a lot of documents I haven't had time to read. I think that what we have here is a very large and important issue. I look forward to speaking to it later in debate today. I am very concerned with charter rights, but I fail to see a charter right being infringed here. I'm open to debate, to understanding how the Honourable Leader of the Government in the House sees a charter right infringed, but the right of this House to see documents and convey those to the RCMP doesn't raise to me a charter issue. So the quibble I have with my honourable friend from Chilliwack Hope is this. I was here during the debates that we had right at the beginning of COVID. It was on March 23rd, actually. And just because, on the record, I like to see things corrected, the honourable leader of the official opposition now was the finance critic for the Conservative Party back then. But as much as I'd like to say how much fun we had working together, and we did actually, we had the honourable leader of the New Democratic finance critic at the time, the honourable member from Burnaby, New Westminster, as well as the Honourable Bloc Québécois critic for finance, and I met regularly with former Finance Minister Bill Morneau, and were in astonishing levels of agreement. But it wasn't the member from the official opposition leader who spotted the little nugget. Everybody spotted it. As leader of the Green Party, I promise I spotted it. We were against parliamentary tradition because of COVID. Draft government legislation was shared with us before first reading. All of us saw it. The Parliamentary Budget Office flagged it. The Finance Minister can't give himself the right to approve budgets, several budgets in advance, so it never came to the House.
We are completely out of time, but the honourable member for Chilliwack Hope can have a quick answer.
Yes, the leader of the opposition, the current leader of opposition, absolutely did flag it, and that's why the matter it was deleted from the draft legislation. So, you know, I don't know what role the member herself played, but I know on our side, I was the whip at the time. It was flagged by our current leader because he read through that document and was not willing to let the finance minister at the time undermine Parliament, as was the intention of the draft legislation.
Before proceeding to the next speaker, just wanted to make people aware that the point of order has been resolved with the honourable member for Calgary Heritage. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Hear, hear. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Okay, so, Mr. Speaker, some of my constituents have written to me and they've said, why is the Liberal government grinding the business of Parliament to a halt, right? They've seen reports of the Liberal government doing this. So I want to break down what is happening here today and why it is so crazy that the Liberal government is allowing to do this, and then what Parliament should be doing in response. So what's happening here? So we're debating a motion at this point in time. And it's this whole process of how we got here today started on June the 10th, when this House, the House of Commons, adopted a motion calling for the production of various documents related to SDTC to be turned over to the RCMP for review. So for people who, might not be familiar with what this means, I will summarize it briefly for you and then give a little bit more information afterwards. So SDTC, Sustainable Development Canada, the Leader of the Opposition summarized the problem very succinctly in a question yesterday when he said, a top government executive took $400 million of other people's money and then gave it to their own companies. So that's essentially, it's problematic. And then my colleague from South Shore St. Margaret's, other members of the Industry Committee, the Ethics Committee, they've been pulling at the threads of this scandal for over a year now, uncovering a massive conflict of interest that the RCMP should be looking at. So what happened was Parliament passed a motion to send documents related to the scandal to the RCMP, okay? So Parliament passed this motion. So it's essentially law. It's saying that the documents that that Parliament ordered should be sent to the RCMP, and Parliament is supreme. So in response to that motion, which was adopted by this House, government departments either outright refused the House order or redacted documents turned over, citing various provisions. But they actually ignored what the House order said to do. So again, to reemphasize, this was a duly passed motion of the House of Commons. This wasn't some sort of random demand. This was a motion that was debated in the House of Commons and passed by the House of Commons. So it's essentially law. So it forced these government departments. It says you have to submit this over. And you know what they did? They flipped the bird to Parliament. They said, we're not sending this over. Okay? So that raises a whole host of questions about why government departments would not be sending incriminating documents over to the RCMP, right? And anybody who is watching this should understand that it's highly problematic. But it's also problematic because it breaches members' privileges here, right? Because it's essentially the government saying no to Parliament on something, okay? So then what happened was when parliamentarians understood what had happened was that the Conservative House leader raised something called a point of privilege. He essentially was asserting that the House's privilege had been breached because the government had not complied with the previous House order, that motion that was passed to compel those documents. Now, again, why is this important, Mr. Speaker? It's important because what the government did here was that they said that they would not turn over incriminating documents to the RCMP on a major scandal in spite of the House voting to do so. And then the House leader said, no, the privileges of this place, or the rights that we have when we're all representing over, in my case, it's roughly 120,000 people, were violated because the order of this House was not complied with. For somebody who might not, this sounds too technical, it's basically saying, looking at something in the criminal code and saying, well, I'm going to do that anyways, and you can't punish me, okay? So with that point of privilege, your office, Mr. Speaker, the chair, ruled that privilege had indeed been breached, so that this was a problem. So that's a good thing, and that's where we bring today. So the motion that's in front of the House as a result of this whole rigmarole, which I might add, just to be perfectly clear, the government could have prevented all of this entire waste of resources. Think about how much time has been wasted to try and force the government to do something that they should have done already. How could they fix this? They could just do what? Hand the documents over. Hand the documents over per the law that was passed in this place. But no, here we are today. So now we're debating a motion that does the following. It refers this whole matter to a standing committee for review. So essentially what they're trying to do here is rag the puck on handing over incriminating documents that the House has already ordered them to turn over. Now, here's the other thing that is absolutely bananas, ludicrous to me, like completely bonkers crackers time, is that the government is trying to say that this is somehow a breach of Canadian charter rights. But other colleagues in this place have done a masterful job of explaining that Parliament is supreme. And by that, I mean that Parliament makes the laws in this place, right? We have legislative authority in this place. So if you want to back up, the reason why the House ostensibly, and I looked through the record to see some of the arguments that happened during that debate, the reason why the House had this production of documents order was because why? There's a big scandal going on, and we want transparency for our constituents, and we want the process that led to this scandal to be fixed. And we want to ensure that anybody who is involved in perpetrating the scandal faces consequences. Why? for several reasons. We have fiduciary responsibilities as legislators with tax dollars. This was a giant debacle waste of tax dollars, okay? And also when somebody breaks the rules or breaks the law, that should be examined. That should be, and then they should face consequences. But what the Liberal government is doing here is that they are preventing that process from happening. Why? Well, I think we all know why. Because something in that document probably points the finger directly back at the government ministers or, and also likely, the Prime Minister's office. Now, where have we heard this movie before? I've seen this movie before, Mr. Speaker. I think Canadians have seen this movie before several times, okay? As other colleagues in this place have mentioned, this is not the first time this Liberal government has been found to violate the privilege of the House by withholding documents, okay? So, as has been mentioned, there was a huge scandal that happened in early 2021, wherein it came to light that 2 employees of a extremely, it's the level 4 biohazard lab in Winnipeg, that they, I can't, when I say this, it sounds so crazy, but it's true, that they were alleged to have and found to have had transferred samples of viruses back to China. So these 2 people were in a biohazard lab where some of the world's most deadly viruses like Ebola and Marburg were, and that they transferred samples of said viruses back to China. So the House ordered the production of documents around that issue. And again, in that situation, the government flipped the bird to Parliament and said, we're not handing those documents over, no way, no how. They actually went so far as to sue your office, Mr. Speaker. They actually sued the Speaker of the House of Commons to delay the transfer of these documents. Now, what ended up happening with these documents? Just to refresh anybody's memories, instead of handing the documents over, the Prime Minister called an early election in 2021, which wiped the table of Parliament at that point in time, right? So it bought him time. So the point being here, Speaker, is that this government has a pattern of completely dismissing the privileges that we hold in the House of Commons. Over my time in Parliament, I have learned a lot of tough lessons. But there has been one guiding principle through all of that for me, and that is that my power comes from nowhere else other than the people who represent me, combined with the rules and sanctity of this place, particularly through privilege. So when my privilege as a parliamentarian is violated, so are all of the privilege of my constituents, right? So that is why it's so important for us to push on these issues. Because if we live in a world where the government can just willfully ignore the duly instructed outcomes of a legislative body, where all of us are duly elected, we all have responsibilities to our constituents. If they can just ignore us, then this is not a democracy, it's not a parliament, it's a what? It's a dictatorship. And we're not far from that in this point. It's not hyperbole to say that by the government delaying the will of Parliament, they are eroding democracy. They are weakening democracy. And I hear grumbles on the other side, but it has to be said. You either respect the rules of this place, respect the privileges of parliamentarians, respect the will of Parliament, okay, or we live in a state that is not a democracy. And again, this government has repeatedly done this, right? They have repeatedly refused the will of Parliament. And also, frankly, we've had people, unprecedented, never before, I think maybe over 100 years ago, people called to the bar of this place, Mr. Speaker, to be admonished for carrying out the will of this government to obfuscate the will of Parliament. Now, when I talk about my power and my privileges and where it comes from the people that represent me, or that I represent, and the rules of this place, I have to remind members of the governing party that don't hold a government position, so a position in the executive, that is their role to also hold the government to account. It is also their, so, and I understand partisanship and I understand party whips, but there's a point in time in which people have to look up the food chain and have constructive dissent and say, no, this is not right. This is not the will of my constituents. I am here to uphold their interests. And I've done that from time to time, Mr. Speaker, in this place, because I know that where my power comes from, and I will not cede that power for in any way, shape, or form. So it is very, very disappointing for me, Mr. Speaker, to watch members of the governing party who have been here for some time. They've been here for a hot minute. They've been elected in 2015, but they've never had to challenge their party in any meaningful way. And now, at this critical juncture, when they're living behind a feckless leader, literally like a feckless leader who cannot tell right from wrong in any circumstance, is literally just trying to find a better job, which he's not going to find, which is why he's clinging to power so desperately. At that point in time, that caucus should be challenging him on everything that he does. Anything that, because he has lost, he has led his party into a state of moral oblivion. So it is now their moral responsibility as backbench in that party to say, I'm not doing this. And at the very least, on this one, like for them to get up in the House of Commons, and I hear members like literally reading off the PMO approved questions for the day to try and suggest that somehow carrying out the will of Parliament, which is also, it's also their privilege that was breached, by the way, and all of their constituents' privileges are breached, that somehow it's a charter violation? Come on. Come on. This is why they will lose their seats in the next election. And why? Because they know that when their constituents lose that sense that they are willing to stand up for them, no matter what the PMO says, no matter what the party leader says, when they look, they don't have that sense of right from wrong. And Mr. Speaker, this is a pretty clear case of right and wrong. It really is. I mean, like, we have people from very disparate political backgrounds, from the left of the spectrum to the right of the spectrum in this place, say, look, we might not agree on policy. We might not agree on how to deal with an emergent issue. But we're going to agree on one thing, that if this country is supposed to carry out its business, to live in a peaceful pluralism, then the rules of this place have to function. They absolutely have to function. And they're not. So that's why we're debating this motion today. And it has been encouraging to hear members of different political stripes say, you know what, we can disagree on much, but we are going to agree to uphold the rules of this place. But the question then becomes, which is, at what point do people, other members of this place, stop propping up a government that continues time and time again, day in and day out, to ignore the rules, to just say that it doesn't apply to them, to look for ways out, and not even to look for ways out, not to look for loopholes, but just to ignore the rules of this place. And again, this is not the first time. This is one of countless instances. I've only given two here. You have a prime minister who has breached ethics violations. You have a government that will, or you have members that will filibuster privilege motions just so that they can't move forward. And it's in those moments that members who do not hold a government appointment, whose job, their sole job, all of us who do not hold a government appointment, and we are not part of the executive branch of government, it is the number one priority is to hold the government to account. That might be in a caucus meeting or whatnot, but at some point in time, you have to say, you know what? No, not today. Not today. Not today, you guy, you, hey. And I'm hoping that there will be members of the Liberal backbench who at the very least will do one of two things. Abstain on this motion if they can't find the courage to vote for it, or at least not ask questions that have been repeated by the government House leader. And it's disappointing to me. I like to see women in strong roles in the House of Commons. I think it inspires other women to do the same. But to repeat the talking points coming from a feckless man who clearly has lost the moral authority to govern, I also hope that some of the cabinet ministers have a think and look within their heart and go, you know what, I'm tired of this. I'm tired of doing this. I will not do this anymore. So, you know, Mr. Speaker, I'll just close with this. I've given the why it's so important for us to vote in favor of this motion, but I also understand, as so many people in this place have said, because we are having to debate another instance of this government flagrantly dismissing the privileges of the people in this place, that we are not debating the business of making life more affordable for Canadians, making it more safe for Canadians to live within their house and homes, and trying to find homes for Canadians. Many do not have them. There was a report today, Mr. Speaker, that said that within 8 years, rent in Montreal for, I think it was a 2-bedroom apartment, will be close to $5,000. That will be the average rent in under a decade. We are on a course of abject failure in this country. But we cannot address any of these issues. We cannot have that constructive debate if the rules of this place are not being followed. So I ask the government to end this today by handing the documents over, obeying the will of this place, respecting our democracy, so that we can move on behalf of our constituents. Thank you.
Excellent.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Conservative Party believes that they are better at investigations in dealing with the bringing forward of criminal charges than our judicial system, and specifically our RCMP. The RCMP have expressed extreme discomfort with what it is that the Conservatives are doing. The member's upset because I repeat it. Well, if it's the truth and it's being repeated, one would think it would eventually sink in. To use the Conservative term, what is the Conservative Party doing to the RCMP thoughts? They are flipping them the bird, using her words, Mr. Speaker. Well, quite frankly, where was the Conservative attitudes of violating the potential charter rights of individuals when it came to the many scandals that they had, whether it was the anti-terrorism scandal, the Phoenix scandal, the G8 spending scandal, the ETS scandal, the F-35 scandal, the Senate scandal, and the election scandals? The Conservative Party has a pretty shady record. Never did they go around saying, we're going to go and collect information, even if it violates the charter, in order to give assistance to the RCMP. Why this change in attitude and disregard for the RCMP?
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Well, let me do something I don't do on a regular basis. Quote the leader of the Green Party, who said the same thing that many of other people have said in the House of Commons today, which is she did not find any intellectual basis in the constitutional argument. And that's because there is none. And I mean, come on, Mr. Speaker, to argue that it's truth because the government who's trying to hide the documents says it's truth, it's such a stretch. It's like, it's such a stretch, right? I mean, you know, I know that the member opposite, he's served for a long time in my home province of Manitoba's legislature. He has I believe, a daughter who's served for a long time as well, too, in the legislature. At some point, I hope he looks inside and goes, I cannot support the PMO and the party leader. I can't do this. And I hope in that moment that instead of coming in here and saying those sorts of ridiculous things, that he has some self-respect, perhaps buys himself a nice lunch instead of coming here and trying to say things and convince us of things that we know in our hearts are not true.
Question et commentaire, l'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to come back to our role as parliamentarians. Our role is to pass legislation that is useful for the people and good for them. But we've been slowed down in our role about this necessity to provide documents. Now, we can pass legislation that's good for the Canadian people, but also our role, which is to analyze situations which have the potential to be problematic in order to improve our process. What does my colleague think of this? And given the refusal of us to go forward.
just underlined the importance of this place and the importance of respecting the rules of this place. And in that, I wholeheartedly agree. You know, her and I may vehemently disagree on approaches to public policy, but the reality is that we each have the duly elected right bestowed upon us by all of our constituents to raise our voices on the issues we may disagree with in order to come up with public policy that's in the best interest of Canadians. But we can only do that, as she said, when our privileges are respected, when we can get the documents that this place have ordered, when we can examine the government's activities and hold the government to account, and when the rules of this place are upheld. And when we have an executive government, a branch of government led by a prime minister who has frequently, abjectly, completely ignored, and yes, flipped the bird to this place, then we have a duty to end this government and move on and elect a new government that will not do all of these things that he has done that has led to the erosion of Canadian democracy over the last decade.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Barrie, Springwater, Oro-Medonte.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague from Calgary Nose Hill on her great remarks there. I just wanted to, some of the testimony, some of the words we've been hearing over the last few days have just been mind-boggling, and this scandal just keeps growing and growing. I'd like to just bring up a comment that was made in committee by an employee of the SDTC, if I could. And I'm going to read it specifically, and I'd like to know the comments from the member from Calgary Nose Hill. And the quote was from the employee, quote, "I think the current government is more interested in protecting themselves and protecting the situation from being a public nightmare. They would rather protect wrongdoers and financial mismanagement than have to deal with a situation like SDTC in the public sphere." Could the member from Calgary also please comment on those comments, exact quote made by an employee of SDTC at committee?
Honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
My condolences for having to serve under one of the worst prime ministers in Canadian history, number one. But number two, I think I'll deal with this question obliquely, which is the whole goal of SDTC, this Sustainable Development Technology Fund, was to promote technologies that were homegrown so the intellectual property could stay in Canada, but also do what? Address environmental challenges like climate change. So here you have a government who has done nothing to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and now they're literally allowing one of their main funds for this issue to be subject to potential malfeasance. And how disheartening is that? So not only are they not meeting their climate objectives, but they're allowing scandal, waste, and fraud to permeate a company filled with people who just want to do good, right? Like, how disheartening is that? So, you know, Mr. Speaker, that is why, as my colleague said, we've got this motion. I think there's a lot of agreement in this place, except from the governing party, from the Liberals, for us to move on. I wish and I implore the governing Liberals to just produce the documents so that we can move on with life, and as my colleague rightly brought up, perhaps re-inspire the hope of that former employee of SDTC. Thank you.
Bravo.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Nepean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I keep hearing Parliament is supreme. I agree, but in the Constitution of Canadian system of government, we have the executive, the legislative, and the judiciary. Each have their own powers and responsibilities. That is something many of us seems to forget. On this specific debate, Mr. Speaker, RCMP has written to Law Clerk of the House of Commons in July that any records they obtained through this process cannot be used in their investigative work. So why is that we are still insisting that, and there's nothing that prevents, or the member can explain to me if there's anything that prevents RCMP from getting whatever the records, whatever the documents that it needs, if and when there's an investigation.
The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
There absolutely is one thing. There's absolutely something that prevents the RCMP from getting those documents. It's the Liberal Party of Canada. Right. And it's why we passed this motion in this place to compel those documents, because the member's party has completely blocked justice in this sense. And that's why we're doing this today. So, you know, it was actually the member opposite who just raised the question that I was referring to in my earlier remarks, saying that members like him who do not hold a government position, I guess he kind of does, but he needs to look inside and say, I will not do the dirty work of this government anymore. I will not be complicit in this. And when he keeps standing up and raising talking points that just are patently false, he is not being true to himself or his constituents who brought him here to uphold the rules and respect their rights and privileges. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We do have time for a quick exchange. The honourable member for Peterborough-Kawartha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for her intervention in the House today. She's tremendous at explaining sometimes the policy and procedure that folks at home aren't quite following or understanding. And I guess she's been here for quite a while. She's sat in government. She's sat on the other side of the House. If she could explain to folks watching at home how dire this truly is and what it actually means for democracy and for the future of Canadians, that would be great.
Good question.
Member for Calgary-Nose Hill in 40 seconds or so.
I did hold a cabinet position. It was an economic position that was responsible for various grants and contributions. And every step of the way, I changed terms of funding. I called for proposals models so that everything would be as fair and just as possible so that no one could ever accuse our government of not spending money wisely, number one, or number two, enriching our friends, right? It's that corporate fiduciary responsibility that this government has lost because they don't have ministerial accountability anymore. And I think that that's so sad, and I look forward to a government led by the current leader of the opposition where that accountability is restored. Thanks a lot.
I have the honour to inform the House that the Senate has adopted the following legislation. C-76.
Received as follows. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to inform you that the Right Honourable Mary May Simon, Governor-General of Canada, signified royal assent by written declaration to the bills listed in the schedule to this letter on the 3rd day of October 2024 at 3:28 p.m. Yours sincerely, Kevin McKillop, Secretary to the Governor-General. Bills assented to: an Act to amend the Canada, Newfoundland and Labrador Atlantic Accord Implementation Act and the Canada, Nova Scotia Offshore Petroleum Resources Accord Implementation Act, and to make consequential amendments to other acts. Bill C-49, an Act to amend the Canada National Parks Act. Bill C-76.
I inform the House that this communication was received. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour of advising you that the Very Honourable Mary Simon, Governor-General of Canada, has given royal assent to this legislation. Please accept my regards. Kevin McKillop. A bill having received royal assent, having to do with an agreement with Eastern Canada on offshore hydrocarbons and other legislation, C-49, and an act to modify the Canada Parks Act.
Duty pursuant to Order 38 to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Colonial Lake Country on housing. The Honourable Member for Dauphin, Swan River, Neepawa on carbon pricing. And the Honourable Member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge on government accountability. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Portage Lisgar.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise today in response to the Speaker's ruling regarding the Liberal government's refusal to comply with a binding House order to produce documents related to Sustainable Development Technology Canada, or better known to Canadians as the Liberal Green Slush Fund. It's like Groundhog Day here in Parliament, Mr. Speaker. We are once again debating another Liberal scandal instead of legislation. But the Liberals have done this to themselves. They're clearly trying to hide the details of yet more corruption. And I have a prediction for you. These documents will eventually prove that the Liberals have wasted taxpayer money and helped their friends. Because why else would they go to such great lengths to keep them so secret? It's simply astounding and frankly infuriating to myself and to the people that I represent that this Liberal government has become so complacent and so careless that they are willing to let millions of tax dollars be wasted and don't even want an investigation into how or why. Now, we're not just talking about numbers on a balance sheet here. We're talking about the hard-earned tax dollars of everyday Canadians, and it's reasonable for them to loathe waste and corruption that they've seen under this Liberal government. The sheer audacity of this Prime Minister to sidestep a binding House order and to cloak himself in secrecy is nothing short of outrageous, Mr. Speaker. But make no mistake, his stonewalling is not just irresponsible, it is a betrayal of the trust of the very people that he and everyone in this place was elected to serve. We owe it to Canadians to demand answers, to hold that Prime Minister accountable, and to ensure that taxpayer money is not being funneled into the hands of his friends, Liberal insiders. And to demonstrate why we must find the Liberal government in breach of our parliamentary privilege, by ignoring the will of this House, we must examine the pattern of appalling evasion and secrecy habits from this government. Now, as a bit of a refresher on previous Liberal failures to be open and transparent, beyond the matter before us, of course, let us not forget the SNC-Lavalin scandal. This is, of course, when the Prime Minister decided to fire Jody Wilson-Raybould for refusing to go along with his nefarious plan to change the law to protect himself and, of course, his friends. The Prime Minister was then repeatedly asked to waive cabinet confidence to let Ms. Wilson-Raybould speak, and he refused, time and time again. He did everything he could to make sure that no one, including and especially the RCMP, could even get access to evidence to properly investigate the matter. Now, let's fast forward to the Winnipeg lab documents that the Prime Minister refused to hand over, once again defying the will of Parliament in the process. When the previous Speaker ruled that he must and his government must hand over the documents, he said, and I quote, Mr. Speaker, "The powers in question, like all those enjoyed by the House collectively and by members individually, are essential to the performance of their duties. The House has the power, indeed the duty, to reaffirm them when obstruction or interference impedes with its deliberations." Continuing on, I quote, "As guardian of these rights and privileges, that is precisely what the House has asked me to do today, by ordering the Speaker to reprimand you for the Public Health Agency of Canada's contempt, refusing to submit the required documents." This all sounds a little familiar to today's debate, of course. So what did the Prime Minister do in that instance? He was callous enough to let the President of the Public Health Agency of Canada take the fall. It was cruel that he decided to make a public servant take the fall for his failures of leadership and his own political objectives. Now, a long time ago, feels like forever, 9 long, miserable years ago or so, this Liberal Prime Minister promised that government would be open by default. I don't know if the Prime Minister believed himself then or if he just drank too much of their own Kool-Aid, but his record doesn't match that empty rhetoric. You see, Mr. Speaker, in politics, we should not be judged by our words. We should be measured against our actions. Words are cheap. Without following through, they aren't worth anything. Now, I don't blame Canadians for being upset at this Prime Minister, not just for this scandal, but broadly speaking, because he is anything but open and transparent. And the fact that we are here debating this again today is just yet another proof point of that. But the reason why this motion is so important is that it transcends mere procedural oversight. It speaks directly to the integrity of our democracy and the accountability that we owe to the people that each one of us represents in this place. This issue is not just about a handful of documents. It reflects a broader principle of good government, one that is essential for maintaining public trust, something that this Prime Minister has lost some time ago. So let us revisit the timeline and the facts that have brought us here today. On June 10th, this House passed a motion demanding specific documents that are critical to our oversight of government operations. We set a reasonable deadline, 30 days, to comply. Yet what followed would be far from satisfactory and, in fact, extremely disappointing, but perhaps not surprising given the track record. The reports submitted to the Speaker by the law clerk indicate partial disclosures and numerous redactions. And in some cases, we face outright refusals from various government departments. Now, Mr. Speaker, this is not merely a technical breach. It constitutes a dismissal of Parliament's authority. The actions of the Liberal government convey a troubling message that they simply prioritize convenience over accountability. This is not how government is meant to function. So let's take a moment to reflect on the importance of parliamentary privilege. The Speaker has in the past noted the absolute nature of powers to order the production of documents. Now, this is no trivial matter, Mr. Speaker. It is a cornerstone of our democratic process. Parliamentary privilege allows us to demand transparency, ensuring that the government is held accountable to the people that it serves, or at least should serve. This House has the unequivocal right to request any information necessary for us to fulfill those parliamentary duties. The Prime Minister must recognize that he is not above the rules. He's not above the rules that govern this place because it operates under the scrutiny of this House and, by extension, the very people of Canada that we are here to represent. Now, to stress that point, let us reflect on some historical precedents. Speaker Milliken has affirmed the House's unwavering right to order the production of documents, asserting that no exceptions should be made for any category of government documents. This principle is enshrined in our procedural traditions and underscores the fundamental duty of Parliament to oversee the actions of the government of the day. Now, as for why we are taking this somewhat extraordinary step, is because what we uncovered regarding this green slush fund scandal is nothing short of appalling. It directly undermines the fundamental tenet of responsible governance, that taxpayers should be directed towards their intended purposes, and even better yet, they should achieve outcomes of those purposes. And we discovered that the Liberals appointed a board of directors with individuals closely aligned with Liberal interests and deep-seated conflicts of interest. This board then made decisions that funneled taxpayer money to companies that, as the Auditor General pointed out, have no verifiable environmental benefits, Mr. Speaker. The Liberal government has tried to spin a yarn about how this is using tax dollars on green projects, yet instead it was mired with conflicts of interest and ineligible product applications. I do want to extend my sincere gratitude to my many hardworking Conservative colleagues, particularly the member for South Shore St. Margaret's, who have dedicated countless hours to get to the bottom of this, to find the truth. He and they have done exemplary work on behalf of Canadians by digging deep to get to the bottom of this mess. He exposed this green slush fund for what it truly was, a mechanism for companies to cash in for projects that weren't even eligible, or simply just to enrich themselves. And I'm particularly troubled by the notion of the board of directors allocating taxpayer money to companies in which they have a vested interest. This is a profound betrayal of the public trust. This is why this production order is so critical and why the government's defiance of such a serious breach of parliamentary privilege is so appalling. In my view, it is imperative that every member of this House, if they hold any belief, any desire to see accountability, must support this motion. Now, for those watching at home, let me give you a rundown of how we got here, though. Sustainable Development Technology Canada, or SDTC, was not always this body engulfed in scandal and corruption. In fact, it started back in 2001 with the purpose of funding companies that create technologies promoting sustainable development. Not a bad idea, Mr. Speaker. And in its intended form, SDTC is an arm's length and not-for-profit organization. However, it all changed with this Liberal government because they transformed it into anything but that. You see, SDTC has a board of directors who oversees payments from the fund. Jim Balsillie, the former CEO of BlackBerry, became the chair of this board back in 2013 and served in that capacity for several years. That is, until one day, the then Liberal industry minister expressed concerns because Balsillie was critical of his government. So they did what Liberals do. They searched for a friendly face to take on the role, ultimately settling on a net Verschuren in June of 2019. And that's when the problems really started, Mr. Speaker. Ms. Verschuren had received SDTC funding, which made her the only chair in the fund's history to have interest in a company receiving money from that organization. The minister, the Prime Minister's office, and the Privy Council office, the Prime Minister's bureaucratic department, were warned of the risks with her appointment, and yet they went ahead anyways. Ms. Verschuren then went on to normalize an environment where conflicts of interest thrived. Simply put, board directors would award funding to companies in which they held financial interests themselves. They enriched themselves at the expense of Canadians, of hardworking, tax-paying Canadians. The examples are incredibly damning, so let me just mention a few of them, though. Stephen Kukucha, a former Liberal political staffer, served as a director for some time. And during his tenure, companies in which he had a financial interest in received nearly $5 million in SDTC funding. Guy Ouimet, another director, admitted that companies he had a financial interest in received about $17 million in SDTC funding. Now, these numbers aren't exactly chump change, but they pale in comparison to the story of Andrée-Lie Methot. Ms. Methot owns Cycle Capital, a firm that apparently invests in green technologies. During her time on the board, Mr. Speaker, $114 million in SDTC grants were given to companies that she had a financial interest in. And that was just during the time that she was on the board. When combining the companies that she'd invested in, receiving both before and after and during, $250 million that she was the benefactor of. And I'd like to say it stops there, but it actually gets a little worse, Mr. Speaker. Before he was focused on driving our economy into the ground, this radical Minister of Environment was a so-called strategic advisor for none other than Cycle Capital. Now, during his 10 years there, millions went from Liberal coffers to that firm. In fact, he still owns shares in that company, I understand, but refuses to tell us by how much they have increased. Now, my theory is they've increased a lot, Mr. Speaker, because he's apparently rich enough to not worry about the economic vandalism that he and his government are causing to Canadians. He must be buffered from those challenges. Now, regardless, the corruption here, it was too great. The gravy train had to end at some point. So in late 2022, whistleblowers raised concerns about the corruption at SDTC. And later in 2023, they went public with those concerns, sounding the alarm about the unethical practices of the organization. That November, the Auditor General announced that an audit of SDTC would be completed. The report released in June of 2024 was damning, to say the least. The Auditor General found 186 conflicts of interest. Not one, not two, not a few, 186. Who in their right mind thinks that this is acceptable? I don't care what your political stripe is. Nobody finds that acceptable, and to fight back against any investigation into that is simply appalling. Now, of the sample contracts investigated by the Auditor General, turns out there was $390 million in contracts inappropriately awarded. For many years, it was a good time to be a Liberal insider until these dastardly whistleblowers emerged. But it turns out, time's up. The most damning testimony, I think, came from these whistleblowers. So let me read a few quotes, Mr. Speaker. One reads, quote, "The current government is more interested in protecting themselves and protecting the situation being a public nightmare. They would rather protect wrongdoers and financial mismanagement than have to deal with a situation like SDTC in the public sphere." And another quote reads, "The true failure of the situation stands at the feet of our current Liberal government, whose decision to protect wrongdoers and cover up their findings over the last 12 months is a serious indictment of how our democratic system and institutions are being corrupted by political interference." Mr. Speaker, I pause to give everyone a chance to reflect on those statements. If that doesn't drive home the problem here, I don't know what will. Now, recognizing this, the House decided to pass a motion on June 10th that called on the Liberal government to provide to this House documents pertaining to SDTC. It included provisions for the documents to then be provided to the RCMP so they could undertake a criminal investigation whether criminal offences were committed. And that last piece is important, since the Auditor General conducted a governance audit, not a criminal investigation. And what did the government do in response, you might ask? Reasonable question. Not what they were supposed to do, of course. They delayed and deflected so long that they forced the Speaker of this House to rule the government violated the privilege of the institution and its members. And that, my friends, simply put, is the story on how the Liberals transformed an arm's-length, not-for-profit organization into a money grab for Liberal insiders. Now, we all know the saying, sunlight is the best disinfectant. The Prime Minister used to crow about this all the time, but as of late, I wouldn't dare him to say it publicly because it wouldn't be taken seriously. Now, with many of the Prime Minister's promises, this is one that, of course, has faded off into the distance. It has taken immense effort from a parliamentary committee and now a production order from this House of Commons for the government to comply with our request for basic documentation about these payments. This should have been a straightforward process. These documents do not require a motion to obtain. Departments ought to proactively disclose such information, or at least readily provide it upon request. A government intent on transparency would have no qualms about sharing this information. But that's not this Liberal government. Consider this. The government has consumed valuable legislative time, forcing us to extract information that it just could have disclosed at the outset. Instead of coming forward with the necessary documentation when initial concerns arose, they chose to conceal it intentionally, wasting time and resources that could have been better spent in the eyes of, I think, every Canadian. The ongoing redactions and the refusal to release certain documents speaks volumes about the abilities of this government. These are not the actions of a government with nothing to hide. We're merely asking the government to hand these documents over to the law clerk, who can then forward to the RCMP if necessary. If, as we suspect, wrongdoing and illegality occurred, we owe it to the Canadian taxpayers, who have seen their money wasted to pursue the truth. I fully support the proposal to refer this matter to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. This committee can delve deeper and examine what documents remain outstanding, what has been withheld, and crucially, hold those accountable for any misappropriated tax dollars. I urge all members to support this course of action because we need to send a strong message to this Liberal government. We will not be intimidated by your underhanded tactics or your secrecy. And I can tell you that I am not daunted or apprehensive about taking these Liberals on. This is exactly what I am doing at our Environment Committee right now as we start the process of investigating the Liberals' Net Zero Accelerator Fund, which is worth $8 billion, far more than this green slush fund that we're talking today. Now, our Environment Committee has passed numerous motions to get our hands on the contracts the Liberals signed, and we will do whatever is necessary to get to the bottom of that quagmire. And based on the Liberals' track record, I wouldn't be surprised if we see ourselves back here for a failure to deliver those contracts. Now, Mr. Speaker, with that, let me finish by saying it is vital that we remember who, as members of Parliament, we serve. Each of us has a duty to our constituents to ensure that the government is spending their hard-earned money appropriately, that it isn't being wasteful or misspent, that it's going towards its intended purpose and not to the pockets of Liberal insiders and those who simply know how to game the system. This is more than just documents. This is about accountability and our democracy. And those who do wrong must be brought to justice. I encourage all members, particularly my Liberal colleagues, who I know this will be rather difficult for, to stand up for what is right, because your colleagues, or your voters, elected you all for the same reason that mine elected mine. They want you to do the right thing. They want you to vote for this motion, provide a little bit of disinfectant, a little bit of sunlight to this information. When it matters most, it's time to stand up. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, and I guess I would like to repeat a question that I've had the opportunity to ask on a couple of occasions already to the member, and that is you have the RCMP agency, which is in essence saying that they are very much concerned in regards to what's actually being suggested and process of the gathering of information and handing them over to the RCMP. There has been legitimate concerns raised in regards to the constitutionality or the violation of potential Charter of Rights, and it seems to me that the Conservatives are just completely disregarding that aspect, believing that they know more than what the RCMP, and just discredit that particular institution on this important issue. My question to the member is, Why?
The honourable member for Portage-Lisgar.
Disregarding is an odd word to use, considering why we're here. Disregarding a binding House order by the majority of parliamentarians voted upon is what that government is doing. I find it appalling that the defense of some made-up scenario, if you don't believe you did anything wrong, you voluntarily, through you, Mr. Speaker, the government can directly hand these documents over to the RCMP and say, hey, we didn't do anything wrong, check us out. They're choosing not to, that's on them.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Peterborough Kawartha.
And thank you to my colleague for his intervention today. And for those watching, this is a very serious issue that we have a point of privilege. The Speaker himself has ruled in favor of this, and we are asking for documents to be turned over for accountability, transparency, and ensuring one of the biggest missing pieces I hear about at the doors is accountability. I'm curious if my colleague can answer why he thinks they're not turning over the documents.
Member Portage-Lisgar.
It doesn't take a lot of common sense to come to this conclusion. They're hiding something. Why wouldn't you turn over the documents if there was nothing to hide? The reality is, when the Auditor General comes out with a report that says over 80% of these contracts have a conflict of interest within them, that $390 million has been misspent and funneled through Liberal insiders' companies that were stacked on the board, I don't blame them for not wanting to turn over the documents, because they know the outcome is very, very bad for the Liberal Party of Canada.
Question et commentaire, l'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we in the Bloc Québécois lament that the government is hiding important documents. It seems to be a Liberal reflex, and I don't understand why. We saw it with the We Charity scandal. We saw it with SNC-Lavalin. I don't know how many times we've seen it over the last 2 or 3 parliaments. The polls show that there might be a Conservative government soon. We don't know exactly when. Here's my question. What measures is the Conservative Party considering to avoid situations like this one, to make sure that when the House asks for documents, it gets them, as requested and unredacted? The honourable member for Portage-Lisgar.
Speaker, thank you to my colleague. He brought up a couple scandals that in my 20-minute speech I actually didn't even have time to get through, which is really indicative of the approach of this government. It is not surprising because this is their track record. Their track record is obfuscating, it's hiding, it's using a cloak and dagger secrecy approach. You must remember that this is the Conservative Party that, when first elected back in 2006, was about the Accountability Act. That's the act that we brought in to clean up the last Liberal mess. We have a proven track record of true accountability, which is what Canadians not only demand, but deserve. And I can't wait to have the Bloc Québécois at the next opportunity support our non-confidence motion so that we can go to a carbon tax election and find out if we do get the chance to govern.
Question et commentaire. The honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that speech from our new member of Parliament, he's been here recently, elected in a by-election, a colleague, has been very insightful. He's clearly done his research and looked at the documents. And we hear this tripe, and it really is just tripe, from the Liberal House Leader and the Liberal members of Parliament over there about the RCMP are the only ones that can ask for documents. Well, I tell you, the RCMP is interested in receiving these documents. You know why, Mr. Speaker? Because in the Justice Committee, when the Deputy Commissioner of the RCMP was asked if you would look at the documents if they came from the House of Commons by the order, here's what Deputy Commissioner Mark Flynn said. I can say that any information that comes to the RCMP will go through the appropriate level of review using the appropriate resources to do so. They didn't say it would interfere with their investigation. Isn't the best way to avoid having Liberal cronies funnel $400 million of taxpayer money to their own companies is not to appoint people to public positions who are conflicted before they're even on the board?
The honourable member for Portage-Lisgar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and an excellent point from my colleague. And again, I'd like to applaud him because the member for South Shore St. Margaret has done yeoman's work to get to the bottom of this. He has done incredible work to find the truth of this matter. And it's not surprising to me that he's bringing up more recent realities from the RCMP, because why would this be your defense? The RCMP don't want to see the information that proves that we were corrupt. That is a very weak argument. The Charter is meant to protect Canadians from the government, not the government from Canadians. And I can't wait until we form the next common sense Conservative government where we will be thoughtful of our appointments, not put a bunch of insiders into places, because we have a different level, a much higher level of respect for not only this institution, but for government as a whole. And we will be transparent by default, but follow through on it, not just say it.
Questions and comments? The honourable for Saanich Gulf Islands.
For Portage Lisgar, the problem about glass houses is that people who live in them shouldn't throw stones. And I don't want to live in the past either. I think there's a rotten scandal here. I'm looking forward to speaking about it tomorrow morning. But I do recall the people that the former Prime Minister Stephen Harper decided were worthy of being in the Senate, who ended up committing various acts of coercion, some allegations of bribery. I mean, Senator Mike Duffy is an example. There are people who served in these institutions as parliamentarians who were put there solely for the benefit of being able to grease the palms of their friends. And I really regret that we have to think about that. Let's just take an oath of doing better, all of us, and not assuming that we know that everybody else is corrupt, but we never will be.
The honourable member for Portage Lisgar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And you know what? I will disagree with my colleague across the way on many things, but she is often thoughtful, and I look forward to hearing her speech on this very topic tomorrow morning, because I think it'll bring a few issues to light that this Liberal government will not want to hear. In terms of Senate appointments, don't quote me, Mr. Speaker, but I think it's 87 that the current Prime Minister has put into a Senate that is no longer functional, that is apparently independent, but is stacked with a whole bunch of Liberal insiders. I'm not for throwing stones in glass houses. The reality is we both agree this has been a failure in terms of this scandal. There have been dozens, and that's dozens too many for Canadians to bear, and that will churn after the next carbon tax election.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Dauphin Swan River Neepawa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want great intervention by my colleague from Portage Lisgar. I was wondering if he had any more examples of so-called not so much corruption, but kind of conflict of interest. If any other projects come to mind to him as he works as an MP here in Ottawa.
Honourable member for Portage Lisgar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I've only been over here a little over a year, so I've only seen like a half dozen or so out of this Liberal government. But one that I can't wait to see coming forward is their refusal to hand over documents about their Net Zero Accelerator Fund, which my colleague and I are working to investigate on the Environment Committee right now. I think there is a wild story that's going to come out about a whole bunch of money that was spent promising to reduce emissions, and once we see the information, it will prove to have reduced zero emissions with zero opportunity to reduce emissions. And of course, before I settle on this, Mr. Speaker, I couldn't help but point out the multiple ethics violations that this Prime Minister has, of course, been proven of.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And you know, it's been somewhat difficult to kind of listen to all the comments over the last couple of days as the Conservatives work with other members of the House in order to put a serious twist in terms of how it is, just because we have the parliamentary authority, because it's so supreme, the decisions that we make, that it somehow allows for us to walk over things like Charter of Rights. I'm not surprised coming from the Conservatives, because they also believe in being able to use the notwithstanding clause on a whim. Mr. Speaker, I would suggest to you that individuals need to be aware in terms of just what it is that the Conservatives are asking for. The simplicity of it is to say the Conservative Party have taken it upon themselves to quote the member from Brantford Brant, to quote him in saying, all we are doing is assisting the RCMP. We are going to gather information and provide it to the RCMP direct. Now, thereby putting a blur in terms of judicial independence, I would suggest to you, Mr. Speaker. And time again, we hear Conservative members stand up and try to give the impression that everything's okay. Don't worry about it. We're not going to be walking on any potential issues related to the Charter because we have the supreme right, because after all, we are members of Parliament. That's what it is that they want to say, loud and clear. I understand the important role we all play as members of Parliament, Mr. Speaker. But I also have a deep amount of respect for the institution of our RCMP, so that when they say that they are very much uncomfortable, I think the wording was extreme discomfort because of what is being proposed by the Conservative Party. I listen to that, unlike the Conservative Party. When the Auditor General also expresses extreme discomfort with the issue, Mr. Speaker, I also listen to that. And for those that say, well, you know, how is it a charter issue? I'm not a lawyer, but I do understand the importance of judicial independence. And I suspect that there is good potential that there's going to be guilt that's going to be found. And I suspect that once and if this thing goes before a court, that you could easily see a defense lawyer challenging how the rights of an individual were breached through the Charter of Rights by the manner in which the RCMP were being provided information. And to completely close your eyes and deny that, Mr. Speaker, I think is highly irresponsible. And that is what we are seeing from the official opposition. Why? Because they say, well, all we're trying to do is to assist the RCMP. What a slippery slope that is, Mr. Speaker. What are they going to do if they don't like the conclusions of one aspect of the law or the RCMP not laying charges on something? Are they then going to take an action saying, well, we are supreme, we're members of Parliament, we want the RCMP to lay a charge? I have more confidence in the system, in the institution, whether it's the RCMP or even the work that has been done to date on the issue. Think about it. When this issue first came to light, you had the department and the minister responsible. 2 independent inquiries were done on it, Mr. Speaker, or investigations. We also had the Auditor General of Canada. I don't know how many hours of debate that had taken place and questions and answers of all the individuals involved at the Standing Committee, Mr. Speaker. But the Conservatives have this drive to try to keep it alive, even if it means walking over someone's Charter of Rights. Where was this enthusiasm when they were actually in government, Mr. Speaker? You see, the Conservatives' focus virtually from day one, and that's the nice thing about what's said inside the chamber, it's all recorded. Their focus has been on character assassination, and wherever they can throw the word corrupt, they do. Let me remind members opposite of their actual behavior. When Conservatives, and you know, I just did, and I appreciate a number of the New Democrats actually raised a couple of these points, Mr. Speaker, and I want to reinforce some of these things. Think of terms of Conservative government corruption. Just one government, Stephen Harper, Mr. Speaker, many of which are actually that are sitting across the way, they were a part of that government. In fact, the leader of the Conservative Party was a part of that government, Mr. Speaker. He was a minister. And this is just a short list. There's a much longer list, Mr. Speaker. A little bit more time, maybe sometime next week I'll be able to expand on it. The anti-terrorism issue, Mr. Speaker. The Phoenix scandal. Oh, I should have added the word scandal after anti-terrorism. The anti-terrorism scandal by the Conservative Party. The Phoenix scandal by the Conservative Party. The G8 spending scandal from the Conservative Party. Remember the gazebo? You get a minister taking money and say, here, I want to build a gazebo. What about that scandal? That's one of the sub, for many hours I...
Order. Order. I would say the honourable member for Winnipeg North does have the floor, so I would maybe let him continue his speech and make sure we start a list of people that want to ask him questions. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I'd be happy to answer as many questions as members might have opposite. But, you know, it's interesting. You know, we have the ETS scandal. That's a $400 million scandal, that one. And there's a direct link, Mr. Speaker. I suspect some of them might not necessarily know about it because not all of them were part of Stephen Harper's government. But do a Google search on it. Check Encyclopedia. You'll find lots of details, and you'll see a direct connection to the Conservative Party, which there is no direct connection here, I must say, in terms of what it is that they're talking about, Mr. Speaker. That's a $400 million scandal, Conservative scandal. Then we had the F-35 Conservative scandal. And then you have the Senate scandal. And oh my God, Mr. Speaker, you want to check out a scandal. That one went all the way to to Prime Minister Stephen Harper's office, to the Senate, to the House of Commons. That was a fairly significant scandal. Not to mention the Elections Canada scandals.
Order. Again, I will be happy to make a list of who wants to ask them questions. And when that time comes, we're only 8 minutes into this discussion. The honourable member has 12 minutes to go. So, are we going to let the honourable member continue? Well, you know, I'm making sure the honourable member can catch his breath. Okay. Are we good? Are we good enough? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. The last one I said was the election scandal. But you notice there was an S on it because there was more than one scandal on that one, Mr. Speaker. And remember, one Conservative member of Parliament actually went to jail as a result of that one, Mr. Speaker. Not to mention the robocalls and the fines that the Conservative Party had. Now, there's something that all of them have in common. And that's what I want to try to rope together. Now, trust me, Mr. Speaker, there's a lot more than what I just finished saying, but you said I only have 12 minutes to go. So you think about this for a while. You have all of these different scandals. Where was the Conservative Party and some of these enthusiastic members that are jumping out of their seats wanting to be able to address this issue when it came to asking the RCMP or collecting information and handing it directly over to the RCMP? Where was that? Where were their accountability issues back then, Mr. Speaker? I would suggest no criminality. I just finished telling the member opposite that one of the Conservative MPs went to jail. He's not going to jail if he's innocent. That was a Conservative scandal. How can you say there's no criminality? Shake the head sometimes, Mr. Speaker. At the end of the day, take a look, understand and appreciate that the Conservatives, while in government, did not believe in accountability when it came to scandals because they constantly buried it. You can listen to others. Not only Liberal members will tell you that, but other members will tell you the same thing, Mr. Speaker. So now they have something that's before us today, and the Government of Canada has taken it seriously right from the get-go, even before the Conservatives were aware of it, Mr. Speaker. We have taken this issue seriously. to try to give the false impression that it's only the Conservatives that are concerned about ensuring that there's justice on this issue is a false narrative. It's just not true. Because you have seen on more than one occasion, more than one minister stand up and defend the taxpayer on the issue and ensure that there will be a consequence, Mr. Speaker, for whoever violates and abuses the tax dollars. I would like to think that that's a given. So when the Prime Minister today talks about accountability and transparency, Canadians can feel confident in knowing that this is not a government trying to avoid accountability, none whatsoever. It is a party that does believe in the Charter of Rights in our Constitution. In fact, we're the party that brought it in to being, Mr. Speaker. That's the reality of it. You know, there's nothing that prevents, and it's truly amazing today, you know, the leader of the Conservative Party and other members, including the previous speaker, was saying, well, you know, we could be doing something else than debating this. Well, duh, of course we could be doing something else, and who's doing all the debating on it? For the last couple days, the Conservatives have continued to debate on the issue. What happens if the Conservatives stop debating on the issue, Mr. Speaker? Well, then that means there's going to be a vote. And what happens when the vote occurs? It is likely going to be going to Procedures and House Affairs Committee, where there will be a great deal of discussion on the issue, where there will be witnesses on the issue, Mr. Speaker. But you know, for the Conservative Party, that's not really what they want. They want what one member was just heckling, and that is call an election. That is the only thing on the minds of the Conservative Party today, not the concerns and issues that Canadians have in our communities in which we represent, but rather one focus and one focus alone, and all they want to do is tie scandal, corruption, character assassination. That is their objective between now and whenever the next election is going to be, Mr. Speaker. Believing at the end of the day that if they really and truly wanted to help and put Canadians ahead of their own political ambitions, Mr. Speaker, we would actually see this going to committee. But they don't want that. That's why they moved an amendment to it. So not only can every member speak on it once, but they can also do it a second time. And it's because they want to prevent the House from being able to debate legislation, Mr. Speaker, government legislation. They want that. And it's interesting, you know, they're preventing the legislation from being debated, and then they'll say, well, the House isn't functional. Well, gee whiz, you know, if you stand on a sidewalk and you trip someone, the child falls on the sidewalk, and say, well, what are you doing lying on the sidewalk? Well, it was the Conservative that tripped them onto the sidewalk, Mr. Speaker. You know, it's kind of like, it just doesn't make any sense. If they want to work for Canadians, then do that. Don't try to believe at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, that everything that you're doing is in the best interests of Canadians, when in fact it is not. It might be in the best interests of the leader of the Conservative Party and the Conservative Party in itself, but to try to give the false impressions in regards to the interests of Canadians. When you think in terms of SDTC, it's an institution that has been there for more than 20 years, Mr. Speaker. It has done a fantastic job over the years at ensuring that technology in Canada continues to evolve to the degree that I would suggest to you that we don't have to be second to any other country. And it's because individuals like former Prime Minister Jean Chrétien brought this program into existence, it's made a difference. It's had a very tangible and real impact. Unfortunately, at times, issues come, and that's not new to this government or any other government before it, Mr. Speaker, where there appears to be significant abuse. The issue is, what does the government do when it sees it? And I would suggest to you, compare our actions to Stephen Harper's actions. And you will see, Mr. Speaker, that we have been forthright in providing information to members, in being there for committee members. But if you're asking Liberal members of Parliament to ignore the comments of the RCMP and the Auditor General in terms of the risk factor by bringing in this particular tactic, well, I think we should be concerned, Mr. Speaker. And if the Conservatives are genuinely interested in ensuring that there is more accountability on this issue, well, then why not allow it to go to committee? What is the purpose of preventing it from going to committee, Mr. Speaker? At the end of the day, I indicated that they have such a strong focus on this whole character assassination. One of the members stood up in the debate and he said, well, you know, corruption takes place in a different sense. And you often hear Conservative members in addressing this issue talking about other issues. And one of those is in regards to Mark Carney and how they take that particular individual. And in one of the questions I raised a different type of issue of a conflict of interest, much like what the Conservative member yesterday said when he made reference to corruption in a different sense. And I responded by that particular statement by talking about the lady, a young lady, Jenny Byrne. And I had said in regards to her that this is someone that is a lobbyist and does work with Loblaws. This is someone that played a critical role in Stephen Harper's elections. And I believe she was the co-chair or manager of the current leader's, Mr. Speaker, leadership bid. And I know she's deeply involved in the Conservative caucus. And I'm thinking, Mr. Speaker, you know, if I was to behave like a Conservative and I start putting a dot here, a dot there, dot, 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 and pull it all together, there might be something corrupt about this. That there could be something that maybe we should be investigating. And I'm wondering if some of my like-minded, and there's a lot of like-minded dot, dot, dots on the other side, Mr. Speaker, would see that there could be some value. After all, it was Stephen Harper that ultimately saw the Loblaws and Shoppers melt into one, and they're concerned about affordability. The reduction of competition, no doubt, had something to do with that, Mr. Speaker. Or better yet, you know, today in my member's statement, I talked about the allegations of foreign interference. And then I made the statement, well, the Conservative member, the leader of the Conservative Party, should be aware that there are serious allegations that the leadership in which he won was impacted by foreign interference. Again, let's look at these dots that the Conservatives like to do. There might be something there. And then when I asked made the statement earlier, and I think we better pursue this issue, Mr. Speaker, why doesn't the leader of the Conservative Party get security clearance? And then I'm starting thinking, well, maybe it's because if he applied, he would not get approved. And that would then beg the question, well, why wouldn't he be approved? Is there something that's there that we don't know about? Now, Mr. Speaker, I'm sure you can appreciate and understand the point that I'm getting at. And that is that the Conservatives are
Point of order, the honourable member of South Shore St. Margaret's.
The Leader of the Opposition's had one more security clearance than that member.
That's just part of debate, and I figure the time's up, so let's just go to questions and comments. The honourable member Brantford Brant.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I note that my colleague from across the floor took it upon himself to identify me in his debate, and I took great homage with that, but I just want to refresh his memory, because those who live in glass houses ought to be very careful about throwing stones. He talked about and smeared the entire Conservative bench for the fact that a previous member was found guilty of violating the Elections Act. So perhaps I should remind the member, who's been a very experienced member of the Liberal Party, that his former colleague, Marwin Tabera, pled guilty of 2 counts of domestic assault and unlawfully entering a dwelling house, received a criminal record, was placed on probation. I'm wondering if he forgot about that, and perhaps I can now smear the entire Liberal Party of Canada as a result of that. But also currently, that one of his current colleagues, the member for Calgary Skyview, was found guilty for violating the Elections Act. So perhaps the member needs to have his memory refreshed. Are you trying to bury those deep, dark secrets as well about your party?
Side hustles, Canada.
Hey, just need to remind the honourable member to run through the chair when we're asking questions. Thank you. The honourable parliamentary secretary.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I was actually intrigued by the comment by his member's seatmate when he asked whether or not, or implied that the leader of the Conservative Party probably has a higher security clearance than me. That's a very good question, Mr. Speaker. I would like to be able to show my security credentials to the House, and I would be prepared to table it as long as it can be acquired. I don't have a problem with that. I'm wondering if the leader of the Conservative Party would, and if it would make the leader of the Conservative Party happy, and he gets that security clearance, and if he wants me to get that very same one, I'm in for it, Mr. Speaker. I, too, will get that security clearance. But I really do think, stop and think about this for a moment, that the leader of the Conservative Party might not want to get the security clearance because of his past. And I think we should maybe look into his past and find out whether or not it would be approved, and that's the only reason why he doesn't want to apply.
Order. 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 Questions and comments? L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Abitibi, James Bay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague in his speech said certain things, but the government is responsible for its actions. This government is not able to provide certain documents asked by the House in June. This shows a blatant lack of ethics, and this about priority issues. Now, we are the legislators, and we're having to deal with this Liberal stratagem. When will we get these documents? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Opposite knows there was a genuine attempt to be able to provide the documents that have actually been requested. My understanding is that the official opposition in particular has real issues in regards to areas where it's been redacted, and they don't feel that they got all the information that they required because they want to help, or quote unquote assist the RCMP, even though they're not asking for that assistance, Madam Speaker, in making sure that they get more information. So I would suggest that we have more faith in the institution that we currently have witnessed, whether it's the Standing Committee, the internal investigations, both within the department, the Auditor General of Canada, and it's having confidence in that system, as opposed to trying to vote in favor of a motion that ultimately could be in violation of a Charter of Rights, and that's something we wouldn't know until it ultimately gets to the court process where a potential defense witness can say that his or her Charter of Rights have been violated.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Nepean.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I've been listening to this debate for quite some time. Members are expressing many a times Parliament is supreme, but in Canadian constitutional, according to Canadian constitutional system of government, the executive, the legislative, and the judiciary, they all got their own powers and responsibilities. I would like to ask the honourable member, if Parliament is so supreme, can we directly go into the operational matters related to the executive or the judiciary? For example, can the Parliament ask a judge to pass a particular sentence which this August House decides, even if it decides unanimously?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Order! Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
And Madam Speaker, I appreciate the question, and that's why I made reference to the slippery slope. You know, at the end of the day, you have the leadership within the Conservative Party that is taking a position that ultimately says disregard the concerns that the RCMP have, disregard the concerns that the Auditor General of Canada has, and you know, it's more important that we try to tie this issue as this scandal and somehow connect it to the Liberal Party, in particular the Prime Minister. That's what they're more concerned about. Charter of Rights? It just hasn't dawned on them. They just don't understand, nor do, if you're an individual, one should be concerned, especially when you get Conservatives, provinces and others that are so willing to use things like the notwithstanding clause within the Constitution.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Sometimes it happens that we can agree. I agree with some of the things that the Honourable Member said, that our role, for example, as parliamentarians is to study bills and come to a consensus, or to decide that we're not going to support a certain bill. This said, what I have noticed since the beginning of this debate is that on the one side, you have the main opposition party, the Conservatives, who have decided that the Liberals are corrupt, and the Liberals are saying that the Conservatives are corrupt. And I wonder, is the problem that power makes people forget that this very power depends on the confidence, on the trust of the people? Or is the problem that our two-headed system is such that we cannot come to a consensus and that we don't really consider the common good?
Madam Speaker, for me personally, my voice and power as a member of Parliament is rooted in the constituents in which I represent, has been and always will be. The issue in terms of a stalemate that we're starting to see is caused because the Conservative Party has made the decision to prevent legislation from being talked and debated. And that's their decision. So, for example, if the Conservatives stop talking, this issue goes to a standing committee where it will be thoroughly discussed, debated, witnesses and everything. But if they allow that to occur, then they realize, well, then government will be able to bring in legislation, or they're going to have to come up with some other way to filibuster. Let there be no doubt, because the Conservatives' only concern is about the next election and getting it as soon as possible, and they're more concerned about their political party than they are about Canadians. Unlike the other two oppositions, the Bloc, the New Democrats, and I would suggest you the Liberals, that are more concerned about continuing to do our job that we were elected to do, and that was to serve Canadians. And the way we do that, Madam Speaker, is by having debates on legislation, voting on legislation, and so forth.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Saanich Filings. Brief question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To the Honourable Government Representative here today, there's a question he's raised a couple times that also troubles me, and it's and I know the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition has said he doesn't want top secret security clearance because he's afraid it will gag him. Now, fortunately, thanks to David Johnston making this available, as leader of the Green Party, I was able, for the first time ever, if it wasn't for David Johnston's decision, I couldn't have asked for top secret security clearance. I did that process. I know it's long, it's onerous, and they really want to make sure you're not compromised. But it certainly isn't the case that I was gagged because I obtained it. So I am very troubled that the Leader of the Official Opposition, and with all due respect to my colleagues across the way, please encourage, I can't speak to them directly, but I wish the Conservative Party members would encourage their leader not to embrace ignorance as a virtue. It is much better to have top secret security clearance and clear the air so Canadians know you're not compromised.
Very brief answer from the Honourable Member of the Honourable
Madam Speaker, I appreciate the question because it is noteworthy that all leaders, except for the Conservative leader, has actually got the top security clearance. And it is a legitimate question to ask on behalf of Canadians, why will the leader of the Conservative Party not agree to get the top...
I have the honour to inform the House that a message has been received from the Senate informing the House that the Senate has passed the following bill to which the concurrence of the House is desired. Bill S-235, an act to amend the Citizenship Act.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's always an honour and a privilege to be able to rise in this House on behalf of the great people of Southwest Saskatchewan. It's particularly an honour to be able to rise to speak to the privilege motion that we are debating here once again today. Back in 2019, when I ran in my nomination, this government was currently embroiled at that time in the SNC-Lavalin scandal that was going on. And that wasn't the first scandal that the government was dealing with of the day either. Of course, we all know about the Prime Minister's lavish trip that he took with the Aga Khan, that he didn't even bother to check with the Ethics Commissioner on, and he was guilty of that. And we know that that is one of many of the Prime Minister's ethical lapses, is that trip that he took with the Aga Khan, who just so happened to also be getting millions and millions of taxpayers' dollars handed to him through his organization. Of course, the Prime Minister being closely connected to him put him in a direct conflict of interest. So we do know that the Prime Minister has an ethics report to his name because of that. But the SNC-Lavalin scandal, of course, we all remember how the Prime Minister was also putting pressure on the Attorney General at the time, Jody Wilson-Raybould, to give SNC-Lavalin a deferred prosecution agreement so that they could avoid having to go to court for their wrongful dealings. This, of course, led to the Prime Minister dismissing her from Cabinet because she would not bow to his wishes. This also led to Jane Philpott also joining her on the sidelines as well because she stood up for her colleague, two very strong and very, very competent females that the Prime Minister was all too happy to sideline because of their firm commitment to truth, to transparency, and doing what is right by Canadians. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, conveniently we later find out that the RCMP chose to not investigate the Prime Minister for his involvement in pressuring the Attorney General because, quote, there was, because there was an election upcoming and they, quote, didn't think it was in the public interest to investigate him during that time. Well, Madam Speaker, let me tell you very clearly that the people of Southwest Saskatchewan, particularly people across this country, but in particular, it was absolutely in the public interest for the RCMP to investigate criminal wrongdoing by the Prime Minister, if there was any in that particular case. They still have not investigated him, despite the fact that we all know that there is still that cloud hanging over the Prime Minister's head with his dealings with SNC-Lavalin. Madam Speaker, one of my first speeches in the House of Commons as an MP was in relation to the Pesce-Solido report, which was a report from the Ethics Commissioner about former Liberal MP Joe Pesce-Solido. You know what, I talked then about how as a new Member of Parliament, it was unfortunate that this is what I was getting to speak about as a newer Member of Parliament because of the culture of corruption that's permeating throughout the government from the top down. And that was just back in 2019. So why am I leading off with these three stories, Madam Speaker, about ethics violations by Liberals? Well, it all comes down, Madam Speaker, to trust. Canadians elected each and every one of us with the hope that we would be in this place with utmost integrity, that we would do what is best by the country and do so in a trustworthy manner. Madam Speaker, can Canadians trust this Prime Minister? Clearly, they cannot. And today's debate gives them another reason to not trust him or his government. We are debating a privilege motion because the government has refused to produce documents that this House requested back in June with regards to the Liberals' Green Slush Fund at Sustainable Development Technology Canada, or SDTC as I will refer to it as I go throughout the speech. The Speaker of the House has recognized that there is a prima facie case, which means that we are debating this privilege motion until no MP wants to speak any further, or unless the government figures out a way to intervene. And this isn't the first time that this Liberal government's been found to have breached parliamentary privilege. In the case of the Winnipeg Lab scandal, the government was in contempt of Parliament. And I know several of my colleagues have actually talked about this earlier today as well and in previous days, and they've done a great job of highlighting it. But it also continues to provide context for just the magnitude, for the lack of respect, and for the amount of disdain that the Prime Minister and his caucus seems to have for this place and these institutions. So, Madam Speaker, what was the Prime Minister's response to the Winnipeg Lab documents and to the will of this House to have some documents produced there? Well, the Prime Minister decided to sue the Speaker of the House of Commons, which means that the Prime Minister effectively sued this Parliament in his efforts to cover up whatever was going on in the Winnipeg Labs. Now, conveniently, the Prime Minister called an election that just so happened to stop that production order. But before Parliament ended that summer, prior to that election, Madam Speaker, you'll recall that the President of Public Health Canada was brought to the bar of Parliament and formally reprimanded by the Speaker. And something like this hadn't happened in probably around 100 years in this place. And you know what? That wasn't the last time that we had somebody come and visit us at the bar of this chamber. Along with this Liberal government's failures at the Winnipeg Lab, there was a whole lot of other corruption going on at the same time with the Arrive Scam app. Now, as you'll remember, Madam Speaker, the Arrive Scam app was a $60 million boondoggle, an app that could have been developed for substantively less, maybe in the tens of thousands of dollars, not $60 million. And we found out, Madam Speaker, through the Arrive Scam scandal, that there was other scandals that were attached to it. And one of those scandals that was involved was also the GC Strategies and Christian Firth. Now, Christian Firth was called to the bar and faced Parliament over his deliberate lying to a House committee and was found to be in contempt of this place. It's so easy to lose track of all these scandals, especially as the list keeps growing seemingly by the day. And right now we have the Green Slush Fund scandal before us. Liberal insiders got rich and were enabled by former Minister of Industry Navdeep Bains. Mr. Bains had removed the previous chair of SDTC and appointed a new one that was flagged as having conflicts of interest. He appointed Annette Verschuren anyways. It's worth noting that SDTC had ran without conflict for decades across both previous Liberal and Conservative governments. But as soon as these Liberals took control of it, problems began from day one. The Auditor General took a look at some of these contracts and found $390 million in inappropriate contracts. Madam Speaker, I'm going to quote one of the whistleblowers. "The true failure of the situation stands at the feet of our current government, whose decision to protect wrongdoers and cover up their findings over the last 12 months is a serious indictment of how our democratic systems and institutions are being corrupted by political interference. It should never have taken 2 years for the issues to reach this point, and what should have been a straightforward process turned into a bureaucratic nightmare that allowed SDTC to continue wasting millions of dollars and abusing countless employees over the last year." They go on to say, "I think that the current government is more interested in protecting themselves and protecting the situation from being a public nightmare, and they would rather protect wrongdoers and financial mismanagement than have to deal with a situation like this SDTC in the public sphere. End quote. Now, Madam Speaker, that is a damning indictment of this government from a brave, common sense public servant that recognizes the importance of integrity and honesty. That's the type of public servant that we need more of serving this country. So what has happened so far as a result of this corruption? Well, the Liberals had to freeze the SDTC funding to get a handle on what was happening and do some damage control. But we still don't know how much more there is to this story. But the Liberals are ignoring the concern to just move on and resume the funding for it again. They have claimed that they strengthened the contribution agreements which govern the rules over how SDTC can allocate that funding. And at Industry Committee, we tried to get a motion passed that would produce the contribution agreement to see what was included in it. If they had made some changes, we wanted to see the contribution agreement to see what that framework would be like for SDTC to allocate funding. Liberals blocked it, which leaves one to wonder why. For all we know, the same companies that were conflicted when the funding was halted will still be conflicted now with the funding flowing once again. Given the Liberal track record, they wouldn't dare to demand that the conflicted companies withdraw from the fund. And they definitely wouldn't ask them to repay their misappropriated funds. Now, remember Christian Firth. He was the one called to the bar for grifting taxpayers at the sum of $200 million from his basement company called GC Strategies. I was talking about that earlier. The Liberals weren't willing to demand that he repay the money. Madam Speaker, we're going to go back in history here a little bit, probably a long ways back in Canadian history, certainly before my time on this earth. Centre Block used to have a jail cell in the basement for people like Christian Firth who committed crimes against the Crown, and they were to remain there until their debts were paid. Now, let's contrast that with the treatment that Christian Firth actually got. He waltzed in through that door, right there, sat down at a desk behind that golden bar, and he had to face Parliament for 2 hours. And he sat there and he gave answers, offered some clarifications back and forth. And Madam Speaker, the very last question that was asked him by the member from Saanich Gulf Islands, do you have any shame? Do you know what he said? Nope. No shame. And then he got up and he waltzed straight out that door, walked down the stairs, out to the street, hopped in his car, and he drove away.
Shame.
And when I do some searching, and I've looked in a few places to try to see if I can find it. So if it exists out there, I will happily stand to be corrected. But as far as I know, Madam Speaker, this government still has not demanded that Mr. Firth pay back the taxpayer for committing fraud against the taxpayer. That still has not happened. And that is shameful. Absolutely shameful. The supremacy of Parliament used to mean something in this country. But this Prime Minister continues to undermine its authority at every turn. Canadians see this, and they don't trust this government. After 9 years, faith in our institutions is at an all-time low. And rather than work to rebuild that trust, here we are once again debating this privilege motion because of the government refusal to accept the will of Parliament and produce those documents over to the RCMP. It is clear that they see no wrongdoing in connected insiders abusing taxpayers' money to enrich themselves. In fact, it seems like they're even encouraging it to happen because it happens so often with this group of Liberals. Why else would Minister Baines be so comfortable with appointing a chair that was known, and he was even warned, to be in conflict of interest? And while I'm speaking about former Minister Baines, he was also part of the decision-making process back in 2019 to award Telesat, a broadband satellite company that doesn't have any satellites or provide any service to households, $600 million taxpayer dollars in a contribution agreement that Telesat told stakeholders as part of their projected $1.2 billion in revenue over 10 years. Conveniently, Telesat had just had a drop in revenue of just under $600 million from 2017 to 2018. Must be nice to have friends in high places, because I'm going to quote from their 2019 year-end statement that they put out to the public. Quote, This money is to ensure access to affordable, high-speed internet connectivity across rural and remote areas of Canada through the development of the Telesat LEO satellite constellation, end quote. A company with no satellites and no broadband. But it doesn't stop there at Telesat. They are projected to have $5.5 billion in debt while struggling to return a profit. When we look from 2017 up to current day here, their revenue, it's on its way down. This is the same Telesat that the government just gave another $2.14 billion with a B, after having also given $1.44 billion to them in 2021. We've also, in that same time, the CEO happens to be a good friend with none other than Mark Carney.
Of course.
Or should we call him Mark Conflict of Interest Carney, who is the new advisor on all things financially related to this Liberal government. Mark Carney becomes the advisor of this government. Telesat gets a $2.14 billion handout. We look at some of the stock shares as the pricing has been changing. Pretty remarkable how the timing seems to work. This also happens to be the same Mark Carney who just recently sent out a fundraising request on behalf of the Liberal Party to their membership.
Of course he did.
There were already questions that needed to be asked about the best use of tax dollars, but once again it's starting to look suspicious. Today we are focused on the breach of privilege related to the Green Slush Fund because the Liberals have a pattern of covering up corruption. If there is something amiss with the funding for Telesat, it should come as no surprise to anybody. With a deal like that, there should at least be some guardrails in place so that the benefit goes to Canadians who need it instead of corporate executives who are good buddies with current and future Liberal politicians. It all just needs to stop. We need a government that will follow common sense and bring back home much-needed transparency, accountability, and integrity. Conservatives are committed to restoring the public trust in our institutions, Madam Speaker. And when we say that we will stop the crime, this is an aspect of it. Robbing the taxpayer is a serious offence, and we will stop the Liberal grifting that has gone on for far too long in this place under this Prime Minister and under these members of his caucus. This is something that Conservatives take seriously, and we'll make sure that we get it right. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Now, the member spoke of transparency, and in that regard, the member's actually been in the media lately. So with respect to transparency, Canadians would like to know. The Member of Parliament for Cypress Hills Grasslands supposedly has been on a all-expenses-paid trip to Florida on an anti-abortion speaking tour to Southern churches. That may or may not be true, because when other members of Parliament stood up in this House to say that, members of Parliament from the United States
To rise on the point of order from the Honourable Member for St. Margaret's.
I'm not sure if that member knows where he is, but we're debating a privilege motion on the Green Slush Fund SDTC, and the Speaker's ruling that this House is in breach on the production of those documents. Not the issue that this member, who I guess is new,
he's very new.
I'll help you inform that this is a privilege motion on this issue, and you have to be relevant to that.
Yes, and it's not the House that is in breach. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Back to my point with respect to transparency. If one wants to talk about transparency, they should also demonstrate some. So has the Member of Parliament for Cypress Hills Grasslands been to Florida on all-expense-paid anti-abortion tours or not? Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
All right, Madam Speaker, I want to thank him for that question. A couple points about that. One, when the Prime Minister took his trip with the Aga Khan, he did not bother to consult with the Conflict of Interest Commissioner. I went to Florida. I submitted where I was going, what I was doing to the Conflict of Interest Commissioner, filed it with him, got the approval, go ahead. Guess what? I don't have a conflict of interest report in my name. The Prime Minister does. Also, Madam Speaker, that member is actively spreading misinformation. So is the government. Every single person that's talked about it in this chamber for the past week is deliberately spreading misinformation. I did not attend an anti-abortion rally. That is fake news. They want it to be true because they are plummeting so far down in the polls that they are desperate to paint any kind of false narrative that they want. That member should be ashamed of himself, and he should be ashamed for spreading misinformation.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de La Pointe.
The Honourable Member for La Pointe-de-Lille.
Madame la Présidente, oui.
Honorable député de la Pointe.
The honourable member for La Pointe de Lille. Yes. I wonder if my colleague has any ideas about what can be put in place to make sure this sort of situation doesn't happen again, where a government can just refuse access to documents like we're seeing today.
For Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Well, I think one of the most important parts to what's missing here, Madam Speaker, is that the government should just operate in an ethical manner. We're seeing this happen over and over and over again, and this is not the first time that this House has requested documents, and it's not the first time that this House has blocked the request of that production of documents. I'm sure that member has been on committees where it happens multiple times at committee, where the committee tries to get documents, they don't get them. If they do, they basically wrote it with a black Sharpie marker, just like this, straight across, etching it out. Transparency and honesty and ethical accountability is where it needs to begin and end with this government. They need to respect the will and supremacy of Parliament.
Questions and comments, Honourable Member for South Shore, St. Paul.
Madam Speaker, one of the easiest ways to avoid a conflict is not to appoint chairs to a government agency overseeing $1 billion, in my view, that were warned that they had a conflict, that they were doing business and shouldn't be appointed by that organization to the Prime Minister's office and the Minister, and they ignored it. So I would ask this member to comment, since he sat in these hearings, does he think when you appoint an individual who has an admitted conflict and is doing business with the organization, that changes the tone and results in the cover-up that we have now of Liberal insider dealing and corruption?
The Honourable Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Yeah, you know what, Madam Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for that. He's done a lot of great work on getting us to where we're at here today with this production document. And after 9 years of this tired NDP Liberal government, this is the continued behavior that we seem to be getting from them. It's across multiple departments, it's across multiple members of their caucus, and it's up to the opposition to be able to hold this government accountable. We are doing the best that we can to do that. We are happy to see that the other opposition parties are in agreement on this one to try to get to the bottom of this and really make sure that we get accountability, hold the government accountable, but also make sure that taxpayers are actually getting a good deal and a proper deal, and that they're not being bilked out of their hard-earned money that should be in their pockets and not those of Liberal insiders.
Yes. Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, and thanks to my honourable colleague from Cypress Hills Grasslands. I wish we could have had a full RCMP investigation on the SNC-Lavalin scandal. And one reason, I'll just throw this into the mix for his consideration, I don't think we actually have evidence that we know the Prime Minister pressured our former and honourable Minister of Justice, Jody Wilson-Raybould, because the only person we know pressured her was our former clerk of the Privy Council office, whose former immediate boss, Kevin Lynch, was at that time chair of the board of SNC-Lavalin. I remain very dubious until we have a full investigation. I just share that for perspective.
Honourable Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And what I would say that I would encourage that member to read her book, the book that Jody Wilson-Raybould wrote in regards to this, because the clerk, Michael Werner, was acting on behalf of the Prime Minister, but there's also some very interesting tidbits in her book about the Prime Minister's conduct that he was engaging towards her in regards to pressuring her towards getting to the deferred prosecution agreement. So there is actually substantive evidence that is out there, but you know what, I'm not the RCMP.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. In any discussion of documents, the issue of redaction comes up, so some information is hidden. It makes sense that the government would hide, for example, personal information and people's names. That's a matter of basic ethics. We wouldn't want witch hunts, which can sometimes lead to mistakes. Here's my question. Would the member accept documents that have only personal information redacted?
Well, I want to thank the member for her question. You know what? I think there is a fine line here about naming individuals. Now, if it's just that it was the name of a public servant that was working on a certain case but wasn't a person who was part of the conflict, then of course that particular individual would have the right to privacy. Where I want to make sure that we get this right, if you are applying for public funding, and like Christian Firth, for example, you are found to be stealing money from the taxpayer, committing fraud to the taxpayer, absolutely your name should be published. People deserve to know that individuals have been committing wrongful acts towards this place, towards the taxpayer. And in that case, those people's names, they should be listed. But when it comes to people who are just simply doing their ordinary job and they are not in conflict and they're doing good work, those folks, I do think they do have a right to privacy. But if you're on the wrong side of the law, especially when it comes to taxpayers' money, because this is a public place, anything that has to do with the public place, the public purse, it is an honor and a privilege higher than any other that we have in this country, and it needs to be taken with utmost serious. This government has no desire to take it serious.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, very quickly, Madam Speaker. The member made reference to Centre Block had a jail in the basement, and if they didn't like the results of the individual appearing before the House of Commons, that person would go to jail. Then he brings up Mr. Frith, and he said Mr. Frith came to the bar, and then he walked away. He clearly implied in his statements that he believes Mr. Frith should have been put into jail. That's what he was implying. And he says, yeah. And you get a Conservative applauding from behind him, Madam Speaker. That's the slippery slope. The Conservatives feel that they not only can give information, any information to the RCMP, that they can just throw anyone that they want in jail, even though there was no criminality found as of to date. Does he believe that Mr. Frith should have the rights provided to him under the Charter of Rights? Yes or no?
Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands, a very short answer.
You know what? Every person, when they are found guilty, they have the right to a fair trial. Mr. Firth was actually found guilty, and if somebody was found guilty, they would have went to jail. Mr. Firth, it's not just our opinion that he is guilty. I look forward to one day hopefully seeing some justice committed, but now Canadians, they also want to see justice for their $200 million that was stolen from them.
Yes. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Oh, that's so lovely. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. It's always an honor to rise in this House and speak on behalf of the wonderful constituents in Calgary-Midnapore. And today we find ourselves in a situation of privilege. I'll just briefly review the timeline of events. On June 10th, the House adopted a motion calling for the production of various documents related to SDTC to be turned over to the RCMP for review. Of course, we've also referred to this as the Green Slush Fund. This is what you at home would know this as. In response to the motion adopted, departments either outright refused the House order or redacted documents turned over citing provisions in the Privacy Act or Access to Information Act. Nothing in the House order contemplated for redactions or necessitated redactions. The House enjoys the absolute and unfettered power, or it should, to order the production of documents that is not limited by statute. These powers are rooted in the Constitution Act of 1867 and the Parliament of Canada Act. In a response to the failure to produce documents, our Conservative House Leader, the member for Regina Capel, raised a point of privilege, arguing that House privilege had been breached due to the failure to comply with the House order. Then, on September 26th, the Speaker issued a ruling on the point of privilege raised and found that the privileges of the House had, in fact, been breached. Now, Madam Speaker, I wish I could say that this is the first time that this type of privilege has been breached, but we have come to see that it is a practice of this government to not hand over the documents, to withhold documents, not only from this House, we've seen this in committee as well. It's a tactic of this government, and it is actually an action which obstructs democracy because it does not allow us access to the documents, the Canadian public access to the documents, in this case the authorities, access to the documents so that they can review the information in full to act upon it and for Canadians to decide upon it. And this is, of course, why this government, this NDP Liberal government, this past 9 years, refuses to hand over documents. This is why they do it, because they want to withhold information. They don't want to be judged on this information, because certainly it would be found damning. What other reason could there be? They're simply trying to hide something. But this is not a new practice for this Liberal NDP government. I'll name some examples, Madam Speaker. The carbon tax. We had a situation where the Liberal government was declining to release its internal analysis of economic impacts of carbon pricing and refusing to say why it was keeping the data secret, even as it criticized the federal budget watchdog for an error in its analysis of the policy. And I have behind me our wonderful shadow minister for natural resources, the incredible member from Lakeland, and I know that she has dealt with this specifically in her work, that she has faced obstruction of information relative to carbon tax pricing and relative to the natural resources sector. So she will remember this and she will understand this, this has taken place several times before, and that's just the first example where data was withheld on the impacts of carbon pricing. And why? Why? It's the same reason that we are not having the carbon tax election right now that Canadians want so badly, is because this government has withheld information on the carbon tax because they don't want to be judged upon it. It would just give Canadians more information and more reason to distrust them, to not feel confident in how they're running this country. And it's evident for them when they go to the grocery store, when they go to the fuel pump, when they pay their heating bill every year, and not just families, businesses, community organizations. But this is one example. The second example I will give of this withholding documents, Madam Speaker, we've seen, is in the Foreign Interference Review. Here we have an article that states Liberals blocking access to 1,000+ documents, says Intel Oversight Panel reviewing foreign interference. Another reason that this government wants to hide these documents is a result of, again, democracy, fairness in our elections. I'm actually quite concerned about the carbon tax election when we have it. The wonderful member today from Wellington, Halton Hills, thank you so much, was attempting to speak today, and actually members of the government were chastising this individual for speaking up against foreign interference. Foreign interference when it was his family who was targeted, his family, and I'm getting sneers from the government benches as a result of me calling this out. But this is what happens when you have a government that doesn't want to release information to the Canadian public, to the House of Commons. It's disgraceful, Madam Speaker, but here we have another case again with foreign interference where the government did not want to release the documents, as we are seeing here with the Green Slush Fund and the SDTC handing over of documents. So very disturbing. The next one, Madam Speaker, an issue that is very close to my heart, the ArriveCan issue. The previous speaker, the member for Cypress Grasslands, mentioned some of the main characters out of the ArriveCan scandal. But this is another situation where, in the Committee of Government Operations, a committee that is accountable to oversee the spending of the government, to review how funds are going to be spent and have been spent, were withheld documents. And I have here a Globe and Mail article. I know that the government loves to quote Globe and Mail articles, so I'll quote one at this time. Canada Border Services Agency misses deadline to hand over ArriveCan invoices, declines to identify subcontractors. And you may have seen earlier in the House today, Madam Speaker, I was very pleased to share the information with the House, with Canadians, that the procurement ombudsman has in fact decided to undertake a review of the bait and switch practices of this government to ensure that Canadians are getting value for money and that subcontractors of government contractors are acting in alignment not only ethically but for the best value for dollar for Canadians. That's some other good work that we are doing here in the House of Commons. But again, it's so difficult because this work is obstructed in the effort to obtain documents. So to expand upon this article, it says here, and Bill Curry always does a wonderful job of covering these scandals of the government. The Canada Border Services Agency has missed a committee-ordered deadline to hand over outsourcing invoices, i.e. documents, related to the ArriveCAN app. And the agency president told MPs Monday that she couldn't provide a timeline for handing over the documents. And that's another mechanism that we see with this government is, you know, where it's almost like a form of gaslighting where someone won't come out and say, no, you're not getting the documents. You believe that the documents are coming, that if you're patient, if you wait, the documents will arrive, when in fact, the intention is for the government never to actually deliver these documents. That's exactly it. Thank you very much, colleagues. So, you know, this is another mechanism that this government uses to obstruct democracy, obstruct the good functioning of this House, of committees, to ensure that Canadians have an opportunity to review the work that we are doing and to judge all of the information for themselves, as they will soon do in a carbon tax election, Madam Speaker. I'll move on to the next example, Madam Speaker, where documents were withheld by this government to the House of Commons and to Canadians, the Winnipeg Labs. Who can ever forget this shameful NDP Liberal cover-up, where we had documents withheld of the most serious of national security scandals, detailing Beijing's infiltration of Canada's highest security lab. The Prime Minister defied 4 orders of Parliament and took the House of Commons to court, in fact, to block the release of these documents. You know, it's actually, as the Shadow Minister for the Treasury Board and a former public servant, I'm saddened and I'm embarrassed and I'm ashamed when I see public servants consistently having to wear the poor ethics and the incompetence of this government. And that was a perfect example of this, Madam Speaker, with the Winnipeg Lag documents, where they dragged up a top health bureaucrat to the bar and admonished him when really, again, it was the government trying to hide, trying to avoid handing over, as we see here in this case, in this point of privilege here today, the documents. Another situation where we were denied documents as a result of this government not wanting to be truthful, wanting to obstruct. And this SDTC situation here today, the Green Slush Fund, is just another example of that, Madam Speaker. Another one, Madam Speaker. My colleague, the member for Cypress Grasslands, referred to the SNC Lavalin scandal, a horrible scandal, and absolutely, as my colleague mentioned, I would really recommend for anyone to read the testimony of the former Attorney General and Justice Minister of Canada, Indian in the Cabinet. I think that this would be very valuable reading for Canadians to just have an insight from someone who was actually an insider who had to participate in the dirty work of this type of governance and just decided this isn't for me, and actually made the choice to leave this government because she could see the obstruction of justice, the obstruction of democracy, the obstruction of functioning in this House as a result, well, in that case of many things, but here today of not handing over the documents. But also relevant to that era, because we're in a new era of scandal now, aren't we? Yes, but from that same, it's always a new scandal. It's like Taylor Swift eras. This is the Green Slush Fund era, exactly right. And you know, we've exited the Arrive scam era. We're in the Green Slush Fund era. But this is from the SNC, exactly. This is from the SNC Lavalin scandal, where they did not produce the documents for Too bad. I was hoping that all members of the Liberal government would have a chance to hear this. In particular, the minister who was particularly implicated. But this is the We Charity. The We Charity. This is what I am getting to. Is the We Charity, where again documents were not handed over, obstructing justice. So, the government released thousands of pages of documents related to the We matter. Oh, congratulations. As the committee requested last month. But rather than have the independent law clerk redact the information, and that's a key word there, Madam Speaker, independent law clerk, such as cabinet confidences and personal information, the various departments responsible for this program did the blackouts themselves, an apparent contravention of the committee's request. Madam Speaker, the committee requested the documents unredacted. This again is how we evaluate completely all of the information. Is when there are no redactions, we are able to read it in its entirety, the information that is there to present to Canadians. Canadians are permitted in many cases to read the documents in their entirety. But here we have a situation again with the We Charity scandal where documents were presented and were redacted. Information only known to public servants who red-penciled out the material. That's scandalous. Not even a Sharpie, Madam Speaker. Red-penciled out the material. Yes, a spokesperson for the Prime Minister's office told CBC News that the redactions were done by the parliamentary law clerk who was following the committee's direction to remove documents and personal information. But that law clerk said in a confidential August 18th letter, which also happens to be my wedding anniversary and my father's birthday, to the clerk, thank you very much, of the Finance Committee, that the vast majority of the blackouts had been done by government bureaucrats. No. Like, not a surprise at all, Madam Speaker. So again, it is no surprise that we find ourselves in this situation today, that documents have been held back, because that's what this government does, right? Yeah. They hold back information because they don't want us to have the information. Members of the official opposition, they don't want us, I say, a collective us to have the information, and they don't want Canadians to have the information, Madam Speaker. I have one more example, Madam Speaker, of the government holding back information, and this was relative to not even the latest Governor General scandal. Of course, the trip that she recently took to Quebec, where it seemed that she has not been able to achieve a level of competence in our deuxième langue officielle, our second language, despite committing to take classes. I'm actually referring to her predecessor, who was even mirrored in more conflict and more scandal, Julie Payette. And I will say, when I served as consul to Dallas, Texas, I did audit Ms. Payette's invoices because she was based out of Houston. We have a problem at that time, and I don't ever recall any discrepancies, but this is information relating to documents that were held back relative to the former Governor General. The public accounts list the $277,592. That's an easy number to say, Madam Speaker, because I'm used to reading them in like the millions and getting to the billions now, as going to 5 claimants whose names are withheld due to publication exemption. Oh, another excuse to withhold information, another excuse to not provide information like we are seeing here today with withholding the documents. This document provides no comprehensive breakdown of how the money was spent or even what type of claim was settled. Further details are not available for the line item in question, said a spokesperson for the Office of the Governor General. The Privy Council Office also declined to comment and referred all questions to Rideau Hall. Not surprising, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, again, I wish I could say that this is just the first instance where we have seen documents be withheld, but no. This is a pattern. This is a pattern that we have seen time and time again, where information has been withheld from Canadians, from the official opposition, because again, this government doesn't want us to have this information to further examine and to bring light to these issues to Canadians. And the irony is incredible, because the Prime Minister has always said sunlight is the best disinfectant. Let the sun shine in, Madam Speaker. Allow these documents to be brought forward to the RCMP, to the House, to whatever committees, bodies require them for evaluation and use, so that the correct actions can be taken and the Canadian people can decide. Now, Madam Speaker, another tactic that we have seen this government use, which is being used here again in this situation, is that, oh, this is an arm's length organization, that, as the government is, just wash our hands of it, because this is an arm's length organization. No mea culpa. But we have seen this before. We saw this, for example, with the former Minister for Transport, when we had the resumption of travel after the pandemic, and the minister refused to take responsibility as the Minister of Transport for the actions of CATSA. We all know CATSA. We go through the airport. We do what is required to allow safe and productive travel within our nation as Canadians. But not only did he blame Canadians, but he actually said, no, this is an arm's length organization. And so, we don't have to worry about this. We have seen this type of behavior time and time again, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, in addition to withholding documents, saying organizations are arm's length, we could go on and on about the situations where this government has avoided responsibility. Sexual misconduct in the Canadian Armed Forces, wildfire risk to Jasper, Madam Speaker, informing the public about Luke Magnotta, passports onslaught. I'd love to talk to the government onslaught. Passports onslaught, not delivered passports. I'd love to talk to the House Leader, government House Leader, more about that. Madam Speaker, Aristotle said, character is revealed through actions. This government, through their actions, has revealed their character. Yes. They want to obstruct democracy. They want to obstruct oversight. We're not going to let them do it. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Member of Parliament from Cypress Hills Grassland made a fairly revealing comment when he indicated that Christian Firth should have actually gone to jail once he had left the bar here. I'm wondering if the member opposite believes that her Conservative leader supports that thought, and if she doesn't know that, does she support that thought?
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Midnapore.
This is a wonderful thing about the official opposition, is actually our leader gives us shadow ministers and us women agency to act on our own, to respond on our own. And yeah, exactly. He doesn't have to throw us under the bus, or we don't have to consult with him on every single decision. He trusts us. He allows us. He allows us to speak for ourselves, to think for ourselves, and to act for ourselves. So I will leave it there, Madam Speaker. I guess the last thing I will say once again is it breaks my heart to see public servants, contractors, anyone who needs to be thrown under the bus will be thrown under the bus by this government. But as for me, and even I'm looking at 3 female shadow ministers around me, we have voices, we have agencies as members of the official opposition.
We don't throw our women.
Questions and comments on the member for St. Catharines-Bagotte. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Should I wait a bit? The honourable member. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to make sure I'm not disturbing anyone when I speak. I'm always concerned to do the right thing. So my question for my colleague, and obviously since she knows our position, we agree that yes, there is a privilege that was not respected, but nevertheless, is the problem not larger than this state that seems to be creating substates within substates within substates? That means giving funds to companies like this that are private, that subcontract and do a bunch of things after that, but companies that are not accountable to our constituents, against a backdrop that they should have the expertise to do the work. The honourable member for Calgary-Minganpur. Yes, thank you very much. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. In fact, I think that's part of the problem. The problems are created by the government that decided that they don't have to produce the documents. They don't have to provide the information and share it. I think the situation would be much easier to navigate for Canadians and to understand if the government acted ethically and in a more acceptable manner in this House and for Canadians. So in my opinion, yes, it's a problem, but the problem is the government, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member for Calgary-Mindanpur has done amazing work dealing with the McKinsey scandals of the Liberal government, the ad scam scandal, and many others. I actually have a spreadsheet in the office to try and keep track of them. But as the spurless argument of this government as to why they won't provide the documents over a House order is because somehow they think that the only way the police can investigate a crime and ask for documents is if the police do it, which is actually totally false. And the member is an experienced diplomat, and I would ask her that in her time as a diplomat in Canada, I'm not saying that this happened, but if it ever did happen, and you discovered that an employee had absconded with taxpayer money from an embassy or from a mission, would you have to leave that employee in place to continue to do the work until the police discovered that that was going on and went to the courts to ask? Or would you, as the employer responsible for that money, actually have a responsibility to contact the police, provide the documents and information? Is that not another way? And is that not what Parliament is doing here, since essentially it's Parliament on behalf of the taxpayers that own this foundation where $400 million had disappeared and been funneled into Liberal insiders' pockets?
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Yeah, thank you very much to my colleague who I know has so much experience as well before arriving here in the chamber. And I would say to my colleague and to any Canadian who is watching here, anyone who is serving abroad, anyone who is serving in this chamber, their first obligation should be loyalty to Canada. And therefore, they should take whatever actions are required and are necessary to ensure that loyalty to Canada is maintained, whether it's from a security perspective, whether it is from a fraud perspective. The government is not showing loyalty to Canada in not providing documents for the review of the official opposition and review for Canadians. This is a principle that I carry with me in the House of Commons, as do all of my colleagues, and that I carried with me as a diplomat. And you can determine my actions based upon my loyalty to Canada. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people from Kamloops, Thompson Caribou. And before I begin, I want to wish a very happy birthday to one of the people in my community, somebody I've known since I was a teenager, and that is Joan Britton, who just recently celebrated her 80th birthday. With that said, I'd like to ask my honourable colleague, what does it really show us when the Liberals, who campaigned on openness by default, won't even give us something that the Speaker has ordered? Isn't that the greatest hypocrisy that we could possibly see in this place?
Honourable Member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague from Thompson, Kamloops, Caribou for the question. You know, it is a hypocrisy. Is it the greatest hypocrisies? I'd say it's one of the greatest hypocrisies that we have seen in this House in terms of a commitment to sunny ways when Canadians are living gloom and doom every single day. A commitment. Yeah, indeed, a commitment to openness and transparency, as my colleague pointed out. A commitment to Canadians in general, when really Canadians have been nothing but let down by this government. So this is certainly one great hypocrisy, but there are so many great hypocrisies of this government, Madam Speaker, and Canadians deserve better. And so I just can't wait till we have that carbon tax election. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've said it once, I've said it again. The strength of a parliament has to do with the powers that the people entrust in us. And this trust seems to have been shaken by the actions and decisions that have been taken. I would like my colleague to speak about how Canadians' trust in Parliament has been shattered. And I would also like to wish happy birthday to someone in my family.
Joyeux anniversaire.
Happy birthday to her as well. Is there anyone else who has a birthday we could celebrate? So now would be the time before we end today. The most important thing for citizens of a country is to have trust in their government, and that does not exist at this time. This is absolutely clear. It's clear that Canadians have lost trust in their government, and for this reason, we need action.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm going to join in some of my colleagues in this day of celebration and actually wish my husband a very happy 4th wedding anniversary.
All right.
Yeah, when we got married 4 years ago, I didn't think I would be standing here in this House of Commons asking questions on scandals, and it has made me reflect on when I first started getting interested in politics. It was right around the Gomery Commission time, and when I think about the normalization of scandal, and after 9 years of this government that claimed that they were going to be sunny ways and open by default, and we see pattern after pattern, case after case of hiding facts from Canadians and trying the very best to avoid every single new scandal. It's hard to even keep up after the last 3 years of the number of scandals just in the last 3 years. And so my question to my honourable colleague who has been at the forefront of finding many of these, what do you think the solution is for Canadians?
Honourable Member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague, and congratulations on your 4th wedding anniversary. It is sunny ways that you are still married, so well done to you. Oh, 40th.
We're in 40, wow.
Oh, wonderful. Congratulations as well. That's so great. What a day of celebration. I hope our whip and our House leader don't mind all of this celebrating. Might be getting a little too congenial. But nonetheless, it's, I mean, again, it's incredibly disappointing. And, you know, it's interesting because if we think about the Gomery scandal, this was some time ago now. And, to think that exactly 2005, almost 20 years ago, as the member for Thompson Kamloops Caribou points out, yeah, that's right. The end of the Chrétien era. Speaking of different eras, once again. But my point is that like Harper came in last time as a result of this scandal, and so when we see a pattern of scandal, again, it just tells me it's time.
Order. À l'ordre. À ce moment-ci,
Order. This time, pursuant to the standing order, an order to adjourn the House is deemed adopted. The following motion: should the House now adjourn?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's always a privilege to rise on behalf of the residents of Kelowna Lake Country. I rise today to speak about homelessness and the ongoing housing crisis affecting my community and Canadians from coast to coast to coast. With each passing day, we are seeing more tent encampments, fewer affordable houses, and more people forced into homelessness. In my community of Kelowna Lake Country, I hear constantly from residents about their concerns regarding homelessness, and we see people struggling right on the street. Residents are justifiably concerned over vulnerable people suffering on our streets. They're also concerned about the implications increasing homelessness has, such as with crime occurring in encampments. Nationally, the story is similar across Canada. The Parliamentary Budget Officer released a detailed report in May this year outlining the state of homelessness in Canada. The data shows the NDP Liberal government is failing on this issue. According to this report, since 2018, chronic homelessness has increased by 38%. Chronic homelessness refers to persistent or long-term homelessness for at least 180 days. The Liberal government committed to eliminating chronic homelessness by 2030. This increase illustrates just how much the Liberals are failing on this issue. It also stated in this report the number of individuals living in unsheltered locations has increased by a staggering 88%. Unsheltered locations are places not intended for human habitation, like streets, alleys, parks, transit stations, and encampments. This increase is significant and should worry every Canadian. Canadians should not be sleeping on the street. What we are seeing is the result of a total failure of responsibility from this Liberal government and their partners in the NDP, and this is unacceptable. There are over 35,000 people that experience homelessness in any given night, according to the most recently available data from the Parliamentary Budget Officer. By year, it is estimated that 235,000 people experience homelessness. These figures only collect information from shelters. Some experts believe the true number of those experiencing homelessness can be triple of what is actually reported, which would potentially be more than 700,000 people. And these aren't just numbers, these are people. These figures are a reflection of the heartbreaking reality too many Canadians are increasingly facing. Each one of these people are a family member or a friend. They are neighbours that can no longer afford or manage to stay in permanent housing. They are Canadians whose Canadian dream has been crushed and they're just barely getting by. Homelessness is often a complex issue that can intersect with many other issues such as addiction and mental health problems. However, we know that housing affordability is just one key overarching reason. An expert witness at the Housing Committee from the Canadian Alliance to End Homelessness stated that, quote, homelessness is a housing affordability problem. It is driven by high rent and low vacancy, unquote. Unfortunately, the NDP Liberal government is failing. Since 2015, housing costs have doubled. Rent has doubled, mortgages have doubled, and this NDP Liberal government is not creating the policies to build the homes Canadians need, and affordability has plummeted as a result. We need to do more to address homelessness. That's why Conservatives will build homes by linking federal infrastructure money to housing construction and by firing the gatekeepers that block home building and contribute to housing affordability. We will axe the taxes and get a softwood lumber agreement with the U.S. in order to bring down construction costs and bring home investment to housing. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Crown Relations.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In the spring, we outlined in the Budget 2024 our plan to build a Canada that works better for every generation. A Canada where younger generations can get ahead, where their hard work pays off, and where they can buy or rent their own home. To support this, we are also making Canada's tax system fairer by asking the very wealthiest to pay a bit more, so that we can make investments in prosperity for every generation. Today, Canadians pay tax on the income from their job. This is fair. What's not so fair is that currently they only pay taxes on 50% of capital gains, which is the profit generally made when an asset such as stocks or rental property is sold. Increasing the capital gains inclusion rate from 1/2 to 2/3 on capital gains realized annually for above $250,000 by individuals and on all capital gains realized by corporations and most type of trusts will create a fairer tax system and one that does not disproportionately benefit the wealthy. To ensure the middle class Canadians and Canadian entrepreneurs don't pay higher taxes, the government is maintaining existing capital gains exemptions and even creating new ones. This includes ensuring that people pay no capital gains tax when they sell their principal residence. In addition, we will introduce a new $250,000 annual threshold for individuals so that those with a modest capital gains will continue to benefit from the current 50% inclusion rate. And we will increase the lifetime capital gains exemption to $1.25 million from the current maximum of about $1 million on the sale of small business shares or farm or fishing property. We are also introducing a new Canadian entrepreneur incentive that reduces the inclusion rate to 1/3 on a lifetime maximum of $2 million in eligible capital gains. Recently announced enhancements from eliminating the founder and reducing ownership requirements to expanding the eligibility to more small businesses will further ensure innovators and small business owners, including farmers, are rewarded for their hard work. Combined with the $1.25 million lifetime capital gains exemption, when this incentive is fully rolled out, entrepreneurs will pay less tax and be better off on capital gains up to $6.25 million.
The Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, you know, tonight we're talking about homelessness and tent encampments, and this just shows how completely out of touch the Liberal member is, considering that he spent most of the time talking about the capital gains tax. And so we can't address homelessness if we're not increasing housing availability. And the Canadian Mortgage and Housing Corporation has stated that 5.8 million homes are needed to build and restore housing affordability in Canada. An expert at the Housing Committee said there's, quote, not a chance, unquote, that the government meets these numbers. And this makes sense, given that housing starts continue to fall short of what is needed to address housing affordability. Never has a government spent so much to achieve so little, and that's the Liberal government's record. In Canada, there are more tent encampments, more homeless, more people not able to pay for basic necessities. And unlike Conservatives, the NDP Liberals simply won't create the policies to build the homes that Canadians need to address the housing crisis and homelessness. This is why we need to have a carbon tax election so that Canadians can make the decision to bring home the Canada that we know and love. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, today it is possible for a carpenter or a nurse to pay a tax at a higher marginal rate than a multimillionaire. That isn't fair. That's why our government is increasing the inclusion rate for capital gains over $250,000 for individuals with the exemptions I mentioned, to make Canada's tax system fairer. In the process, it will also generate new revenue that will help make life cost less for millions of Canadians, particularly millennials and Generation Z. It will help fund our efforts to turbocharge the building of 4 million more homes. It will support investments in growth and productivity that will pay dividends for years to come. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Swan River, Dauphin Swan River, Nipwa.
Madam Speaker, I asked the Minister about his failed environmental policies in my original question and question period. Since then, Canadians have discovered more environmental failures by this Liberal government. An email obtained from the Environment Minister's Department revealed that a senior official at Parks Canada was, for some reason, considering the political perception of prescribed burns. 5 months before the devastating wildfires in Jasper National Park, a Parks Canada official sent an email that stated, and I quote, "At what point do we make the organizational decision to cancel planned prescribed burns in Western Canada? As more and more media articles raise public concern over drought condition, public and political perception may become more important than actual prescription windows," end quote. Why was the Environment Minister's senior official considering political optics and media articles over proper forest management?
Okay, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, climate change is fundamentally changing the way in which Canadians live their lives. From extreme weather events to the price of food, climate change is making life more expensive. Climate-related impacts are already costing the average Canadian household $720 per year and are likely to rise to $2,000 per year by 2050 without government taking action to reduce emissions. Our government is taking decisive action to combat the effects of climate change because the cost of inaction is too great. This summer, Canadians watched in horror as parts of Jasper were ravaged by devastating wildfires. Our government is stepping up to help communities combat the effects of climate change, whether it be wildfires, floods, droughts, or hurricanes. Canadians want a government that uses every tool to combat the deadly effects of climate change, and carbon pricing is an essential tool in our toolbox for combating climate change. Experts agree carbon pricing is the most cost-effective way of combating climate change. The Canadian carbon rebate puts more money back into the vast majority of Canadians' pockets. In fact, on October 15th, residents in the riding of Dauphin Swan River, Nipawin, and across Canada can look forward to their Canada carbon rebate. Additionally, households in rural communities will receive a 20% top-up to their CCR, which reflects the unique circumstances they face. But Conservatives are uninterested in what the government has to say. Their claim that pollution pricing is causing inflation is simply not true. The reality is that carbon pricing is not causing inflation, that the Bank of Canada estimates the carbon price contributes less than 0.15% of inflation every year. So it is worth asking, why have the Conservatives spent this much time undermining carbon pricing when Canadians are better off? With the new revelations that senior Conservative advisors are confirming that they would let industrial polluters off the hook, combined with the reports that the leader of the opposition met with dozens of oil and gas CEOs at private fundraisers, their motivations are very clear. This isn't about helping Canadians, and never was. It was always an effort to serve his ultra-rich, big polluter friends, especially those in the oil and gas industry. The Conservative position on carbon pricing is clearly designed to create political cover for them to try and let their leaders' friends in big oil and gas and other heavy industries pollute for free, while ending the Canada carbon rebate and leaving Canadians on the hook to pay for the cost of that pollution. Putting a price on pollution is a proven, affordable method of reducing emissions and continues to be an important tool in combating climate change. Our government is stepping up to protect the environment that will ensure that future generations will have a place to live in. It's a shame that other parties won't do the same. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Dauphin Swan River, Nipawin.
Madam Speaker, the member talked about the cost of inaction. The cost of inaction and improper forest management cost the community of Jasper $1 billion. I think you let that sink in for a little bit. $1 billion in the cost of inaction. So I'll ask the member again. Was the Environment Minister aware of that his senior officials at Parks Canada discussed cancelling prescribe burns because of political perception? Yes or no, Madam Speaker?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, the Conservatives point their fingers in all different types of places, but they can't come to the realization that the climate crisis is real, that climate change is real, that it wasn't a bureaucrat, it wasn't failed policies. Climate crisis is upon us, and it's costing us money today. The effects of climate change are too great to ignore, and that is why our government is committed to delivering on concrete climate solutions, which include pollution pricing. Our government is focused on the bigger picture, protecting Canadians from the devastating impacts of climate change for future generations, and ensuring a prosperous future for generations to come. Pollution pricing is working for Canadians, and it's crucial as we work towards combating the effects of climate change that our government stay committed to protecting the environment while making life more affordable for Canadians. And that is what we will continue to do. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I asked a question last Friday that echoed the sentiment of Canadians from coast to coast, and it's simply, when will we have a carbon tax election? It's not a platitude or a quip or a slogan that should be just brushed away, which the Liberals are doing. The carbon tax represents a societal and political flashpoint, and they really should be aware of this just looking at the polls, for example. But the Liberals, they've been married to it. It's full speed ahead, no matter the torpedoes. There's a more vulgar way of saying that, Madam Speaker, but I won't say that here. Yesterday, today, I don't know for how many more days, we've been discussing a motion of privilege about producing documentation ordered. The Speaker, the House, ordered the Liberal government to produce documentation that a committee requested, which is within their right. And what did they get? They just received, they received documentation, but it was blanked out and the information wasn't there.